Split, it means to me we're pretty much guaranteed a Sky in this game, which is going to be really interesting. I'm going to be waiting to see Delusion bring that one back out on Split, and I kind of wonder for Haven as well. You know, are they going to look to change their composition again and turn a little bit heads, or are they going to go back into something that they're just more comfortable with and play it, you know, not just extravagantly, but just full focused Valorant?
Absolutely, and I did just get confirmation that it was indeed that Direwolves banning out Bind, and Paradox obviously trying to get rid of Icebox. Still a little bit of work that they need to do there, which is understandable. So I think this is a really exciting veto, Dion. It means that we're actually going to see some different compositions. As you mentioned, I'm interested to see what Paradox have been working on, because Delusion sort of just mentioned we just kind of feel it out, you know, depending on who we're going to be playing against, depending on what maps, and obviously, you know, picking up that split in the middle, it means we are going to see some different things. Haven, a very aggressive map, you know, obviously trying to take those early parts of control on the map. You can't just sit back and play a normal defense that you sort of get out on a two-site map where you can sort of, you know, at least have a triple or double stack towards each side. When it comes to three sites like Haven, you really have to sort of, you know, potentially play up the retake on A and then stack towards B and C, or look to take the control of A and then, you know, leave one member up there so you can rotate around. Whatever happens, and I'm going to expecting to see Lou sort of take that aggressive C control with the operator as well. So many things can occur in a matchup like this. It makes it for a really, really exciting one. But Dion, predictions. Do you have an idea of sort of what we're going to be expecting today?
Look, it's just seeing this map pool right now and seeing with what we saw from Paradox yesterday, they don't have Bind, which they were just looking way more comfortable on. You kind of have to just forget Icebox ultimately. But the Split is one of those turning points to me, right? Split didn't really go their way. They were getting, you know, completely just destroyed individually on the aim duels. There was no real trades to be seen in that game, like completely at all. So I'm kind of feeling in this one that the Direwolves should be taking it 2-0, but I still want to give benefit to the doubt over towards Paradise, because we know that they're capable of doing things. We know that they're capable of gaining maps, and I do hope that they're able to gather one here before they bear out, if they bear out.
Alrighty, without further ado, guys, let us roll into Haven, of course. Again, welcome to everyone around the world who is viewing it, whether it be on the LPL channels, the Valorant main channel, the YouTube, wherever you are in the world. We are Photo. We welcome you today for what will be the final day of the Stage 2 closed qualifiers for the Valorant Oceanic Tour. Once again, a massive shout out to Let's Play Live, putting on this tournament alongside Riot, and of course our partners in crime, LG and Vodafone. I cannot wait to dive into this one, Dion. Again, Direwolves versus Paradox. Let us run straight on into it.
Let us get into it. And of course, Paradox are going to be starting off on this defensive side right now. Direwolves are going to be starting on the attackers side. The Breaches are here for both squads, and the Astras, the Jets. You've got Sovers, of course, as well. And really, the only difference is going to be the Cypher that the Direwolves are picking up here in Jun's possession. And then you look toward the other side, and you've got the Rays. So two duelists over towards the one duelist. We'll see how it is going to fare. Of course, we know how painful Lou can be when he does get rolling, so gonna have to be keeping a little bit of an eye on him in this game. But I do like this aggression from Paradox already, trying to gain some sustenance in mid.
Yeah, I don't mind the flex out. It's an interesting one now. You know, obviously the sort of utility that we do see come out from the Astra, it's going to be comfortable for the Paradox side, but, you know, Direwolves, again, Jun, it'd be sad to not see him on that Cypher on a map like this, to be quite honest. And now they're looking to make their way out. Lou's already taken that control. Azo not ready for it. I don't actually think the Nation spotted him out, so with the Sheriff, won't quite connect the shot, and that's the A side taken for basically free right now, as Lou slept on it.
Yep, and the spike going down if they possibly can. The paint shells are going to keep them at bay for a little bit. No Sages and no Skies means damage dealt in this one is damage delivered. The Phoenix is no self-heal as well. But Jun, I talked about the flanks earlier, Conky. Jun's already getting it on through. Has managed to dispatch of Nation. Indy good for one, but now is going to be quite troublesome for Paradox. They still have to go into it, but Indy out of ammunition, traded on through. It's down 2-1 in Delusion, and the right click's going to come out. No, it's actually Jun to steal it for the 3K in the end. The pistol goes to the Direwolves.
Where did Jun even go? Did he go through, like, garage into spawn or something?
I think so, yeah.
Because the man was all the way around the map, and the way he was able to actually find those frags on the way in, on the flank, that was awesome. So, yeah, great to see, Dion. You picked it up straight off the bat before we even get into the match. And, yeah, very impactful, of course. So, Jun picking up just the Sheriff now. We'll be investing with the Spectre, though. Good to see. Good to see. I like a solid bonus. Preparation. You know, obviously, if they go into this now, they managed to pull out the round. Azo has gone for this investment. This was one thing Pilsky touched on, the Paradox do. You know, they invest very heavily into that second round. And if they're unsuccessful, they have a pretty awful buy to go into the third. So I think it's more important in a game like Valorant to actually be happy to take that step back. Make sure you keep the 2K, sorry, because if you do lose these Sheriffs, you can't do quite the damage. You're going into the third round very, very disadvantaged. There's going to be Nation taking up a lot of early damage. So, We'll give it some time, but it still should cleanly be a Direwolves position, and Paradox can focus on the third.
I kind of want to see as well if Paradox are going to farm themselves up the ultimate orb over at A. They've got the Astrogravity wells that they can look to do so. They've got the Sova recon dart in toward the A lobby that they can also just get the info early. They've got the Cloudburst available on Jet if they want to get those blades farmed on through. And they can even go in for the breach stun. There's so many different opportunities for Paradox to keep farming up that orb and keep just revitalizing ultimates in this one that I really would like to see them do it. But for right now, Mitch, it looks like we are going to have a 5 versus 5 retake coming into the C site. And I expect a little bit of chaos in this one.
Yeah, I got a bit of a feeling, an inkling that might sort of come out the way of the Paradox side. You know, should be able to do some good damage. Miss slots back in towards the site. There is going to be a couple of members already funneling their way out. Delusion at the back of the side. I don't think they're going to be ready for it, but it's not going to matter right now. Jun missed pain, getting the job done.
Oh,
it's
wow.
onto Nation and a very clean round. And this is what we talk about, right? Look at the money now for Paradox. It ain't great. It ain't going to be able to pick them up exactly what they need. They need to go for the light shields. They're going to have to drop away from some of the utility potentially, but it gets the job done. But I mean, what did they gain out of that round? Absolutely nada. It would have been easier to just go in with only the classics and be able to force it through. Have everything you need, because if you lose this third round and the bonus to only the Spectres, that you didn't manage to take out anyone, it's really going to start to allow the Direwolves to stack up their economy and push forward hard into these next few rounds.
And look at it as well. The purchase of Paradox are actually provided. Everybody has the light shields. That's 25 extra points of damage that the Spectres can just willy-nilly punch out a little bit of damage and done. You are gone. So we have to really wait and see what the Direwolves are going to be able to attribute on this round. They've already forced Exempt back out of Long. The Boombot will reveal that he is there. But I do like this push coming through from Delusion, spread out in the nature. You've got no trades really available at all for Paradox right now and where they're positioned too. So they're just going to have to act accordingly in this spread nature and potentially even go for a little bit of a retake if they do start to feel a bit of pressure.
And look, Delusion getting all the way down towards this position. I wonder if Miss will actually be ready for it. He is still inside the astral form, but that's good use, of course, of the tripwire. Able to at least cause a little bit of further isolation. But again, Paradox getting a bit too, over antsy. It's like nothing has happened in this round. Direwolves, they've spent plenty of time. Paradox could have, moved as a unit somewhere, potentially tried to pick up some extra map control. But now they're really stuck. B site completely open. Stars starting to go down towards C. I guess the proper linchpin here could be Indy towards the back of the site, but also Azo. Azo could do some really big bits of damage here, sitting towards the site. Indy with the opener, but again, Azo is still here, Dion. Spike will go down.
And the spike is down. He's got extra information as well over into the garage, but Wrath is going to push on through. Not able to find the frag as Exempt does at least assist in keeping Azo alive. Flashpoint over towards Misdirection. I'm waiting to see what Jun's going to be able to do on this big old flank as well. But Nation expecting that one, shuts down. And now on this defuse, Mist is good for one, but it does get traded on through. So the retake comes out, and it is that bonus round actually going to the way of Paradox. So it's not like they have been utterly destroyed in this one, which is really good for them.
Yeah, no, it was actually quite nicely found. I really like that positioning from Azo. Indy was able to sort of aggress in. All the focus was sent towards CT. So that was nice and clean from Paradox, which gives me a little bit more hope back into the next few rounds. Of course, they are not going to be able to fully invest into what they'd like after losing a couple of members in that situation, whereas we do see Direwolves in a spot. But they've got the full buy. So this is an important round, I guess, for both teams. But yeah, Azo, I think he's dropped over his weapon, has he? Or maybe just trying to save up a little bit more. I don't particularly like the judge on this map, though. I don't know. We'll see how it goes inside Garage.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Of course, Indy's going to get this Blade Storm out if possible in the Cloudburst. The fault line will disorient for a little bit, but safeguarded by the paint shells of Exempt, buying a little bit of extra time as well. And that was a tailwind that was probably a misclick on the keyboard. Bringing out the Blade Storm. He's going to have to find 2 kills to be able to get that one back.
So holding on. Going to sit at the back of the site. Lou starting to slowly walk his way in now. They are stacked, 2 members, kind of ready for it. Where's the other guy? Never mind. Is there 3? Yes, there is. Never mind. I didn't realize that India was under heaven. So at least 3 members for the Wolves, ready to sort of strike on towards this site. There goes the Stars, ready to send it out. Also the Gravity Well as well. Spotted out. The judge has been found the information, but Nation, he picks up 2 in the process. This is excellent from him, but at least Payne will get the trade. So now the site has somewhat been taken here, but they need to recover it.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the position right now as well. There is the flank coming through once more from Jun. He's found the perfect timing, and he will be able to catch the elimination onto Delusion. No shock dust to deny the spy from going down right now. It's actually going to see the shock dart over toward Exempt's location. 43 HP is what he has to play with right now. And as that spike does get shut into the floor, you've still got Jun, looking to lock down this lane, looking to lock down the alleyway. And Azo, he's looking to feel a little bit of the pressure. Shots on through are going to miss. Exempt will dispatch of Jun. 2 versus 2 situation.
One enemy remaining.
Good frag though, found by Pain. Azo, oh my god, Pain. Very nice and clean round in the end. Being able to find it with 3, so Direwolves straight back on the board. I was hopeful for Paradox in that round, however, you know, they did have it sort of locked down, 3 members in the position to deny it. But again, a little bit of a disconnected re-entry into the site and good damage from Pain. So nice and clean. So the investment, will it come back out from Paradox? They've got kind of enough money to work with, potentially Nation, dropping him down to sort of that financial position, but they need to make a decision. It looks like they're sort of not really aware of what they want to do. Now they do have a bit more of an understanding. If they keep around the $1,500 mark, they'll be okay. So that'll be a good position for them to go, potentially fight in with some weaponry.
Yeah, right now, Delusion hasn't been able to find a frag yet onto the scoreboard, Conky, and starting to feel a little bit of this pressure around C2, chucking out these darts, seeing if you can get any little tag damage. And once more, you know, Jun being sensational on these flanks already, just clearing a lot of information in through towards B. Azo will spot him out right now, but he can't quite convert that one. And now it's free reign of the B site, but they're going to look to just skate over towards A if they want to. Exempt is going to have to be the gatekeeper of this lobby area. But does he choose to fall back or just still look to hold it down?
Well-found plant on towards that B side. Pain able to at least spot it out on the flank. Very nicely done. Obviously very solid still on that Sova as well. Now we do see Jun spotted out towards the back of the site. Lou able to rip the head off of Indy though. Now, just with that flashpoint available, Lou trying to tap away, seeing if he's going to be able to pick up anything else. Paradox still a heavy disadvantage, hoping to find as much damage as possible. Nation towards the site, but missed. He's going to be there to drop it. All on the Nation, just stuck onto the other side of the corner. Will at least be able to drop missed, but Lou is there for the trade. And now we have the Direwolves picking up for Paradox. They will have another purchase into this next round because they did take a little bit of a step back. The Direwolves seem to have an answer for it all so far. However, the operator, Dion, that could be a pivotal point now in the hands of Indy.
Yeah, Delusion and Nation, they find a frag apiece in that previous round, see if they can keep the credits relatively honest on the side of the Direwolves. You wouldn't want to see a world in which they get too far ahead, because remember, Paradox, we didn't really get to see too much come out from them in the later stages of yesterday, so hopefully we do have the big old contest to come through right now. But you talked about this operator, right? Indy has it in possession, has the shields to back it up as well, and elevated at the back of B site. Would be assumed that anyone would peek out through mid window would be Des Rights, but no one's going to be doing that just yet. It's going to be Direwolves exploring their options through towards C at the present time.
3 members waiting. There goes the stars, there goes the nebulas. So it is going to be a little bit of a task for both Azo, Lou, his famed sort of thing on the top of the site, but he actually does manage to take down the Illusion, and a great usage of the Hunter's Fury as well is going to put them back into a bit of an awkward situation. Azo, though, will manage to spot out Lou. Spike now to be planted Theon. It is going to be that 4v4, though, and Jun firmly on the flank. Will he be able to find any more? I think the timing could be beneficial to him. Nation does go inside that Astral Form, but he's going to be watching, and I think Nation will clear it all the timing. Nation spotting him, though. We'll be able to find him.
Oh, and he gets it as well, and Azo likewise on towards Pain does lead in Paradox with a 3 players advantage into all the retake. However, it's all going to be down onto Wrath to see what he can do. There's 2, Conky, the operator's still alive, but it's going to be Nation to assist in the piece. The defuse will come through shortly. You know that they're going to want to take this operator and one of the rifles into the next round. It gets a little bit close in the end. Would have seen a little bit of a slowdown with the Cosmic Divides come on through, but in still fighting the round, they're going to be available for the next round.
Very nice. Well done from Paradox. That was a super clean hold from Azo coming out here. But once again, the money, it's not the best. We will at least see some investments come through from Indy and Nation. However, it does appear that, you know, potentially Azo needs to drop down to something. Yes, he'll get a Spectre. There we go. The purchase fully through. The side of the Direwolves, however, they're going to have everything that they need. They've got 4 ultimates available. And of course, Lou having to be in a position to forego the purchase, just going for the Bladestorm. So they give it time.
Straight on through with those blades. See what's going to be able to open up here for the Direwolves, Lou, but it's going to be Indy posted up on this operator, and there's the first opener too. Pain down. There's no recon bolts available. There's no shock darts to clear anywhere on this site. Up towards Heaven is where we've seen him shoot them towards previously, but that is a stellar shot on towards Indy. Now it's on to Exempt to see if he can double down and really bring something back in towards Paradox, because whilst they still do have this player advantage, Lou is still alive. Really looking to dance with these blades, but he's going to get shut down. And now it is all onto Wrath, and he will be taken out by the Hunter's Fury as well.
He had the opportunity, but maybe didn't quite get the job done. So unfortunate. We do not see it come out from Lou on the big boy play, but that's okay because, you know, we're seeing really good things from Paradox so far. There will be maybe another gentle investment to come out from the Direwolves, but this is their opportunity where they can actually really start to push through and get the work done. I do look forward to seeing how they manage to connect this one. Because again, you know, a map like Haven can be a little bit, I guess, difficult on that defensive side. You know, there's so much ground that you need to cover, but Paradox, they look like they're adapting to the Direwolves so far.
And I love this from Exempt, although they have shown their hand pushing up through towards C-Long previously. Delusion's done it a couple times before. They're going together this time to at least see a trade if required. Lou, though, has managed to not sleuth his way in toward the B site, but he's managed to at least get some ground control here. Nation still alive, can use these concussive ability of the Nova Post as well to be able to maybe deny something from the Direwolves, but the plant goes down at the B side, 5 alive on both sides. This is a very strange situation.
So many things are happening right now. Exempt will be spotted out by the camera of Jun as well, but there is going to be the Cosmic Divide. It's actually been used by Paradox as well. Jun looking to swing out. Does pick up the shots though in the end. He will connect, but that is going to be 3 members going down on the other side. Pain though with the Sheriff able to find something. Now the aftershocks go down. Will it force him off or not quite? It will, but he does only get off with just a little bit of time. Now Pain pushing up onto the other side. The Cosmic Divide, it works out. He will be able to do the damage though. And Pain with 4, an excellent round, regardless of the loss or not. That is going to put the Paradox side into a position where everyone needs to reinvest, and Direwolves can go in with another buy. So a potential opportunity for reset, but once again, great use of the Cosmic Divide there from Nation. That was basically the round-winning position.
And for the Direwolves as well, you know, they've gone into that with a little bit of the bare bones nature. You can see that the Sheriffs were pulled out from a couple of those boys as well. So to be able to eliminate everybody on the Paradox side and get the spike plant down, it really shows that Direwolves know how to get into war this round, know how to pick up the frags, know what necessities they need to be laying down in the foundation state. And now the Paradox do have another purchase at least available in toward this round. They are really primed and focused on getting out this operator again. Indy is got it in possession, up on top of the site, waiting to see if anyone's going to waltz into his crosshairs. But I'm getting a sticky, tricky feeling right now that we're going to see this Rolling Thunder come out from the side of Direwolves to gain entryway in towards the garage and C.
I'm liking this position from Delusion here, but he will likely be spotted out by that Owl drone there. Now he has to push in, try and find something. Missed actually still in the astral form as well. So lucky that there is a little bit of Sova diff going on there right now. But that's, again, 4 ultimates that are available. The Nova Pulse will try to cut them off just a little bit, but using that flashpoint to clear out the back of the site. Azo looking to try and get that aftershock down. Will force them off the plant at least. Missed, lucky to be alive in that situation. But it will go down again. Neural Theft to come out from Jun. And now they've got to retake with 4 Paradox.
Yeah, and look what abilities Direwolves still do have as well. The Hunter's Fury to safeguard the spike if it does get tapped right now. And this is a wise decision from Paradox. I was about to point on it that they might just look to go to the save. Just call it 5 alive still for the Direwolves to break into the C site when you really don't have, you know, any reconnaissance available getting into all the site. You're just going to have to book it, and they will be able to go again in the next round. At least putting up, you know, 4 already on this defensive side. If they can find another round to turn it into a 5th, that'll be pretty good, because you know the tendency on this map in Haven, right? Tends to lean toward the attacker side now.
Absolutely. But yeah, again, you know, I feel like Direwolves do need to get as many rounds as possible on this side and take that advantage whilst they can, because Paradox, you know, sure, they had a little bit of a slow start, but they've been looking good ever since. You know, they've sort of really started to readapt. Direwolves do manage to get that round with some, you know, good site control and, you know, I guess excellent utility usage, able to sort of break that mold. And I feel like Delusion has put himself into a couple of awkward situations. That's probably what the second or third time that we've actually seen him die towards C-Long completely solo here, which does give the free opening push for the Direwolves. So he needs to be a little bit more careful, or on the flip side, do it with a friend. You know, go down with Indy, try and look to take that extra control. I would really like to see Azo and Indy try and take that long control together off the back of the operator and the flashpoints.
Well, we've already seen that over towards C with a couple of the different members on Paradox, haven't we? Exempt and Delusion, making sure that they have the trade available after Delusion has not really had a little bit of workness over at that area. It's not really just worked out for him. So they wanted to change things up. It's good to see that Paradox are being very proactive in changing their approach, in, you know, gaining on the information that they're figuring out in the mid rounds and going on the back of that info, going back on the back of those calls, and just making sure they're being a little bit unpredictable, because that's what they need to sort of bring into it, right? It's the measured confidence in the normalcy that they come to know in Valorant, and also being a little bit unpredicted to catch the Direwolves off guard and changing up the locations, changing up the positions. Indy, he's been over at that B site time and time again. Now he's over at C. He's known, yes, but at least they've changed it up.
Standing ahead.
Okay. So that will be the Rolling Thunder starting to come out. Indy does manage to avoid it, but he is on the other side of the Nebula. We'll have to force him way back. And now Azo also in that same position, but that's a great Hunter's Fury to come out from Pain, spotting out plenty of information. Lou already up on the top of the site. This is going to be a very, very tough position. This C site is becoming very problematic for the side of Paradox. This is going to be able to throw down that Cosmic Divide as well. This might just make it a little bit too difficult to Paradox want to go for this, or they just want to go for another save, Dion.
Yeah, we're going to have the exact same situation where the same 4 players go over to the next round of Paradox. Well, we're not, as they are choosing to get in toward this side. Exempt finally able to contribute one toward his squad. The second one, it's very awkward in the spray. Gets it done in the end, but unfortunately, it doesn't roll in toward their favor of the Direwolves. They do survive with 3. They pick up the 6th round. We are tied at the half, no matter what. But it is going to be on the Direwolves to try and lead it out from here. Because these pistols of Paradox are in possession right now, they are on the back foot.
Well done from the Direwolves. That's now 6, 2 rounds left in the half. Certainly pushing them through into a good point. They've still got plenty of time to work with, though, now. If Paradox do manage to find these next 2 rounds, obviously, albeit a little bit difficult, but, I like the confidence from them to at least try and contest that retake despite being at a disadvantage. Azo, though, not really a wise play, I guess you could say, going completely solo, no use of the flashpoint, and he will go down, so absolutely punished for it. Indy has actually managed to spot out the head of Mist there, but not confident enough to go through. No, Indy missing the blade storm right click up close and personal, and now they run into it. This is a little bit messy from Paradox. I guess panic plays that we're seeing right now. Indy does choose to recover one of those Phantoms. Now Jun into a predicament, will be taken down, but the spike has already gone down on BD on at a 4v3 retake. Disadvantage to the side of Paradox once more.
And Exempt managing to find Lou, evens this up 3-3, but back on over the showstopper. If it finds 1 or 2 here, it'll be huge, and it will actually manage to find Mist. So at 2 versus 2, damage has already really been delivered from Paradox. The Aldro is going to go in to spot some info. The recon bolt can, if required, as well. It should by all means be the Direwolves claiming this one still, but I've got to give the props up to Paradox in what they've been able to find in this round. Even though the Blades kind of did miss out from Indy, picked up the Phantom, was able to find something. So 3 kills in the round from Paradox as Direwolves do claim it. I mean, they'll be happy at least getting the confidence frags on up, but maneuvering into the last round, Mitch, this is where you really do want to see Paradox be able to gather this one for the sake of just a really cool map of Valorant.
And this is why I really struggle with a map like Haven still to this day after the game has been out, a little bit over a year now or something along those lines, trying to think back to when the beta started. But it still is Haven played so weirdly. It's always like that odd contest to try and push. There's leashes being held onto these players. Let me at him as, Azo pushes down mid, dies straight off the bat. And then obviously we see Indy try to push through with the Bladestorm and missing. They want to try and take that control. And I just think about, if it wasn't those 2 members to die straight off the bat, we potentially would have seen a turnaround from Paradox, because Direwolves, they, almost lost out what was basically a 3 versus 5 there by having some good damage done to their members. But now they do move up onto the site. Nice and close and personal. Lou with the opener. Nation, though, with the trade. Exempt with 2. But now it's immediately into a 2-on-2. Things still happening. And Spike still to be planted, but they will be allowed to at least settle down for the time being. Indy trying to flank back around, and Azo waiting for his teammate.
Jeez, everything happens there, didn't it, Mitch? You had the gravity well, the flashpoints, the dashes, the smokes, everything on the site. We had, 3 players there from Paradox, all 5 from Direwolves, and now finally Indy will be able to at least get over toward that defender spawn. Misses out on the operator shot, so revealed in where both of these players are coming from. Azo manages to find Jun. Pain gets blinded up, got the sharp shot through the blind on towards Azo, and now knows where Indy is as well because of that deep recon bolt, and he can't quite navigate the frag. What a confusing round going in toward the site, though. It's like everything was absolutely happening. Players focused on the crosshairs more so than the vision around them. But hey, Paradox have gathered it there. So for the investment, it's 5-7 at the half. It's not as close as you can get, but you'll be really happy with that result on the defensive side of Haven.
Absolutely. I'm stoked for Paradox there. It was a little bit of a chaotic round on that A site in that position, but, it was good trades. I think Exempt went really well, and then Azo, great use of the flashpoint to at least allow his teammates out, and then for Indy to be able to at least close out the 1v1. Pain is having a pretty good game so far. He's been impressive. 13-4, 10 assists on that Sova as well. Such an impactful agent, and to have him on top in the fragging department as well means for a solid result. I think it was minimized in the chat a short time ago mentioning how impactful Pain Pain and Wrath were. And I think, you know, once we do see whether or not, you know, who is going to come and go inside this Direwolves roster, we'll have to find out. But I think they could be such a solid contender for the top, you know, in that top 4 once they settle a bit more, because, you know, it's proving now that they're getting into a little bit more of practice and having missed on that IGL, they are doing pretty decent.
No, certainly are. Certainly want to be getting that qualification slot as well to go up against, you know, likes of Mindfreak, your Order, Bliss. We have to wait and see a little bit later on in the beginning of June that one will be. But right now, the pistol, we saw the Direwolves gain the first one. It's going to be on a Paradox to see if they can at least be able to gather this one. June down to the count. There's no flanks happening.
Azo's going to have that shock dart on towards the top of him. Only the one, though, in this situation. So still alive for now. Fault line will come out onto Exempt in just a second. A couple of flashpoints available as well. So this one could be a little bit awkward for the Direwolves to try and hold down. But Azo, great use of the aftershock there. Nicely done. Nation will be able to find another holding back towards this position. Another shot. Nation, this is incredible with the Sheriff now in Delusion to close it. An absolutely clean round from Paradox. And they are getting the job done so nicely. Well done.
A flawless pistol is what they take in that one. Absolutely brilliant. And they'll be so happy with that to look to try and tie things up. And it's going to be the difference between them, right? We see that first pistol go toward the Direwolves, as I mentioned, and we saw the immediate purchase up from Paradox in toward that next round. We're not going to see the same here for the Direwolves, right? They didn't get a single kill in toward it. They didn't get the close. They don't got the feeling of doing a purchase into this one. They'll have their proper rifles come next round in toward that bonus. But this is the time for Paradox to really start to capitalize on these situations, to make sure that they are finding all of these frags, to make sure they're not dropping any of their own bodies, and to really just find the gaps in Direwolves defenses as early as possible. I mean, you can't really take this round for one of those situations because it is in that sort of obtuse nature where Direwolves are just sending it down mid with these pistols very quietly, going for that gamble stack, see if anything can be contained. But Nation, he was stellar with the Sheriff in the previous round. Only good for one this time.
Missed. Great shot, though. You know, that at least sort of breaks the defenses slightly, and now Delusion does have to sort of sit back, you know, pushing over towards that position. Azo, though, nice 2 shots. Wrath will at least be able to find the trade, but this certainly does look like it is going to be a Paradox round. That will tie them up. Able to be able to find it. Pain might be able to at least do some additional damage, but Exempt is already swinging around and punished for the Sidewinder. So no damage to be felt with that Spectre right now. And once again, you know, a situation, Paradox, they've lost way too much, right? If we were to break down the first 3 rounds of this game and then obviously add in these next couple of rounds for a little bit of spice, potentially, if we see Direwolves win this one, I think it's a great opportunity for Paradox to really take a sit back, take a look at how they're opening up in those first 2 rounds, because the amount of frags that they've given up that have put themselves into challenging situations later in the match is really important to work on, I think, in the future.
No, 100% on that, Mark. You are not wrong completely. And remember, these guys do have a couple of pauses to come on through as well. If it's in a situation where Paradox are feeling a bit too much pressure, deploy that pause, right? Have a little bit of discussion, because it's not like that they've fallen by the wayside in this game. It's not like that they're sinking and drowning. They are in this one. We are at a tied scoreline, and the substance is here for Paradox. They're finding their own footing, and now in a new round such as this, in toward the bonus, it's going to be on that point in play. How much damage can you do? Can you gather out this round with a little bit of the weekend purchase? You've got your Rolling Thunder to get into the site, to use to keep the Direwolves at bay. There's so much different choices that they have available, and the Direwolves are looking to just play retake in toward this site as well, so you can set yourselves up pretty nicely here, Paradox.
Utility over the top from Pain, now looking to try and reposition. It is going to be an important round for the Direwolves to try and find here. Nation just sort of swinging around, does have his teammate to support him below. Jun will be able to at least sleuth away from those paint shells. But it's going to be Azo. Does have the Hunters, the Rolling Thunder available. That one is going to come out immediately, but already some information gathered. Nation picking up 2 in the process. That is a huge hold on this defense right now, Dion. Lou trying to slot his way back in. Will he hard clear Exempt? He will, but I think they just have to get out of here and save it. Nation has done so much damage and forcing all of these members of the Direwolves back. Paradox, they take the lead here on Haven.
No, that is a brilliant outcome for Paradox here as well, Mitch. In their bonus round, going in with gusto, going in with a plan, and they've been able to exercise it pretty perfectly, in my opinion. 4 alive on the back of that, only losing 1. Nation's individual brilliance to be able to just dissect the Direwolves as well. He can even do so more in this next coming round if they require, with this Cosmic Divide. So this is definitely the time for Paradox to show what they're made of on this map in Haven. Show and take it to Direwolves in their map pick, remember, because Direwolves did pick this one. Split was the pick of Paradox. They were kind of forced onto, with Bind being banned out.
Tell you who's impressing me though, and I don't feel like this is something that I'm saying for the first time, Nation. He is so good, so consistent, and a real big impact member on this team. I have this sort of feeling that over time, you know, Paradox, again, just working on slight things, they should be able to get some jobs done in the future. But Indy looking to do some opening damage. Jun somehow able to get away from that. Very, very lucky. But now he will get the info spotted. Damage being dealt onto him immediately. Will take him down. And that is going to be 4 members of the Direwolves trying to get their way back into this, of course. Jun only with just the Sheriff, so not really a whole lot lost here. How are they going to try and find this? Do they go for it? Do they find the save? Because they've still got some things to work with. But, you know, once again, Azo, he's been great to watch with this utility from the breach, able to sort of support the rest of his team into some very nice positions. And after taking all of this time, Direwolves, they do start to push him down here.
And the flank from mid is coming through as well, whilst Mist does manage to find one from the Direwolves. Make a second one. Azo caught looking the wrong way. I am waiting to see what Delusion can do on this flank. A position unexpected, and there we go. He's revealed himself. He can get out this start as well for some extra information. And whilst we do see that damage has been seen from the Direwolves, even more so now, Wrath able to find 2 on the escape. It is going to be just Delusion winning, but at least the safeguard that Paradox will not be seeing a tied scoreline yet. If it's going to happen, they do inch in front for 9.
Right here.
Jeez, this is starting to get scary for the Direwolves right now. You know, they will finally find themselves into a situation where they can have the buy, but once more, you know, the impact factor, the wow, is the operator for Lou. Will he even have it in this game beyond so far? It's getting a little bit concerning for me. It's always such a pivotal point on this Haven map, watching how versatile he is, you know, taking control of long C, putting himself in the middle of B, getting those mid picks, also taking A short, on control time and time again. There are so many different things that Lou has for this roster that can sort of change it up. But, you know, Paradox, they've seemed to have an answer for most of it as they moved on to this defensive side, offensive rather. But I still feel like Direwolves haven't yet been given their opportunity to actually force back into it.
This is going to be one of those rounds for the Direwolves, isn't it? If they're able to pick this one up, Mitch, get themselves back into it, they're going to have to rely on Lou on these blades. I get a feeling. We've seen what damage he can do already in the game with it, and I do like the slow pace from Paradox, making sure that they're not giving themselves up and tripping over their own feet, giving a chance toward the Direwolves, who are starting to rotate themselves back over toward this A site. Look at him maybe contain it before Paradox can get into the site. We've seen a couple of retakes not really be able to go their way, even though there's been damage. But here we go. Information now known out through the site. All this Astro utility on the floor. Lots of info from the Owl drone, but there's nothing that the Direwolves can really do on the back of it. Recon bolt in, see if there's any reveal. It's destroyed before, so there's no chance for anything to come out there, unfortunately.
Shock Dart only does tickle onto Nation. Did send it over a little bit deeper, but that's a great re-pick in from Pain. And now the Cosmic Divide will be used once more by the side of Paradox. Some good damage dealt by Azo, sleuthing away towards the other side. Pain will at least be able to drop down, but Azo, he's keen for it. Wants to force his way back in, and Azo, that is a colossal performance here from the breach of Paradox. And they will now take themselves up to double digits, Theon. 10 in the round. And sure, we might very well see the operator be available for Lou, but I don't even think he wants to go for it. Wants to take another save, as they do not have enough money to fully contest into this one. Paradox, man, they're edging closer and closer towards a map 1 victory here.
The timing from Nation as well on that Cosmic Divide, right? It actually forces the hand of Direwolves to just go through it. They don't really have any of their utility because they'd already burnt it from the back of Pain, sending out all those darts as well. They didn't have the reliance upon that, and you could just see that Azo finds the right timing in dispatching of Lou, peeking through the Cosmic Divide, and then just waits for the Direwolves to poke their heads through the wall as well. That Cosmic Divide, and it just works out perfectly for them. As you do mention, it's huge Chad play to come through from Azo, and now it really is setting Paradox up to try and claim this map victory. They're going in with full might in toward the C side right now. In the gravity well for the showstopper, it's not really going to come and convert out for anything, but more trade central coming on through. Nation opens up the books right now, and whilst Pain is able to find Indy on the back of his Hunter's Fury and onto Nation, now we're down to Sova. Who is going to be the difference here?
How does he do this? Pain has to be so careful how he approaches it. There is a weapon just ahead. He might even be able to do this. Shock darts off the wall. Could be able to tickle him up. And it
Not
will.
enough.
Now the information. Will it be gained onto this recon bolt? No, not quite. But he knows he's in the middle of the site. Where does he swing? Where does he go for? Delusion. Sova difference in this round, Theon. As Paradox now pick up 11. They are marching ahead towards map 1 victory.
Mate, they are flawless on this attacker's side right now. It feels like they have just absolutely had some life breathed into them from yesterday's state of affairs. Haven, it is going absolutely in their favor. It is brutal to the side of Direwolves. And look at this, Pain on the top with Lou there as well. The rest of the boys all contained together. But you look on the flip side, you look at Paradox, Nation and Azo leading out that charge, Exempt and Delusion doing what they require. Indy falling a little bit by the wayside, but still having that impact where required as well for Paradox. Everything is coming into existence for them right now, and look at that. I mean, it's Lou finding the opener, something that Direwolves desperately need.
And just still, I'm hurting, you know, not seeing once that operator come out. No, Exempt. Not able to see Jun on the other side of that Nebula. A little bit awkward. But that looks like there's actually some frags coming out for the side of Direwolves this time. A good advantage. You know, this is their opportunity now to do it. 4 rounds that they have to make up to try and close this gap against Paradox. And look at Lou, still confident, still hungry. Doesn't have any HP behind him to work with, really, but he still wants to get as much as possible. But Azo, they've left the site completely open. Pain is going to be ready for it, but Wrath, maybe just not the team communication that they need.
He got out.
Will go through, but that is going to be the spike planted. Somehow Paradox make a meal out of absolutely nothing. The ingredients just aren't quite there, but they still manage to feed the mouths of their teammates. And now in this situation, it is going to be the retake at a disadvantage, but the Rolling Thunder, it's going to be available. The Chad Breach is there to do it. Lou has to fall away. Azo's found another, but now these members do move to go in. Azo being an absolute menace in this situation as well. Breach's kit, it is so destructive. And Nation onto the other side of the Cypher cage. That's not going to be one. Jun and Lou, they will get it done. It's all on Indy now. The Cosmic Divide will be pushed through. The Neural Theft wasn't quite enough, and with through, Jun gets it done. And Direwolves take a round, bringing it closer, but still, I felt like they had to pull out all the stops there, Dion.
That was massive to come through from Azo in that point, but unfortunately, it just gets over toward the Direwolves in the end. I almost feel like once Azo ran out of utility, that was him done. He bought so much time, you know, with the Rolling Thunder, the flashpoints, the fault line, everything that was required from him. The Cosmic Divide, though, really just forced the hand of Paradox in the end, you got to feel like, and well, the Direwolves, they are holding on. They do permit themselves a purchase coming into this one. We have a little bit of a pause right now. We can settle down a little bit, and we can just let these guys kind of also simmer in the fact that this is for the opening map, right? This is not only qualification, this is elimination, right? One of these teams is out, and one of these teams is going through. And for the explosiveness that we've seen on the Paradox's side, on this attacker's part so far, we've got those 6 rounds for them. There's 1 back over to the Direwolves. It would be brilliant for Paradox to answer back in gaining this next one. And I can see that Exempt's ping is just skyrocketing right now. So that would be the nature of this pause.
Yeah, exactly. We will give the team a couple of minutes to get back into this. So, Dion, I guess we can use this time to sort of break down what we've been seeing, right? And again, I do have to harp upon it, right? This is a game, and I guess the sort of position, right? This is a closed qualifier. This isn't the, you know, finale where we're going to be seeing the teams stack up these points. But I think it is pivotal to sort of have a team like Paradox actually take this game and actually go back and look at it a little while longer, because I have this feeling in the back of my mind, right? If there was a few mistakes that have been made by the Paradox roster that are fixed in future, which is certainly fixable, this game would already be over. You know, I think the Direwolves, they're a little bit complacent. Again, as we mentioned, haven't been able to see Lou pick up that operator yet. Maybe that's, by design. I don't know. But it always seems like he hasn't exactly had the right amount of money to actually do it. He's been hitting his shots, but I just feel like he's always a sort of big change of pace for the team. But it's okay, because at the end of the day, all of the Direwolves are stepping up to the plate where they need. Paradox, you know, off the back of big plays from Azo and Nation right now, they're looking excellent. But again, this is such a close and entertaining match, and I'm really excited for the future of both of these teams.
No, certainly so. They've already been able to prove to themselves what they are able to do in this game, and they just have to, you know, continue to do so, continue to work on a little bit of the fixes to get ever so stronger. As we toss that to the side, or rather just place it to the side right now. It's another hot and heavy round, Mitch. This is a big one for Paradox. Of course, the rifles are all here. They've revealed their hands a little bit outside of the C site. You can see that the Rolling Thunder was already primed and ready to be deployed. Look at the rotation, though, from the Direwolves actually noticing this. They're all grouping out outside Link. They've got Nation as well. I have a mind blank right now. Astro Direwolves. I need these names on the screen sometimes, I swear. Mist. They got Mist in the garage, and they've got Lou pushed up, and all right, he manages to smash a Vaso.
That's huge, though, from Lou. It's that control on a map like Haven that we talk about, right? You know, Lou was able to put himself all the way up towards A-Long, utilizing the jet kit to at least get out of there as well, the tailwind to flush himself back towards that A site. They've already got the pick, and the fact is that Lou was even able to find that frag, despite Aza being ready for it with the flashpoint, is proof of how good of a player Lou is. So they do put themselves at the advantage. They do have only 25 seconds left to go. It does look like they're fixated towards this A site, but Paradox, they need to get a move on. They've only got the Hunter's Fury available, where we do have that Rolling Thunder available for Wrath. Paradox, they need to get this done and they need to go fast.
Yep, with 10 seconds to go, the spike will look to be planted as well. There is the denial ability from the Direwolves with the Rolling Thunder. It's going to be sent in, but Indy's position is not expected, and it is not explained at all. It is ripping the Direwolves apart, but it's actually only good for one, as Lou brings it on back. Delusion stuck, Delusion down. Two players still alive and frolicking for Paradox. Exempt has to win this duel against June, which he cannot. They already know where Nation is. On for the 3K if he can get it, but no. Pain is able to hold it down in the face of adversity, will hold through. Tactical crouching on the spike, and Direwolves, they will find 9 here.
Man, another round where it go absolutely down to the wire. Direwolves lose absolutely everything in the process for it, but they at least will be able to find the defusal of that spike. No Radio Knight coming out this time round, and they're only 2 rounds away from tying it up with Paradox. I'm interested to see what the money looks like right now if we bring up that scoreboard. It is good enough, and we might potentially see, please get that operator out, June. I need to see it in the hands of Lou. There we go. It will be selected, will be coming through, and now that could be the benefactor for the side of the Direwolves. But again, it's been pain. You know, watching him flex between the Sova and the Rays has been so impressive. You know, he is such an impactful player. If you look at his KDA across the board right now, he has 10 assists, I think, or even, it might have even been 14 from memory, 19 frags, and only the 10 deaths is just incredible from a Sova player. But now, it looks like they are going to pick up the pace quickly, Dion, and march their way up towards C. It isn't going to be there for free. Jun is already available. The Cosmic Divider is at least going to be able to isolate him for the time being.
The March to Glory is what they are chasing for right now, but Azo, he is able to find June, who peeks back through the Cosmic Divide. They're really looking to keep them at bay right now with the verticality aligned with the map that this one goes down in. Direwolves a player disadvantage on this retake. The Hunter's Fury available for Delusion as well, which means Direwolves have to get into the site. They have to tap the spike very early to at least bait out the presence of that one, but you've still got so much denial here for Paradox as well. The Aftershock is going to be sent on through. Lou is elevated on this operator. The Nebula eventually is going to fade on through, but he has to hit his shots. Again, another flashpoint comes on through. He's blinded. He misses out the shot. Time ticking away right now. Conky Mist gets exempt. The flank out from Nation is warranted. It's finding 2 right now. Mist has to go Colossal with Lou right now. Lou is doing everything that he can to his damnedest. The Rolling Thunder's here for Azo. If he needs to, but the stick from Lou. Is he going to get it? No way. Oh my God, Lou!
Are you kidding me right now? Lou with the 2K, the operator and the classic, and then to have the cojones to be able to hold that down and get the job done. This game is at everything right now, Dion, and Direwolves, they are 1 round away from tying this up. This is insanity.
I nearly just spilt out my drink on that one. Oh my Lord. It's always the funny nature of words not expecting that makes you just tip it on over. But my God, you're not wrong on that one. Balls of steel to come down from Lou. That's 3 defusers in a row. You'd think that Paradox would be able to hold out that round, would have a grasp on it. But man, it always is tricky with that plant going down in that location, right? Usually a C-long, a hold. You want to see the spike at the far deep end. Keep the containment on that spray, but man, what a phenomenal round that was.
Didn't quite get the shot off, and I think Payne's positioning could be pivotal here. The repeat does come in, and they will be available. That is an excellent shot. Now the owl drone is there, but he can look to reposition. Azo, he's hunting for Payne, but Payne means business, and he will be able to find the opening. Once again, we do see the trade come out from Nation, but they are going to be marching their way up towards this A site, Theon. They need to lock it down. Wrath is not far away. The paint shells from Exempt might be able to at least break a little bit of space up, but that is going to be the recon bolt heading down towards the other side of the site. Not going to be destroyed, though. Nobody spotted out here. It is a 4 versus 3. The advantage still going the way of Direwolves, but they settle it down for a second Paradox.
And Nation is still alive as well. He's been absolutely sensational in this game so far. You've got the Guardian of Lou over in the heavens with this operator posted. Cloudburst and Blade still available if required. Rest of the team, you know, they're on A, and you do have Mist still over in that garage. And now that Nation's position has been known, you would expect that Lou is going to be full focused in toward that line, but he does adjust and he's able to find Delusion. Time ticking away. This is just decimation from the Direwolves. They only lose 1 player in the mix. We're going to the full rounds of regulation in this match right now, Mitch. We've seen seen the explosive start from Paradox in the beginning of this half, but now it feels like the Direwolves, they have found what they are required to do on this side.
Yep, certainly feels like whatever has been told by Mist, the call has been made, and these guys are starting to bring it all together and unlocking the pieces of the Pandora's box. Paradox, they tie up now. They let it slip back. Their chokehold was there. 6 rounds, 7 actually consecutive from the Paradox side, and we are seeing a cheeky little tech pause again. Potentially could be something similar. We did see Exempt lagging out a little while ago, so it will be just a second before it is fixed. But Dion, oh my God, these rounds have been so close and so chaotic from both of these teams. Individuals have stepped up to the plate time and time again, but it's those members that we've been watching. Azo, Nation, they've been so impressive, but also Pain, and now to see Lou jumping up has just been incredible. So I think that's the awesome thing. Not one single member on the side of either of these teams right now are underperforming by any means.
No, that is not, that is exactly the means, right? In it coming through, everyone's doing exactly what they need to. I'm just still taken back by that defuse to come through from Lou in that part as well, man. It's just like, it's just thrown me a little bit. I'm shell shocked right now. And I got to think, you know, he might be a little bit as well with the outcome, but he has to settle his heart down, right? He has to be still going. It's a round, yes, but they've still got more that they have to try and gain up in this game to try and take victory. And I guess coming through in this pause right now, it is going to be a little bit of that reset to see who's going to come through. I mean, as you mentioned earlier, right? Paradox, if they fixed up a little bit of their faults, they might have been already able to claim victory here, but that just shows the resilience factor of Direwolves, right? That they aren't out of it just yet, even though it only needs 2 rounds for the side of Paradox. Direwolves crawl back, and now they are equal.
It's funny right now, the chat's just picking up on that point where we did see it, of course, for the defuse. And, you know, it was something like that team synergy, right? You know, he said Mist basically being a iron wall pretty much to defend the spike being defused. But yeah, man, exactly that touching point, right? I just have this feeling at the back of my mind, and I could be wrong. I'm just a caster, right? I don't really know what's happening, but being able to observe these positions and watching Paradox sort of feed a couple of rounds towards the Direwolves, this game should have been done like 13-6, 13-7 or something like that. But again, that's what this game is all about, right? You know, these are, again, only the closed qualifiers. The top 4 will be going over to the regional qualifiers for stage 2. So far, the teams that have already qualified, again, we've got, you know, obviously the 4 that came from the closed qualifiers number 1, and then we've got Mindfreak and McBTS that qualified for this one. So yeah, man, it's just, there's so much chaos, and the teams who join these teams, you know, then they move to another stage. Like, this is the development ground, you know, the hyperbolic time chamber, the training arc, whatever you want to call it. And that's basically what we're witnessing right now. So again, guys, appreciate your patience on the break. We're just waiting to see if these technical issues can get resolved shortly.
Yeah, having a little bit of an internet reset, it seems, for Exempt. Sometimes it does happen, and it's out of the possession, it's out of our own hands, isn't it? And I'm just wondering as well, you know, with the proving grounds that you do say in all of this one right now, it just gives these teams so much to build upon as well, you know, to really hone in on their craft in this game. And I'm just putting it out there, you know, I cannot wait for LAN, for the environment with these guys. If we have a stage like this game, like that round with Lou, if you have an audience, man, that atmosphere is just going to skyrocket, and I really can't wait for that. But of course, we do have to wait for that a little bit. We've just gotten the confirmation that it seems like Exempt is reconnecting on the back, so it shouldn't be too far right now. We don't need to throw it over to a pesky little break for just yet.
Absolutely not. But yeah, look, that conversation, right? And I guess that's where we can sort of really interest into what we're seeing come up in Reykjavik, you know, May 24th, that, you know, Valorant Champions for Worlds. I think it's stage 2 of, you know, whatever it is right now. There's so much competition going for this right now, but, oh man, you know, it's crazy. And this is the talk about, right? You know, that control, the push down from Lou with this operator. I have a feeling that Exempt peeks this one through. He might be going down. The Aldrone will come over the top, so at least there's the information. Lou's not going to be able to beat the sneaky boy this time round.
Nope, Aldrone for Delusion. Getting a bunch of information over towards C. You've got this lean for the Direwolves there as well. And Jun, the amount of pressure on Jun's shoulders right now, little does he know, is actually insurmountable. He has to be able to find one frag here to at least contain the progression from Paradox. Azo is going to clear the corner. He's going to clear it, but no! He doesn't look at the right angle. The neural theft. This is so much info. The spike carrier as well, Indy, at least will be able to get the trade. So we're back to the 4 versus 4 approach right now. But you have just lost, you know, one of the big players on your side for Paradox. Azo is down.
Absolutely. And for him to clear it, you know, it's one of those things, right, where you look in, but the reaction's not quick enough and you flick back and unfortunately does lose his mark. So it is going to be the pressure of trying to lock down that C site. 35 seconds remaining on the clock right now for them to start pushing up. We have Lou sitting up on the top of the back of the site, you know, going to be able to watch that line. Recon Bolt will come up. He has to try and destroy it, but I think he actually will be spotted out, Theon. That's going to make it awkward. There is the ultimate, the showstopper to come out. He's repositioned. But Lou, he's up on the top, and not only is he on top, he's finding frags, and he will be getting the job done again. It's all on the nation. It's a 1 versus 4, and he's got so much that he needs to do. 15 seconds, and Dion, this is definitely going to be Direwolves picking up a 12th round here, unless Nation, but he's just got no time. Lou's ready for the swing, does miss a couple of shots, but he's burnt it down, and Direwolves there on that point here on Haven.
They have crawled, is back. Any slip-ups would have seen map point for Paradox 5 in a row, looking to echo Paradox's start on the beginning of this half, where they themselves found 6. And remember, folks, this is the defensive side for the Direwolves as well. Arguably the harder side when it comes to Haven, and they have done everything required of them. The flanks have been sensational. The picks have been sensational. The individual prowess that we've seen from Lou, from Payne, even Jun there, able to find out the opener, at least gather the information. It has been paramount to the Direwolves' success. And I don't know, Mitch, if we are going to be welcoming in overtime in this one, but I gotta tell you, this is one hell of a map so far.
You are divided.
Just taking a deep breath, because it is the time. The time is now. That is going to be the Rolling Thunder to come out on this way in Payne, just on the opposing side. I do think he's actually ready for it. Indy, hello. Did you not hear him on the other side, my friend? 4 versus 4 now missed just on the opposing side. They have managed to at least get that Cosmic Divide down, and now they force through. They've been gathering a little bit of extra control now, but there's the Owl Drone. Information gathered onto Exam. How do they go for this here? He's caught into such an awkward spot. That's going to be the shot start. Payne finding another. That's a second in the round here as they do look to push on through. That is going to be the fault line to come out, trying to do further damage. They're on the spike now here, Dion, but it's Azo to force his way through, picking up another. Now Payne,
the recon.
Can he find his 4th? Yes, he can. The recon bolt gathering the information, but Payne, he just needs to look left. They look to tap onto it, but it could be Nation, Dion, the man who has done so much. Famous Fury, he will get it done. Nation with 3 to close out the round, and we are going to overtime.
Switching sides.
Man, Payne finds 4 in that one as well. He had to be feeling the electricity flowing through his veins in that one, but it just doesn't come out. Nation hid himself. He did not reveal his position, and you could just see that Payne was expecting him to come through from the flake over at C-Link as well. And in the end, Nation just holds true, knowing that the spike had to get defused in that one, playing for the objective and not for the glory, not for the frags. He gets them in the end. They come into his possession, and you just have to feel for the Direwolves as well in that point, right? It was 5 in a row that they had. It was only 1 slip up that came on through, and the Paradox side, they bully themselves in towards the B side. They force Direwolves back, all of that utility going down, and it does settle in the fact that we are moving on to overtime. One of these teams has to win on both sides for those who might be new towards Valorant. 5,000 credits to play with, and the operator is a very large investment, no matter which way you put it, and Indy finds the opportunity here. The smokes are down for Direwolves.
Oh man, I've just had to take a couple of deep breaths on that one to get our way back into it. But with Indy getting this open, a Delusion hasn't exactly had the best of games right now, but he will manage to find one. And the other side, Lou already all the way up, but it's on to Azo, who's done heaps of work here. And a 3K for the big fella. That will be the overtime point going.
Let's go indeed.
Paradox. And they hold the one forward. They get it done again. But man, I can just not think about how much impact Nation has had in this game. That round, looking into the face of adversity, Payne does everything for his team, but for Nation to get 3, and the classic right click to close the round as well. 28 frags he sits upon, but I do have to give the big credit to both Delusion and Indy in that round. Bottom of the scoreboard, but it's not going to matter. The opening 2 picks, they're solidified overtime point for Paradox. 1 more round, and they will take map number 1. Do Direwolves have what it takes to turn it back?
Yeah, Delusion and Indy find the openers on that one, and then Azo just plants his feet and is able to find the 3 at the end to gather the round for Paradox, and you could hear this, the Rolling Thunder utilized at the end of it, you know, the big words coming out of that. Let's go, fist bumps if it were on land, shouting coming on through, and as that pause does come out of it, it was Paradox's tactical nature to settle down, to go in with this new round in full focus as well. Their drive, they are on this attacker's side once more. They're going to see what they can stretch out towards. I'm seeing a lot of these Astra Stars already on that that radar. I have to put a feeler out for Crash to be able to see how he follows everything in this round. But here we go, Mitch. This is for all of those marbles for Paradox. Do they claim victory, or is it the Direwolves who will send us once more into a new round of overtime?
Okay, warming it on in. Looks like we've already got that control being gathered by Indy, but Mist is going to be able to send him back at least, but no heals on this roster, on this side, none of that at all, and now they look to solidify their way towards C. Azo has at least been able to break the point, taking down Lu. Jun does look to reposition, but now they have the information. They can actually rotate out of here and try and find their way towards C. Looks like we do have Wrath keen to get the way back on towards it, but he does start to move on in, trying to chill. They're just going to settle it down. Wait. Patience. They've already found so much Paradox, and now they just need to settle it down. Explosion is ready to be sent towards this site, but Wrath, he does have the line. Great use of the flashpoint to force them back. And now it's going to be spike planted on B. Yeah, they have to get out of there. Pain. Oh.
You would hate... Oh, I was going to say, you'd hate to see Wrath fall here. He had the full kit, the full arsenal of all of his abilities as well. And now that Paradox have this plant down, it's going to be Jun getting out in this flank and really putting a crunch and a different line of approach for Direwolves on this hold. Pain and Jun get the show done in the end. Curtains closed. Direwolves, they will send us back into the green room. We are going again in overtime.
A little bit cleaner there, a little bit less chaos to come out from the side of the Direwolves to manage to bring it back to 13. Certainly a much more relaxed situation. But as it takes time, just sort of thinking it out. There was the pause discussed just previously from Paradox, working out exactly how they needed to approach the next couple. Sort of having a little bit of a think. What does Indy do? Does he go for the operator? Yes, he will. It was the impact last time, and I can't help but sort of feel, you know, is this the time where Direwolves can pick up the pace? Do they sort of push it forward and try and get something aggressive?
Alrighty, here we go. Another round of OT, Mitch. A little bit of a slower start though this time. No opening frags immediately. Indy back on the operator. Exploration from Direwolves out through long and short of A. And they've actually not seen anything just yet. Paradox almost happy to play a little bit of retake. They're going to send in their own Owl drone. A massive lean over towards this C site with Indy still posed on that operator over at B as well. Waiting to see what sort of play of action Direwolves want to be permitted in toward the A site. They're still just being very hesitant and ever so cautious as well, right? They know the stakes of what's in this map right now. They know the stakes of this competition, and everything has to be calculated to a T.
Patience. Full retake on towards this A site right now. There's the Nebula. So the information will at least be gathered by Delusion, but the site will be taken full control of.
Spike planted.
And now they relax. Just waiting, Dion. 5 versus 5. Full retake. Most things available. No ultimates there are coming out, though, and it's going to be Jun. We speak about his flanks time and time again, but he needs to get the timing right. They need to know that this is a possibility, though. Here, the side of Paradox has happened many a time. There's the fault line to sort of force them back into the position. Indy, though, already on the way around. That's a great shot over the top from Lu. Such a nice one-way on the Nebula, but it's going to be Jun. Once more, the linchpin on the Cypher to start to force his way around. This will be able to drop Exempt. This is Direwolf's situation to be able to take it back, but Nation finds another, and he has been caught out, but it's Jun and Pain to close it, and the Direwolves, they will take the break point. They bring it to 14, and now is their opportunity to try and close this one. Paradox do go into the favored offensive side, however. Can Nation find 30? All the Direwolves close the door on this first map.
Man, I really got to tip my hat to Pain in this map as well, you know, just the consistency that he's been able to bring on through with the information gathering over on this Sova kit and all of the dart utility, you know, landing on its mark, and then just the individual damage coming out through his rifles. He's been absolutely so confident in this game, really assisting Direwolves like tenfold in this game, it feels right now, but of course, the team effort, everybody required in what they are doing, and they're absolutely delivering. It's now the Direwolves, as you mentioned, are taking the lead. Blue looking for the open up. Going to fall back, but he gets a lot of information that Paradox were trying to start something over towards this A site. But back toward the even Steven. Still everybody alive. 1:20 on the clock. It's pretty much just the start of the round.
Yeah, can sort of settle back. Happy to relax. Now they slowly start to make their way towards that C position. This time, though, it's Jun. You know, he's had such a great game as well, you know, sort of one of the more consistent players that you can rely upon. The Cypher, Very, very impactful on this defensive side, but look at them push on Injun. He's actually repositioned completely, and they don't blame him. Doesn't want to have to try and defend for this one himself. It is going to be that spike planted. Dion Payne is already ready to rock and roll. They will throw down the aftershock, but it's not enough to do anything. I think Payne needs to get out of there, and they can try and approach this retake together. 5 versus 5. What have they got for us?
Oh, the push through from Indy as well. He falls on over, gets not clothesline, but just tickled on down. Now it's the player advantage for the Direwolves going into this retake. Tell me not that we're going to have another just ninja defuse to come on through. Mist is just sticking it. No way, this is the close of the game, mate. No way, this is the close of the game. Oh, the shocks, they get it done. The paint shells into the end. The defuse is half ticked at least. The shots are missing. Azo has the rolling thunder to get him off it. What is happening? I don't even know right now. Raph blinded him through. He's down. It's on to Lou once more. It's already half, remember. 3.5 seconds, but Delusion finds the shot, and we are going to another round of overtime. We are guaranteed 30 rounds at least in this match of Valorant.
Dude, Exempt, he might be 16 and 25, but those paint shells saved everything. 0.01 seconds, I'm sure. I was so lucky to be able to find that. The damage was just enough, but man,
if Mist found that,
this match has right now, Jesus.
Oh. That would have been like, not an anticlimactic finish at the end, but it just would have been like, of course this is how it finishes, right? A 5 versus 4 ninja.
Exactly. But hey, you know, just after lose Ninja the other time, you know, it's one thing that we do see a lot, right? So many teams get forced into this situation where they can all funnel down to long. If it's a 5-on-5 retake, why do you have 5 members down towards C long? You know, have someone in cubby, have someone in garage, try and sort of at least throw off those retake attempts. But anyway, regardless, we do see Indy pushing all the way down. Jun is in that corner, but he's aiming in the wrong direction. Indy, an excellent pick, and that's going to be a very awkward situation for the Direwolves to break out of.
That is actually massive as well. June's flanks and the, you know, the cages and the camera as well on a plant scenario, they are actually massive. So impactful on a round like this for the Direwolves. And Indy, you know, he hasn't had the greatest game right now, but the frags that he are finding, they are at least, you know, paramount towards Paradox's success. He gathers that one. It's back on towards Direwolves now. The onus is on them. They have to bring something back in toward this game. And if you are Paradox right now, you're not peeking your heads anywhere. You're actually playing for a retake in this sort of scenario. You know, you've got a player advantage. You've still got a lot of abilities to be able to rely upon in this one. Just play together. Hold each other's hands. Play trade game.
That's all they need to do now. It looks like the C site has been relinquished. Maybe a little bit of a lapse in concentration. Payne finds the right amount of timing, though. He's going to be taken so low. Paper thin walls. And now they look to get into that position. Still an advantage going the way of Paradox. Now the Bladestorm to come out for Indy. They've got so much opportunity to try and find this one. They need the break point to try and be able to find it. But Indy, he does get over the top somehow, but he's not looking at it. He's not able to find it. And now it's all on the Lou in a 1 versus 2. And if there's any man you want to clutch out your round, it is this guy right now. 3 more bullets. He spots out Exempt. He hasn't got the best game, but he needs to make it work. If he runs out of bullets, he can tailwind away exactly right. But right now, it's ringing out crazy. It's a game of cat and mouse, and Lou is the victor in this one, and they will get the job done again. Once more, Direwolves take it to match point, but still, they need to close this.
Man, he's just so good, isn't he? Lou, absolutely brilliant coming on through. And I kind of feel at the end there for Wrath as well, feels like he wasn't able to vertically find Indy, who actually, if I do believe it, in that round, not only did he find that 1 kill, he went and grabbed both ultimate orbs to be able to gather up that Bladestorm. So he went for a little bit of a trek around the map to be able to really rely upon gathering those. But in the round, in the end, Lou goes huge to be able to find it. The Direwolves, they have this lead. It's now Paradox to be able to bring it on back. And Nation, I was about to say, it's been a little bit since we've mentioned Nation. He's found Lou, and he is the first soldier to find 30. Lou would have found it if he won that frag.
And now Lou won't get his 30 potentially, if they do manage to close it out here. But yeah, crazy individual performances from so many of these members. We've seen all the different kits and, you know, ways of thinking it. You know, again, like Exempt, despite having a bad match, he managed to, you know, save the game. Nation's gone huge. Azo's utility has been impeccable, but look at this from Payne. A late round position, but he's gone over the top. I thought he was going to wait, but no. Payne lives up to his namesake and pushes his way all the way up. Now it's on to Wrath to see what he's going to be able to do. Azo to recover that old point to still sort of slowly make his way towards the Rolling Thunder. But they have taken the site here, Paradox, and they are looking to send us to overtime. What, number 4? I think it will be. Or 3, whatever it is. There's Nation. Finding another one. Jun will go down now to 2-on-5. Azo to drop this. We're looking like another round of overtime. Nation going huge once more. And Dion, 15 to 15. This is insanity right now. It's overtime number 4, isn't it? Or I'm going crazy.
Yeah, it is, because you got the 13-13, the 14-14, the 15-15, and now we're looking potentially at 16-16, just by the way this is going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. We're on a rocking chair right now, it would seem. All it's going to take, though, is for someone to fall through, and then we might see a little bit of the victory be gathered up. But man, like, you talk upon this one, I was not expecting this to come on through in this map, and I am loving it.
Bro, I feel like I'm watching an episode of Haikyuu or something right now. It's just back and forth. No one can get the goddamn break point.
Hey, I just want to say, Conky here exposing himself as a weeb in front of 6,000 plus people.
I don't care, man. Weeb's good. I went all the way through high school being scared to watch it because everyone would pick on me. But you know what? Grow up, idiots. Anime is the tits. It's gorgeous. Love it. We're all good. Got to find some enjoyment in some things, Dion. And one of them is this game right now. Moving on up in this situation. 15 to 15. They've got the site once more. The pressure does start to amount here. It is going to be the full retake in this position. And Paradox, hungry after being able to find it back time and time again, but cruising on around. Look at Jun. He's in this position. Indy is going to go down. Now they start to sweat. The pressure does start to amount. The flashpoints will go out, Dion.
Well, they're going to
be able to hold on.
Oh, Azo expecting loose position as well coming in toward this one. Even Jules, smoke still available to go down. Nebula pop, but Azo, he's looking to get up close and personal again. It's a full retake essentially from this long position. Azo can't quite convert it on toward that one. Miss pops his head on out. The flank coming through the garage as well if required, but it's not actually going to be required because Direwolves, they actually managed to hold on pretty much all through long. We haven't really seen that.
Match point.
Oh man, I'm sweating real life right now. It's actually insane. This game has got everything, so much back and forth. And now Lou's got the operator looking to take it. He's had enough. He's done.
Hey, that was Wrath and Mist as well.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I mean, right? Every single member has had their impact. Wrath on 13 assists. Pain in a similar boat, 15. Just insane, bro.
Here we go. Is this the Direwolves finding victory, or are Paradox going to be able to send us once more? Destruction of the Dart in the A lobby does reveal that there was someone around it, but not a full round of information coming on through for the Direwolves just yet. This duel, though, over towards Garage, missed. It'll be primed and loaded on this line, but the Nebula, he will pop it early. It's not going to be the Dissipate. That one will be. We sort of just really keep it slow. Nobody pushing too far. You do see that Lou's actually looking over towards long right now, posted up as well on this little pretty line. He can fall back, yell at Miss to pop that smoke, but here we go. We're going straight in towards B. This could be chaotic once more if the plant goes down at the front of the site. A little bit of a reveal out onto Indy. He gets away, and it's going to be Miss falling first.
They still have to get the spike planted, though, and there's going to be some information gathered by Indy. And now Pain just onto the opposing side. Delusion has taken so much damage here. Look at Lou. Lou's positioning could be impactful. They line up, Dion, and that is a collateral. And I'm saying, oh yeah, right now, as Lou will drop it. Pain finds another, and now Jun also on the flank, on the wrap. The spike is down. There's nothing that they can do here. The information is gathered, and Dion, you know what this might be right now. This could very well be the closer to get the job done, except it'd be last man standing in a 1 versus 4, and there it will be, the victory going the way of the Direwolves, 17 to 15. I cannot believe what we've just seen right now. I'm literally sweating right now how insane this game was. Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm coming onto this one. I did not expect it to go any rounds of overtime. I thought we were just going to have some clean Valorant coming on through, you know, your 13 to 10s around that mark and everything. But I absolutely welcome that to come through. You know, the confidence frags that were coming through from everybody in that server, even a couple of the boys that, you know, were down in a little bit of a mark, you know, maybe just slipping a little bit at the end. They still came through with the frags where needed in that overtime mark where everything absolutely counted. Put my head over towards Mist and Wrath in that one, you know, to able to gather that first round. And then at the end, the collateral that comes down from Lou, sensational. If you guys haven't seen Oast before, welcome to our region.
Yeah, man, absolutely. You know, that's a perfect way to explain it, right? There was so many things that occurred in that game, and I'm so impressed by every single member that was in the server right now. Go back and watch that one, guys. It was one for the ages, but it is not done yet. We are only completing map number 1. Right around the corner is going to be the Spicy Boy, which is a bit of a curveball thrown in on Split. So, guys, don't go anywhere. We'll throw it over to a break, and we'll be right back soon.
I just time traveled. Today's a big day for past me. He just got the latest Vodafone broadband with super Wi-Fi. Wow. Which finally means Wi-Fi in all 4 corners of the house. What? Even there? I've got Wi-Fi in the garage. Yeah, we do. See ya.
Oh, it's still in the garage.
Yeah. Super Wi-Fi. Wall-to-wall Wi-Fi guaranteed.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back once more. We've just had an explosive first match between the Direwolves and Paradox, 17-15, going the way of the Direwolves. But of course, guys, before we do get back into it, remember, big shouts to LG. Get geared up for victory. LG Ultra Gear is a powerful range of gaming displays integrated with high-performing functions to offer immersion for players in any gaming environment. With beautiful ultra picture quality, LG Ultra Gear displays provide smooth motion with reduced stuttering and fast HDR imaging thanks to the latest syncing technology. Make sure you do, guys, check out lg.com/NZ for more info. Guys, we are Konkmoto, bringing it back. Dion, my friend, what an insane first match we just witnessed.
I don't think that I could sum up that map in 5 minutes. It would need a few hours to be able to go through everything that we have just witnessed in that one. The individual gaming that we saw from all of these guys, how much we can prop them up on a pedestal in this one was absolutely amazing to be witnessing. And I didn't really ever get a feeling of like decisiveness in that game as well, right? Because it was just left, right, and center, everything happening from both sides of the map, from both of those teams. And then in the end, you know, it was the Direwolves who were able to just inch in front and gather a little licking of a lead that they are able to take it home with.
Absolutely. And now that we move on to a map like Split, right, we were just discussing it in between that break. It's either going to be one or two things, right? It's either going to be another, you know, super hotly contested affair, or it's going to be a one-sided one. I honestly can't work it out. Split always seems to have those tendencies. You know, we used to watching, obviously, giants like, you know, obviously Order and previously Sonics before they moved away to North America where they're killing it. You know, it's such a hard map. So many teams are scared to pick it. We don't get to see it enough until we really do sort of stretch it out to potentially those best of fives where, you know, we see it a little bit more regularly because it has to be picked up at this point in time. But, you know, it's exciting. It's been reworked slightly over the time. You know, they've sort of opened up a few more of the choke points to try and make it a little bit more, you know, offensive sided because it really is heavily defense. And, you know, if you've got a good setup, especially right now, if we're thinking, I've seen a comp with like a Cypher, Viper, and an Astra. It's just chaos.
Yeah, it gets a little bit chaotic. I do wonder what we're going to see more so on the side of the Direwolves here because we've seen Paradox pick this one up yesterday, and I absolutely liked it. They brought out this Sky back onto it, but of course we look to go in toward the map of Split now, Mitch, to see what we're going to have lined on up. Are we going to have Azo bringing out that breach once more to go hand in hand with Delusion on the Sky? 6 flashes to come out through in total on that one can be pretty spicy.
I'm excited. Dion, for everyone watching along at home, again, thank you for being a part of this. This is the Oceanic region. Of course, you know, these players from Australia, New Zealand, mainly sort of duking it out. Right now, we are in stage 2 of the, you know, closed qualifier number 2. Ultimately, the members of these games that we are witnessing today, the victors, will be able to go over and face off against the other top 6 in our region for the stage 2 finals, where they'll be accumulating points. And at the end of the day, after the 3 stages, we'll be going to those regional finals, hopefully on land, fingers crossed, where the teams will be accumulating those points as well to see who will take their way over to North America. 2 Oceanic teams will be representing our nation alongside Sonics potentially to find out who will go to the Valorant Champions. Dion, Direwolves Paradox, Split, we're rolling in. And what is these comps telling you right now?
It's telling me that we have a little bit of a change up on the side of Paradox. Delusion was on the Sky and it was Azo on the breach, but now this time they are actually bringing out the Sage as it's a bit of a change up. Paradox, you know, they have a little bit of their different compositions that they can throw into the mix with to kind of go hand in hand with what their opposition picks on through. Jun actually bringing out the Sage this time as opposed to the Sentinel on the Cypher is going to be good for 1. Shut on down by Indy, and now Lou is looking to get up close and personal, good for 1. Indy low as well, but Lou will look to fall back a little bit.
So waiting on the site, happy to sort of sit back. Delusion already creating this space, and that will be the call for the team to come in and join. They are still going to have to do a fair bit of work, though, because whilst they do have the site, the rotation can now start to come in. It does look like, you know, we've got Lou sort of sitting back towards the vents, maybe, just seeing if anyone does actually move through. But on the other side, already dropping down Wrath, getting nice and close onto the other side of the smoke. We'll be able to find one, but Delusion does get the trade. Dion, Spike still yet to go down.
Yet to go down. Player advantage for the Direwolves, still looking to put up this containment around the site, and Delusion is going to be stuck at the back of this pillar as well, but he's going to be laid to rest. Now Nation is usually sharp on the Sheriff, but is also finding himself a little bit pressured with 3 players still alive. So the Direwolves, they do pick up the pistol here. They found the first pistol over on Haven as well, and they will also manage to get a little bit of a run in from there. But of course, Paradox, you know, they drop pistols. You usually see them force on through. It looks like we're not actually going to get that this time.
So just the, yeah, maybe they listened. Maybe they've had a cheeky little time in the break to listen to our commentary, but no, that's fine. It's good to see that they are taking it sort of back because, look, I know it, right? It's more of those decision-making ideas. Paradox, if they're going to buy in with the Sheriffs or the Spectres or whatever, right, they need to go all in. Otherwise, you know, you can sort of lose that opportunity up and only sort of go in half cut. So it's not exactly what you're sort of wanting to look for. It's better off to maybe potentially sort of sit back, save with just the classics, try find some extra damage, and then go and, you know, full out in the bonus.
Yeah, well, of course, the bonus is going to be in the next one. We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen in there. But for now, Lou on this Marshall, seeing if he can find another one on the board. A little bit of a bait attempt. We'll give off a sound cue. We're not looking really at this stage for anything just completely tricky, you know, although, as I say, that Delusion somehow has gone all the way through spawn. Did he go through ropes? Where has he come from? Did he just find climbing through mid? He gotten into defender spawn somehow.
Don't even know, man. It's one of these games, right, where somehow after just like a quick lapse in concentration, you can see these players just getting all the way around. But look, at this time, you know, I think this is a really good round so far from Paradox. They managed to not only find the spike, but find 2 members. Potentially, if Nation is able to find another one, it might put him into a pretty decent spot. But, you know, Lou, happy to lock it down. Missing the shots. Uh-oh.
Divers do climb in the end. Not to overanalyze, but I am just kind of wondering still how Delusion managed to do that, because there was the barrier wall over at the A side. Ropes was being safeguarded on from Lou. Did he just waltz through B site spawn and wrap around?
Potentially,
like
yeah.
through heaven?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I didn't even know.
All right.
Oh, well. Good damage, good position, you know, because now look at this bonus. It ain't great. Couple of Sheriffs, couple of Spectres, the Marshal still in the hands of Lou. They're going to go aggressive, which I do like, but they are going to at least chuck that gravity well down early, and this is where it can get dicey. Lou potentially looking to pick up that orb straight away, which is going to mean that he will have the Blade Storm available. He did get it, he did get out of there, and he's not going to accept it just yet. He will up it now, but missed just on the opposing side of the Cloud Burst. Will actually collect his star back as well. But it's all onto Wrath at this point in time to try and lock this position down. Now the Guiding Light to get the opening information.
Yeah, Indy is going to spot out Wrath right now. Lou at the spawn as well in the alleyway to assist if required, but only with this Marshal. You know, this is the bonus round, so we're just seeing what sort of damage the Diables are going to deploy on out. But now they are looking to mount out their retake from a couple of different avenues of approach, in through the spawn, in through the heavens as well. No fighting to be seen in through the garage area from the likes of Diables. It's actually going to be Paradox getting out a little bit of a flank, looking to wrap around as Indy able to start things off on towards Lou. Up on the wall though, Pain good for one, traded on through. A little bit of damage being put on through right now, but here's that flank coming through from Nation. We saw how damaging he was in the first map, and he will look to close it out as well here in this bonus round.
Excellently done from Nation, you know, finding that timing. It seems to be such a prevalent sort of position in the game of Valorant, you know, sending those players around, trying to catch them off guard and moving. I guess that's the thing, you know, the maps are a little bit smaller at times. There's obviously a lot more choke points, but it's just really entertaining to watch, right? It can be such a big thing. Unfortunately, sometimes you do see it where teammates sort of wander off and leave the rest of their team high and dry, but when it works, it is chef's kiss, beautiful stuff. And in that round, despite it only being the bonus for the Direwolves, they do manage to pick it up quite nicely. Nation, off the back of a couple of good ones. Information not quite gathered from Azo. Mist is going to be up and close and personal. Onto the other side, the Trailblazer might find him, and it will. So at least a little bit of information gathered early. As Pain on the other side of the Nebula try and lock it down. They're going to be going straight into here, Dion. Already up in towards heaven. Are they going to be able to find anything? Yes, Exempt gets one, but Mist is here, and he will be able to pick up 2. Surely looking to go for 3 here. Azo, though, gets the Seekers out. That's going to
my lord.
It's not going to matter. Mist with 3, and what a dominant lockdown here from A Heaven.
The timing actually that comes through from the flashpoint as well is absolutely crucial to allow Mist to be able to gather that one, destroying in the Seekers as well. The Bullet's eventually able to go through and find his 3rd frag in the round. He found the first 2 with still 150 HP to his name, and now it is on the back of Nation. Remember, the bonus round is all we've seen Paradox be able to find so far. This is the proper purchase to come through from the Direwolves and Nation. We know how powerful of a player he is. I mean, I'm always just going to put him up so high and mighty right now. He's absolutely destructive, ever so consistent, and the way that he uses the smokes and all of the remaining kit, the Astra Util, usually at the perfect time as well, is absolutely just jaw-dropping to witness. But 30 seconds to go. Position eventually will be known here as well. The spike is in through mid. They're going to tickle his toes as he drops down. Mist will be able to gather a 4K on that IGL roll as well. We'll be very, very happy and confident with those kills.
Yeah, he's been settling nicely. You know, that was a nice little flick around as well to get to that position. So, well done. 6-1. Great opening here on the map of Split. And now Paradox, do they even look for this reinvestment? If they do, it is going to be slightly dicey. Indy does have the Bladestorm available. So, okay, it's actually not that horrible. They managed to get in 3. Azo, a little bit of a rough start again here, you know. Azo is just one of those players because the map that we previously just saw on Haven, his breach was untouched. But again, it was those little micromanaging decisions that he sort of made for himself where, you know, maybe a little bit hungry to try and find an extra frag or so, picking up a sheriff, picking up some light armor, whatever it is, to try and go for that extra merit where it would have been better to just potentially sit back. So I think, again, Azo, a little bit more practice, a little bit more composure, and he's going to be a really, really insane player in our region.
No, definitely agree with that one. And remember, it is still kind of the early stage of this Paradox roster too.
Absolutely, bro. Yeah, absolutely.
So lots to be able to come on through. And it's interesting as well, the current state that we're at during this tournament, right? It's the Oath Shuffle that we're about to see.
Yeah, 100%.
Afterwards as well, which is going to be really interesting. I'm really keen to be able to witness that. And of course, everybody here as well. If you keep on tuned in, you'll be able to see that in the next stage.
Well, that'll be the big one, right? I think if anyone is sort of watching this, just to break it down a little bit further, you know, 4 teams, probably the top 4 teams of our region that I'd really consider. You know, Mindfreak may have been the only one that sort of slipped out on the other side of it, but, you know, we've got 4 teams already, plus the extra 2 being Mindfreak and McBTS that are going to be into those stage 2 regional finals, and 2 more there. So that is where they'll be playing for the points for the big stuff. So cannot wait for that one to come through. They line up for Mist here, but it will be traded out by at least Exempted. Oh no, the Chaos Pain goes down as well. Dion, crazy things happening here.
Exempt is actually starting off really hot for this Paradox side in this map. It took him a little bit over on the side of Haven, always being a little bit gate-kept, but now able to find everything where required. We'll see if he can get out of this Aftershock. He'll take the duel. The paint shells actually go out at the perfect time as well, coupled by the fact that this Guiding Light will provide Paradox a little bit of the deployment in through towards the screens. Now it's just going to be down on to Lou, see what he can do here as well, because he's not next to his teammates. Teammates over in the screens taking out this duel, and it is now just going to be down to Jun, bringing in a flawless round for Paradox. They will absolutely be happy with the result and the turning point of that one, although a lot of damage was delivered out from the direwolves, so they just have to make sure they can finish off their frags going forward.
Okay, big things. And now we do see the interesting buy come back on the way of the direwolves. So this is potential the break point where we, you know, can allow it to come back if Lou misses a couple of operator shots. Pain obviously just down on the judge. Might make it a little bit awkward. So Paradox starting to stack up their economy nicely. Looking to get up nice and early and aggressive, and unfortunately no one home for Pain. Has to drop down the showstopper in towards sewers, and yeah, nobody there. So I think the first impact position could be Lou here on this operator. Getting one towards B main, Delusion going down, and now Pain up close and personal. We'll get one. But, oh!
How did you find 2 there? What?
I didn't even realize Jun was there.
No, neither did I.
2. And now they can march on towards a relatively free site, except for Mist, unless he can do something. But there's the Cosmic Divide.
He's going to have to get in front of it. Of course, we already saw Lou be able to just post up and eliminate the stage over on the side of a Paradox. Down for the count was Delusion, but yeah, they line up. Jun, as you said, didn't really know he was there. Good shots to come out from Mist as he does find the right angle onto Indy. Player advantage for Direwolves going into this retake. I wonder, are they going to utilize their own Cosmic Divide? They definitely have the time available as this one starts to fade on through. They can see where the spike is, and it's going to be an interesting little hold to come through for Paradox, and a lot of crossfire for sure. Over towards the elbows where you're going to see the first little duel from Nation, I would say, as the flashpoint comes on through. Actually, it's Nation getting his head taken off by Mist, and now it's going to be down to Lou to get out the shot. Exempt good for 1. But the defuse will come through, Mitch, and Direwolves, they will be able to gather it.
Okay. They're going to be waiting for a little while longer. Yep, okay, we're just going to be seeing Wrath get that defuse, make sure he can farm up the orb point, which is very wise. You see that Rolling Thunder, especially on a map like this, super impactful. Super important to have. And yeah, Direwolves now 4. So they're starting to sort of, you know, bring that charge out a little bit more. But once again, they will have Paradox edging closer as they continue to snap at their heels. You know, they've got the money to still continue to buy back into this, whereas on the other side, Jun does manage to get a Vandal into his hands. So it's decent. You know, both of these teams have a very comfortable position, and I just kind of sort of sit here and wonder, it's like, when does the economic break actually come out? I feel like so many rounds have these buys in Valorant, and especially, you know, once some, you know, money bonuses stack up behind them. But anyway, regardless, it's okay. Jun looks to go for the important mid pick, but the wall will be broken straight away, and oh no! Lou missing that opening shot. Yeah.
Well, it will be the reset over to Paradox, I think, if they do lose this one out. So, of course, they want to try and double down and get another one on the board. Well, not double down, because the previous one went to Direwolves anyways. They'll see what they can do. Both Resurrections available. Still that Cosmic Divide over at the side of the Direwolves. You've got a little bit of reluctance for them over at the A side, but I am just noticing, look who's getting through the ropes already. Exempt. He's just looking to take a duel right now against Pain. So we'll see if something's going to come out. They are aware of the fact that they've relinquished control of mid. That wall going up. You've got the guiding light still available to find a little bit of information. I don't know if the Trailblazer has been used just yet from Azo. And it has indeed. So you've still got the 3 flashes to go on through. A little bit of extra heals. I always do like the fact that you've got lots of heals to come on through for Paradox's side. They just have to keep on going with it. 40 seconds to go. It looks like now we're going to finally see Paradox's rumbling start to unfold.
It's going to be interesting to see how Jun goes on this line. A very aggressive one, obviously, with Wrath to support him, as per usual. Trying to lock it down for a little while longer. Azo is going to get struck on, though. Jun, great peek in. Now the Pain Shells will force Pain back, and Exempt actually does manage to find the frag, but it's Pain to get the damage back. Now Nation, one of the bigger impact players, trying to get towards his position, but it's going to be the IGL. Missed. Can he lock it down? The answer is yes, but is it enough time? Not quite. Jun will be able to find it, but now Nation inside this 1 versus 3. Make it a 1 versus 4 as the Resurrection does come out. That's going to be the fault line. That's going to make it a little bit awkward for Nation. He might be stabilized just enough, but now that flashpoint, the aftershock to actually force him forward. Wrath, great utility usage to flush out the Nation member, and it will be Direwolves picking up 5. And is that the economic reset that Paradox need? Maybe not. They might have enough to go back into it again.
Well, you can see the reliance that Direwolves are putting on toward that Resurrection as well, making sure that they bring somebody back to just balance out their economy to make sure that they are keeping themselves quite honest in the fact as well. Lou, 1 away from getting out this Blade Storm, still that operator to be put into the play in this fresh round. And you mentioned there the economical reset for the side of Paradox. They can technically go in with a little bit of a purchase if they want to, but it's not going to be the greatest. So they're going to sit around the 1.5k mark, it would seem, to make sure that they get the proper money going into the next round. They'll get some loss bonus if it does turn out to be a loss outcome in this one, but if they can convert it and if they can find it, they can find another round on the more strugglesome side when it does come to split.
Gone for that aggressive shot. Indy's going to be forced behind the wall, but they're going to continue to charge in. Great use of the slow from Jun here. This is an awkward situation to be in. The Trailblazer shouldn't be spotting out just anything. Delusion has found Lou, though. That's a really important one to be finding. Guiding Light will go up. Exempt can get the trait out, but unfortunately, he's a little bit blinded. Azo still trying to get used to those ones there, but now it's going to be Pain on the other side. We'll be able to connect, dropping down Azo, but Exempt, the sidewinder, the drive-by, and now that is the A site broken in. He's going to be able to move forward.
Paradox can even
The
res.
Showstopper is available. And now onto the other side. Dion, will he be able to isolate this position? Pain's just going to have to wait for it.
He's just waiting for time right now. And when I say he, I mean Exempt buying time, using it as a little bit of a scare tactic to keep the Direwolves at bay, to keep them in submission. And you mentioned the Rolling Thunder. I mentioned the Resurrection a little bit earlier as well. Paradox, if they wanted to, they would have had to go in toward B Heaven to bring a fallen soldier back to life, a fallen comrade back in toward the round. And now we do settle on the fact the player disadvantage for the Direwolves. They will group up. Wrath can look to send in the Rolling Thunder, but does he choose to use it on toward the site? And then they clear over towards this under hell area. What do they use it over to that area? They've got so much choices. It doesn't even look like they're going to use that. They're going in dry. It's a 1-on-1 trade to come out, and Delusion finds it. That's the force up from Paradox. The little tricky half buy that they've gone into the round with, that they are able to gather.
Nicely done. That was really clean in the end for Paradox, locking it down as a team. And as you mentioned, only in that force buy with the Guardians that they were able to pick it up. So that's a really good response from Paradox. Now we see Lou going for the Blade Storm, does have that one available. And the rest of the team happy to force up around him with, of course, the Vandals and the Phantoms. And this is a really good game still. We mentioned how it could be kind of one-sided, not to any particular team. Obviously Direwolves again. This is, their map selection. So it is going to be a little bit tough. Pain's all the way in. Will he spot one onto the other side? Dropping down, but will he clear left? No! It's not enough! And it's Nation again!
How's he found Lou?
He's gotten both, and it's just such an upsetting position for Direwolves.
Direwolves have to feel like Nation's just a nuisance in this game right now. He's seemingly being the one person that can put them down time and time again before they can get anything started. And I just say it like the one person, I mean just more so in what we've witnessed so far for the side of Paradox. Of course, there's been the little inklings of the rest of the squad as well, being able to put up some individual brilliance coming in toward it. But it just feels like we're hammering on Nation time and time again because he is doing so, right? He is being very, very consistent in this game.
Absolutely. Just a real star player and, so impressive to watch over time. Now they do find it once more. It will be the A site taken. Whether or not Direwolves even want to go for this, they obviously still do have the Rolling Thunder available. Same with the Cosmic Divide. That actually could be a bit menacing as it does head towards the other side of heaven. But it looks like Mist is going to be taken down before he will be able to utilize it. Wrath very low already. And now it's all on the Jun. In a 1 versus 4, going to be too hard. Seekers are available. Resurrection, Cosmic Divide, everything really. And all Jun can potentially hope for is maybe just some exit frags or something along those lines, because Paradox, they've got this locked down really, really well in this post plant. And I think it's going to be a little bit too much for him to overcome.
Couple of exit frags, see if he can get another tick or two towards the ultimate resurrection, but it's not even going to be the case. He's just going to be able to gather the 1 from falling in the round. And for Paradox, 4 alive as well. Build up a little bit of their extra credits. They won't have to reinvest too much. Indy will most likely be asking for a drop here in the round as well, just to make sure that he can get the full shields to come on through. 1 away from the Blade Storm. Can rely upon that a little bit later as well if they can gather it, because when you think of Split, it's not like you can kind of freely get away with one of these ulti orbs as well, unless you're kind of on the defensive side. You can put up your Sage walls if no one's there and gather it in sorts. A lot of ways that they can really rely upon forcing themselves into it. You think of a free orb, you almost think of Haven A site time and time again.
Yeah, for sure. Retake capacity, it's always that sort of awkward situation as, do I try and pull off the unbelievable on my own, or do I wait for my teammate and, try and take it again? But I think they've done well. The fact that Direwolves still do have those ultimates available. They haven't expended them in the, I guess, disadvantaged situations by only needing to look forward with a couple of members behind. They do just continue to hold on to it. But again, Azo's got the Seekers available. And the Resurrection's still there too, and only the Eco here for the Direwolves. So this should be another pretty simple round for Paradox. And if they tie it up already, 5 rounds on the offensive side of Split, it's pretty huge.
Nope, certainly is. Disadvantaged side in this map for sure, heavily leaning over toward the defensive side once upon a time, but the opening up of the map has made it a little bit better. And now it's going to be Paradox trying to open up an opportunity around the A site. The Cosmic Divide's going to go down. We know that the Direwolves have theirs available as well, but this round is Paradox. They want to be able to try and gather this one. The slower will keep them contained and slowed down a little bit for now, but as they do look to sleuth themselves in toward the site, the Seekers go on out. We're looking at a 5 versus 5 retake. Wrath does have that Rolling Thunder still in possession as well. This is going to be really keen-eyed for the Direwolves to see how they are going to get back into this retake.
There's the opening, exactly what they need right now. Lou to drop exempt onto the other side. Azo, nice close paint, trying to at least find something, but Azo, not sure if they're actually going to go for him here. There's one, there's a second, and locking it out. Lou on 5 HP, pretty much a done and dusted round right here, right now, as Azo's going to collect 3 on the sky, on the flank, nicely done. And that is your Paradox coming up again, 5-5, tying it up, Dion. Potentially, you made the call thinking a Direwolves 2-0, but Paradox is certainly making them sweat for it here.
Nope, certainly are. They got to be absolutely chuffed with themselves and already just finding 5 rounds on this attacker side. If they do drop out the remaining 2 here and you see the Direwolves gather it up, if they find the pistol on the other side, they can equalize it 7-7 going in toward that bonus round. And if they're able to find it and echo what we saw a little bit earlier in with that Guardian buy, maybe we do see a world in which we go over into the final map, which was Ascent. So we'll have to wait and see if that is going to come in forward as well for everybody. But right now, we are ever so full focused on this map right now. It is giving us an absolute stellar performance again, likewise of Haven in this back and forth approach. And I really do wonder, imagine if this one also goes to overtime.
Don't even tempt fate there, my friend. There's a chance of it. There's a possibility. There always will be. Just the way it went. But I guess it's the kind of day that you're looking for, right? I think I was sort of stepping back and trying to work it out. I've worked basically 30 of the last 30 days with one break, which was yesterday. And we've actually got like a 2 or 3 week break after this from commentating. So what an explosive way to finish it off. If we do get the opportunity, we'll be able to take a step back, watch some of Reykjavik. Cannot wait for that one to come through. It's going to show, what the rest of the world have to each other. And hopefully each of the teams gets an opportunity to face off against each other. My eyes are going to be set on Newton and Crazy Raccoon, to be honest. Also, though, there are some big NA teams that need to make a big name for themselves. But now Jun, he's got the opening here, Dion.
Yeah, we can touch upon that Rakovic thing a little bit later on as well for now, but as Jun finds that first frag, it's going to force Paradox back and make them adjust accordingly. Indy, though, is going to look to gatekeep them coming up in toward the heavens. It's going to be down really to the timing of what Indy can do. Lou, though, still poised on the operator to find that one. Direwolves not really feeling any big pressure in amongst this round so far. Dropping into the ropes, though, Indy will catch Lou with a little lopsided bullet, but there's only 10 seconds to go. Exempt is going to have to try and skate in toward the site. He's shut down for a miss. There's no time for the spike to even get planted right now. Azo, or is there actually? Can he get behind? He can't. Stellar shot to come through from Payne. That was very, very nice. But yeah, you know, echoing on your point of the Rakovic thing and our little two-week break that we have, we'll be able to watch from that. Crazy Raccoons, new turn. I think I'm going to be keeping a keen eye on towards V1 as well.
Yes,
version 1, of course, Vanity. Go back a little bit with that one.
The Caddier man.
But it's also as well, you know, I am looking forward to that little two-week break as well. We can kind of hone our craft in our own gaming as well. I want to try and see what I can do back on on Valorant. I
haven't played Breeze or Ancient yet, so I've got to learn, you know, 2 new maps in CS and Valorant. It's going to be hard, but hey, it'll be a bit of fun. Can't wait for it. Now moving up in towards Heaven. Exempt's going to get the double up. 2 for 1 special here down at the meal side of Delusion, waiting for that flank. And ooh, a little bit delayed, but at least he is able to live on for a little while longer. Now Jun likely to go down in this situation. Does manage to sort of roll around, but he's on the other side of his wall right now. I think this is going to be a very clean round, going the way of the Direwolves. Is already Exempt inside that position. Jun trapped off, walled like a jail cell. And they're just going to leave him. Sorry, mate.
There's 2 walls. He's only got 1 exit right now, and he's just going to have to rinse off and go at it again in the next half, it would seem, because there you have it. The half is coming to a close, 6-6. We are tied up, and that scoreline is definitely favoring Paradox over Direwolves.
Oh, man. Exempt. How much has he stepped up? And I guess, you know, this map, the Rays Playground, just reminds me of thinking back to, you know, when we see Plix pull out the Rays on this map. Oof. God damn.
Yeah, even some RDW on this map's pants down days. I miss those days.
Bring back Magnet Brain, dude. What a king. We've seen so many players come and go, though, right? But that's the cool thing in a game like this. A lot of people, you know, they see the early opportunity in Valorant. They can really sort of dive in, spend a lot of time understanding it. And it's only really the teams that have, you know, started to sort of take a step back, rework the meta, rechange the agents. And, like, that's exactly what we're seeing a team like Order do right now. And, you know, they're basically untouchable. The only team that's even come close is, you know, Bliss did some damage and Mindfreak got very close, but I feel like that wasn't a fully equipped Order at the time. So, you know, I can't wait to see more teams actually contest them because they're adapting super well. But, you know, right now, Direwolves, Paradox, Exempt can't quite hit the shot. So the star member right now does actually miss away, but Azo good for the trade. However, settles as a 4-on-3 in favor of the Direwolves.
Oh my god, very, very quick round in toward the A site right now. It is favoring over toward the Direwolves, looking to establish themselves a plant, but it's Nation that's still alive. The heals are available as well. Delusion is utilizing them very rapidly, but he will be put to rest, and now it is just going to be down to Nation with the Fabled Sheriff. See if he can get a couple of Yeehas to come on out, but it's going to be this 1 versus 4, and it's going to be very tricky for him as well. Nobody from Direwolves giving up the bag, nobody going for the proper hunt. Payne will spot Nation out. That's brilliant info for Direwolves. They can just sort of sit patiently, lay in wait, and see what Nation can do, because you know he's either got to die to the Spike Explosion or to one of these boys on the Direwolves.
Just needs to find the headshot, and he will, but it's quite a wallbang shot, so at least some damage. Padding the stats a little bit. They're both still on the site. Nation could actually find a little bit more here, Dion. Looking at quiet. Nah, never mind. All good. Wishful thinking. Didn't have enough time to collect anyway. So Jun will be able to close it out. And now as it stands, you know, Direwolves take back the lead, but it is going to be important for them to find as much as possible because Paradox, 6 rather, attacky-sided rounds, dominant. And I think, you know, Direwolves are going to find it hard to replicate that.
Now the pistol. Direwolves, they get both of them here, Mitch, so they will be able to at least start off their attacker side endeavors quite nicely. We've got Paradox buying up only on the 1 in Azo, so we'll see what he's going to be able to do with the Judge, just being the little solo purchase up player. Going for a little bit of a B lean, it would look like, for them with that Judge. But the rumor comes on through, the boom bot. It's going to be some information for Payne starting to creep on up as well. It's all a bait right now from Delusion. You know, he's trying to funnel in the Direwolves into the site, into the Judge's little cheeky grasp.
Is he going to be able to lock it down? Maybe not. That's going to put him into a really awkward situation.
Oh, no.
Skater, Azo getting caught time and time again. And this is what I mean. Azo, my friend, what do you gain here? what do you put through by buying a judge in this position? You know, you're going to put the rest of your team into a very awkward financial situation into the next round, and the Sky is such an impactful agent in this current meta. But look, again, at the end of the day, it is what it is. Teams are learning, teams are trying to work out what works, and now Nation, 1 versus 5, does some damage. Just all he can really look for is, you know, taking away as many of these Spectres as possible. Jun going for the swing, will dink him up now. Also in towards Heaven, in towards the flank. It's going to be Lou. Nation needs a really nice shot here. He will actually get the tag, but that's all she wrote. So Direwolves live on with 4 members here, and that is going to put them to a pretty decent looking bonus, I would say.
Yeah, I am wondering what Aza's going to be doing again, and he's actually just going to be rinsing and repeating on this judge. So
Man.
back to the same thing with the light shields. It's, I mean, hey, he's gone in with a plan. It just hasn't worked out. We have to see. We can always question him, and I think we will always be questioning him, to be honest. But hey, it is what it is.
Again, you know, it's always one of those things, right? Like, you'll still to this date, a lot of the CS players, like players with the CS history, have come in the more sort of dominant sense, and, you know, the ones that have a better understanding of how the game is supposed to work. But that doesn't mean that it's not the young Sharpies that come from other situations as well that aren't going to do good. They just need to adapt to the way that the game has to kind of be played in a team environment. So that is always going to be a big factor. And now,
here it is.
Maybe he's going to make us eat our words, because there is the first. He's going to get the guiding light off, and here it is. Azo, as we talk about it, fires up with the judge and gets the tight angles locked down.
1 enemy remaining.
It's the right positioning.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's the right positioning at that point, and also the fact that he wasn't blinded on through, that he can really just rely upon that one. Although, as I say that, I am seeing that he was blinded, but hey, he'd already had the line of sight onto all the boys over on the Dire Wolves, and they do have it. The bonus round is permitted in the flawless nature for Paradox, so they are on the board on their defensive side. They go back at it again with the rifles, and you know, Azo's just going to still keep on this judge until he is forced into submission to get back onto one of those normal weapons. I am kind of finding or getting a feeling though right now, Mitch, as well. Indy, you know, it's been a little bit of a shaky one for him this series so far. When is the operator going to come out? Is the operator going to come out?
Yeah. Well, we're not seeing, you know, the Jet as a necessary pick anymore. You know, it can be sort of swapped out with the Reyna, you know, potentially even looking to get a little bit more of a, you know, a Sentinel pickup, potentially trying to pull out that Viper or something like that, as opposed to requiring the 2 duelists. But anyway, you know, that's a constantly changing environment, and with this map only coming out from time to time. But look, I've got to give it to Azo there. He absolutely shut me up in that position. Nicely done. Doesn't work in the first, but it certainly can collect for his team in these seconds. Makes me miss Lakers, though. That's all I'm saying. Only retiring a short time ago.
Yeah, Lakers, of course, for Mindfreak. Kalth now. The young Sharpie into it. Most definitely. Looking toward this new round, though. Trailblazer, spotting out a bunch of information, getting a little bit of cheeky concuss in and a near sight. Cosmic Divide and Seekers for Paradox that they can utilize. You've got the Showstopper now that Payne's picked up on the back of that ulti orb. And with 50 seconds to go, it is on the Direwolves to try and lead in the charge to bring out these first opening duels. Nebula down to ropes, and towards Mail is the Dissipate. Trying to bait out a sense of Azo's presence. He's just waiting patiently. Direwolves, they're going to have to rotate over towards A now to meet up with Jun. And Paradox, you know that they're going to act accordingly as well.
How do they play this? Delusion pushing on in. 30 seconds remain. Good use of the slow orb. That's going to keep them at bay for a little while longer. Exempt on the other side. This is the position that he slotted himself into right now. They see him at the end of the map, but that's actually going to be Pain to miss. Luckily traded by Raph, but now Delusion can't quite find it. Here's Azo, though, again in it with the judge, but it has been traded out. Raph on the other side. Azo, your ears, are they clogged, my friend? Onto the opposing side. Now they're going to be able to get the spike planted, but if there was anyone in your clutch situation, Dion, that you'd want on your team, it would be Nation. The Rolling Thunder is available, but yeah, how's he going to play it out?
He just shot a couple bullets out of this Vandal as well, so by all means, they should know exactly where he is, but it looks like Jun is just pulling out utility at the wrong time. The wall is actually going to boost up Nation. It's going to offset his aim, and Jun is able to win out that duel as well. I was going to say, in a sticky situation, they could rely upon that Rolling Thunder if necessary, but hey, if you use a barrier wall and elevate your opponent and then put them back down 6 feet under, that'll work out too.
Nicely done. Super good play from Jun there. I thought, you know, as you mentioned, it was a potential opportunity for the utility to actually throw him off, but he does collect in the round, so that's nice to find. Paradox, obviously they are going to have another full buy in the back, and it's another opportunity for them to sort of strike it into this position. So a potential opportunity. At least they are at least allowed to continue forward here. But Direwolves, again, this is not going to be an easy feat by any means. 4 rounds on this, on the attacking side, is going to be tough.
Got it light in. Azo is going to get punished for trying to think he can get away scot-free. Blades out for Lou as well with this curved barrier wall. Not curved, it's slanted, angled, sharp shot from Lou right now. Doesn't really matter. Delusion can't get anything established. And now Indy, his position is known as he gets out his own tailwind. Isn't going to work, unfortunately, in Exempt. He's always hiding behind some sort of wall, some sort of box. We saw him on the single box at A side previously. Now he's behind the B side wall, able to escape with 2. And once again, it's all on the back of Nation. A 1 versus 3. There's the first one. And now he's on the 1 versus 2. Can he win this one as opposed to last round's loss?
Little curveball of the Cloudburst to come out. Couple of stars thrown down. Oh, he's going to use this as a bit of a tunnel forward to potentially find it. Where do they watch it? Where do they find this position? He's still got a little bit of extra time to work with. Cosmic Divide is available. Lou holding onto the other side. Nation needs to clear all of his angles well. There's one more, Dion, onto the other side, sleuthing around. Payne's going to go for the swing, and Nation, he's going to find it again. The clutch minister and the king of this map on the recovery. Take a bow, my friend. Paradox pick up 8.
He's just the king of Astra, isn't he? He's so versatile on this kit, even just in the confident angels that he's able to tackle on through. You look towards that conversion. Yeah, I mentioned that he lost out the last one. You potentially put it up towards a caster curse, but you know in that server right there that he is so driven to keep his squad alive, to push the boundary for them as well, to explore new heights for them. Because remember, as we've mentioned previously, Mitch, it's a new foundation of Paradox. It's still an early styled roster for them that they're going to be building upon, that they're going to see what they can continue to do on out. We've got a bit of a tech pause coming through from Paradox right now, as it looks like Indy's internet has carked it, so they will have a little bit of time to just settle on down and bring themselves back on in. I'm looking to the kill department though right now as well, right? Nation, he was up there on Haven, of course. He was at the top if I'm remembering correctly. Except not so much, but really putting through the performance on this one.
It's a hard save, right? You know, in this position, it's like, who gets the MVP so far in this game? Is it Nation? Is it Payne? Is it Lou? Because both of them also had some really incredible positioning and run on Haven. So yeah, look, it's a hard sell to actually work out who has been the best in this one so far. But it's kind of like the old sort of adage, you know, like you'll see Simple go insane in a match, lose the best of 3, but still be named the MVP. That's potentially what we could be seeing for Nation right now if the side of Paradox is unsuccessful. But by the way it's been going, Nation has just pulled the team back out of the sort of, dissipating situation. He's able to force them straight back in and into the faces of the Direwolves. And obviously them being on that attacking side, I think Paradox might be able to force them into an awkward situation. So the opportunity is still here for both of these teams. Overtime?
Maybe. Hey, I'm just looking at it right now as well. If Nation did lose out that round, it probably would have been a little bit of a dry slump for them as well. Back on toward, the pistols, a little bit of a half by Azo, maybe back on toward the judge again. And we know what happens with that one. So it would have been a little bit of a sticky scenario for them. But at least he was able to find that one out and keep them really just energized in this circuit. Although it's still not the best buy, right? And that's actually going across the board. No one's been able to find a solid state of economy just yet.
Absolutely. So looking to get that, oh no, potentially not. He was toying with the idea of the Rolling Thunder early on. But now we move up. Apparently there's a laser beam coming out of Lou's face. That's an interesting one. Haven't seen that before. To the other side. Azo gathers the information with the guiding light straight away. Stars are going to go down, so at least they're able to throw down that Trailblazer. How do they actually play this? Where do they head towards in this situation? Looking to jump in. Did that actually jump over the top? I can't quite tell.
Yeah.
The Rolling Thunder's come out now, but the guiding light goes back in. Indy, is he going to be able to hold it down? No, he's not. Payne with the satchel, jumping on out. Jun to find it. Dion, chaos everywhere here, but it's going to be Direwolves finding the site and the plan.
That gravity well going up into Mail and the guiding light. I think the showstopper actually exploded into the guiding light. I'm not 100% sure that it exploded in mid-air, so maybe that was the outcome of it. But Direwolves, they have a player advantage still going into what this hold. The Cosmic Divide can be deployed on from both of the sides right now. Engagement in this duel still up in the heavens as well. But as Delusion starts to come out from the alleyway, we're going to see what he can spot. It is this Guardian as well. He's going to have to be precise and unfortunately gets decapitated by Lou. Still looking to lurk around those rafters. Nation's still alive as well. Might just be onto the save call with Exempt, takes the rifles back into the next round, and that there is going to be the case as well. So the Direwolves, they are going to be finding a double digits here as the first side, but still, it's not like we are having an absolute landslide affair. We're still having this relatively contained and close.
Is this the economic break? That's what we need to find for this point in time. Checking onto the money, how it's actually going to look on the opposing side of Paradox. You know, 2 members saving. Are they going to be able to drop over weaponry for their teammates? No. It's awkward. And I think they're just going to have to absolutely force into this. Likely the judge to come out for Azo. Again, Delusion could potentially pick up a Spectre, make sure he does get the utility up. But no, they're going to go for the Vandals. So they're still going to try and force the narrative here, Paradox. And potentially, if Direwolves pick up this one, that could be the series over.
It definitely could be. You're not wrong. One of these make or break rounds going in with the plan, and if it gets ripped apart, then you're gonna have to go in with another plan and really just hope and exercise your own, you know, strengths in the game. I don't know if I would call the judge a strength of Azo right now. I think it's just looking a little bit cheesy for him because he's getting away with it. But he's sitting in the same spot that we've seen time and time again. A flashpoint could put him at bay. He's just going to choose to fall back, get out the Trailblazer, spot some early information. It will be destroyed, but he's seen the 2 bodies. So there's early info for the side of Paradox. But look at this already. Jun, he could just sit here for a while if he wanted to, but Indy. Oh, no. Indy, no.
The timing does not favor, and that is going to be the absolute charge up. But Dion, take a little look. Who's on the map? Who's in the position? It is Nation. If he's able to defend this, there could be some big things to happen. Exempt on the other side, there is an opportunity for them to continue to defend this one. That's going to be the ultimate out for Pain, though. Nation will go down. Now it's on Exempt to strike, but he will be traded and taken it down. Now, Azo, what do you do, my friend? How do you make your way back into this round? Jun's going to go down to the hands of Delusion, and all of a sudden, Dion, it's back to a 3-on-3. Spike's going to be planted. Actually, no, it won't, because Azo's found it. And now it's into a 2-on-2 again, but they have to find the side. Azo has been an absolute thorn in the side of the Direwolves.
Yeah, he's been a menace right now, and still with this judge at close proximity too, he might be able to find another one, or hell be it 2. He could be really poised on toward keeping Paradox alive and kicking in this one. There's the judge at the deep shot as well, but he does get decapitated over at the elbow. The plane can go down, and now it's onto Indy. Needs some decimation to come on out with this gun right now. Mitchie gets the first one on a Lou, but with only 7 HP, it's going to be Wrath to get the final blow in the round. And you think that Paradox might have been able to get that one on back and just slip out of their hands.
Look at the money now. It's done. And that's why I talked about potentially that could be the rest of this game, but it is going to be the Paradox tactical pause to come out. Don't blame him. Very wise. Have a little discussion. Try and work out what you want to do. Toying with the judge purchase again. Just save, guys. Come on. You can win this one. Wait for it. But look, now that I've said that, they're probably going to win the damn round, right? That's how this game goes for me. But regardless,
yeah,
it does look like Paradox are going to take somewhat of a save and wait until they go into the next one. You know, they've still got the opportunity here. Even if Direwolves does get 12, you know, what did we see in the last map? A huge comeback to actually allow it to get to that 12-12 situation. So, you know, it is Exempt and Nation that have really been the stars in this match. Delusion has had a little bit of a slow one. So the IGL and captain certainly not able to put up the numbers he wants, but, you know, it is a pretty tough task playing a Sage on this map. It is obviously very important, very impactful, but then again, if you can't put yourself into those right positions, sometimes it can be strugglesome.
Nah, certainly so, man. Yeah, everything is going to have to come on through from Paradox at this time as well. You know, I wonder if it has just been the decision that Azo has been, you know, farming up a couple of these frags, and Delusion just has done the call. Azo, go see what you can do, and we'll play accordingly at the back of it. And now for the new round, Nation. The star-started player for the squad of Paradox is down. As you do see it, Delusion forced into submission as well. One tap to come out from Lou on the reload, the fadeaway. Looking for the ace now, Mitch. Looking for the big old Twitter clip, if possible. And he will be gathering it through the box. Big confidence to come through from Lou. And that is going to be not just map, not just series. It's qualification point for Direwolves and elimination point for Paradox.
Absolutely. You cannot give Lou those situations, you know, just funneling straight in, tunnel vision. But Lou, the captain, the champion, the high fragger for this roster of the Direwolves. He was on top in the previous map. Now he finds himself here again on Split. And it has just been criminal coming out from Lou about how good this guy is on his Jet. And, you know, you see some Jet players around that, you know, don't exactly take the control that the team needs them to do so. You know, not utilizing the duelist role and his space creation with the Tailwind. But this is exactly what Lou lives up to, and he is just so impactful for this roster.
We're going to see if they can close it out in style as well for the Direwolves. Paradox, of course, they do still keep in toward this one. They are still here, Cosmic Divide and those Seekers to be able to play with. But you look at the flip side, and the Blade Storm, that Resurrection, and the Cosmic Divide on their own for Direwolves. A little bit of the info in through towards mid, as the Ultimate Orb is going to be gathered by Pain. Why not? The rest of your team is already gotten in their odds. You might be the closest. I didn't quite catch how close they were to the Rolling Thunder, but it doesn't really matter at this point. It's 4 rounds of padding for Paradox to try and keep up and try to bring it back.
55 seconds, ticking it down. How do Paradox play this? They've been very passive. They've been happy to try and sort of duel some mid control, but they haven't tried to take an A ramps. They haven't tried to take sort of B main, and it's basically just been Delusion sort of sitting and waiting. And in this situation, completely off, just the one Cosmic Divide to be thrown down, and the full rotate is here. Nation still in a good position. Will be able to open up at the first. The paint shell's going to make it awkward, though. Will he be taken down? The answer is no. Not quite yet, but he does go up into the Astroform and will be taken down, and then walking straight through the Nebula will be Lou. Delusion is going to be able to pick that one up in heaven with the Operator. It's a 3 versus 4, but the resurrection is there, and unfortunately, Pain, you are the sacrificial lamb here, but it's not going to matter because it is going to be Direwolves, your victor, and another qualifying team to get their way in to stage 2, the finals, the regional finals of stage 2, to start to accumulate those points. These teams are the ones that are going to be contesting for that top 2 spot in the region to go to North America.
Yep, no, that's it. Very big congratulations to Direwolves on that one, and an absolutely explosive, closely contained map, number 1 of Haven in that one. It could have really gone either way. It was just such a map to behold. You put it a little bit later, earlier in the broadcast. If you've just joined us and you missed out on map number 1, if you want to see just such a brilliant map played on through, go back into the VOD and go back and watch that. It was amazing. But of course, the Direwolves taking this 2-0. At halftime, we were tied up. It was 6-6. And then Direwolves, they just managed to inch in front at the end.
Absolutely, which means that we are obviously, moving forward to that next game. But before we do close up, we've actually got the man himself. I think it's Payne. Leon, jumping into the server.
Shit.
How you doing,
What's
my friend?
up, dude?
How you doing, brother? How was that game? Congratulations.
I'm doing
on the first
okay.
win.
Oh, thank you. It was okay.
Nah, Payne, big congratulations on that one, my friend. I got the first question for you right now. Haven, how are you guys feeling after that one? Because you guys took our breaths away.
I don't know. We shouldn't have gone overtime, but there's a bit of a miscommunication on the last round. Didn't know where the last guy was, I guess. But overall, it didn't really feel that close. We knew we were going to win the whole time, pretty much. Just a bit of trouble closing out, I guess.
No, awesome to hear, man. And look, I guess across the board, you guys are sort of really, settling in now. We spoke to Dylan, I believe it was the day before, Friday night, and getting a bit of an understanding about how the roster's been going. Are you guys feeling comfortable in your agent selections now in your map pool?
Yeah, we're just still kind of settling in a little bit. Probably going to switch around the agents pretty soon, but so far everything's been going well. John especially, he's been switching his agents a lot, and he's just been fragging out.
That's good to hear. It's always good to see sort of, changing it up to see what's going to work with you guys as well. But, what's sort of the game plan right now looking forward into the next stage of these finals?
Just really kind of do the same thing, keep practicing, maybe probably switch the agent lineup to something more meta because our agent lineup's a bit out of meta right now. No one's really running this. It feels kind of bad, especially versus the Viper Astra meta right now. But yeah, just more of the same stuff, just trying to click heads as well as we can.
Awesome to hear it. Well, man, before we do wrap up and send you on, obviously, again, congratulations in making it to the regional finals of stage 2. Any shout outs or any, words you want for all the boys watching along at home?
Yeah, shout outs to Azo for throwing that game.
Fair, absolutely. There you go. And look, we commented on it a little bit, right? I'm not going to say it was all on Azo, but yeah, man, it is a team game at the end of the day. So it was the Direwolves team that did manage to be the successes here. Dion, any final words before we do throw over to a little break, before we do bring back Tyrant and Nebula?
Yeah, I'm just really looking forward to the next one as well. We've already had one of our big maps be played for today. I think Haven will go down as one of the most exciting maps over this series as well. I kind of put my mind back towards what we saw on Icebox as well. Marsh putting his performance up the other day, so I'm hopefully thinking that we're going to have something like that going on forward too. But have gotten a little bit of a word that there might be just a slight extended break coming into this one. The next match should be looked to start in about 20-25 minutes, something like that.
Yep, correct. So in that interim, guys, make sure you go make some food, get a drink, whatever it's going to be, but stick around because in 20 or so minutes, we are going to be back with Tyrant versus Nebula. We are Moto. It's been a pleasure to bring you this broadcast, and we'll see you back very soon.
I just time traveled. Ah, today's a big day for past me. He just got the latest Vodafone broadband with super Wi-Fi. Wow. Which finally means Wi-Fi in all 4 corners of the house.
What? Even there? I've got Wi-Fi in the garage.
Yeah, we do. See ya.
Oh, it's still in the garage.
Yeah. Super Wi-Fi. Wall-to-wall Wi-Fi guaranteed.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here with what will be our final match of the closed qualifiers, number 2 for stage 2 of the Valorant Oceania Tour. My name is Mitch Conky Con Cannon. Alongside me is the ever lovely Dion Komodo Parada. But guys, before we do get into it, I do have to advise you, this event obviously being put on by LPL, for any Oceanic players wanting to play competitive Valorant and can't wait for stage 3, our Valorant Autumn Cup has just been announced with $5,750 of a prize pool and 4 different divisions. No matter if you're new to competitive Valorant or just want something fun to do with your friends each week, or if you're a pro player wanting to keep your skills thriving, make sure you sign up. And for more information, obviously head to letsplaylive.live/season 22021, and we'll obviously run into that one. The links will be in the chat. So yeah, letsplay.live is the website. So Dion, we just had an explosive match, obviously, up with the opening. Direwolves taking out Paradox 2-0. Now we have another big one, Nebula versus Tyrant. And given Tyrant's performance that we did get to witness, I think it was Thursday night, these guys could be pretty good.
Yeah, we could definitely see, this one going the distance as well. And I think, if you look at Haven, it definitely won the distance over there in the first best of 3 with the Direwolves and Paradox there. The second one, 13-8. Direwolves putting up a little bit better of a performance in that one. We heard it, of course, in the interview that maybe Azo gave up a little bit of the bag there at the end with all those judge purchasing, but it is what it is on the closer of that one. We look towards Tyrant and Nebula, and things should be looking to heat up because, we talked about those performances that we've seen from these guys previously as well. A little bit of the shambles in the Nebula camp as well that they will hopefully be able to bounce back from coming in toward this one, of course. But for for the memory of the Tyrant roster, we haven't seen them for a little bit, so let's refresh our minds.
Absolutely. Let's jump on in and check out who will be on the server today. Of course, it's going to be Orange Pearl, Pocket, Myth, Suave, and Marsh. And, these guys have been a pretty impressive roster, I guess you could say. They're not a new roster, I don't think, by any means, but at least one that we haven't really seen a whole lot of. We got to see them a little bit in Rising Heroes, but now, obviously, over here in the Valorant Oceania Tour, they made it through those open qualifiers for this competition here. And they've been pretty impressive, sort of Pocket flexing around with the Phoenix and the Reyna, then, Myth on the Sova, Suave with the Astra, Marsh has been bringing out the Killjoy, and Orange Pearl sort of flexing around the Sage. And it's been really entertaining to watch. They're a super sort of clean and crisp team, and I think that 2 versus 5 that they managed to pull off on Ascent the other day is going to live with me for a little while.
Yeah, that 2 versus 5, of course, it was Pocket and Myth. That was absolutely brutal to come down with in that B site. It was absolutely amazing. Myth Malone, of course, is one thing that I remember. I'm seeing his photo right now. Oh, it's a little bit of a funny one on that point, but we look to see who their competitors are. We look to see who they're playing. Of course, it is going to be Nebula. We are looking over toward these handsome faces. It's Jesse, Tax, Dragon, Royals, and Minimize.
Absolutely. Always love Tax with the staunch photo. Great player. Obviously, one of the young Sharpies who has been popping up for a little while. He's been pulling out, of course, the Sky, which has been excellent to see. But yeah, look, Minimize at the helm, I do believe. Dragon, super sharp, has been very impressive. And Jesse and Rel's, Rel's been looking really good on that Astra as well. Again, it was sort of nice to hear some kind words from Pilski on how they've been developing as a team. Clearly, they're listening. And, we spoke to Minimize, of course, as well, about how much extra work they're actually putting in to developing as a team. Super hard practice that it's starting to really pay off for them. So I would love to see, if they've got an answer today to try and make their way into the regional qualifiers for stage 2. But here's a head-to-head, and it would be absolutely deserved. Of course, Pocket and Dragon, 2 incredibly sharp players focused on those duelists.
Yep, they are going to see exactly what they can do most prominently on the Jets as well. Depends on what map that we do go over in towards, however, because sometimes Dragon, we can see him go over into the Sage and completely look to change things up. So I really do wonder, what are we going to be witnessing to come through from them? And if I'm casting my mind back as well for Pocket, I think we've seen him touch upon the likes of a Phoenix as well, not just onto
Phoenix,
the Jet. So it's definitely going to be interesting on that. But I think the point in play for me, I would really like to see Icebox between these guys. I have a feeling that I really want to see that. I wonder, are we going to get it?
Well, let's find out. Let's have a cheeky little look at those maps right now. Here are the picks to come out for you. Ooh, remaining. Maybe. We'll have to see if we actually do manage to get to that one. But look, no super surprises or anything like that. Bind, Haven, and Icebox. But I think, Haven rather, was one of the really good maps that Nebula managed to pull out. So that's an interesting pick to come out from Tyrant. I think they're going to be super confident in that one. It was the map that we saw, back to back on the Thursday in those 4 best-of-1s. But look, it is an exciting map. You know, it's super versatile, obviously offensive-sided, so it does have a different vibe to the rest of the maps inside the pool right now. But, you know, starting off on Bind, that does mean that we are likely to see, of course, the guys of Nebula start on that offensive side, because, you know, the defense is going to be the favorite pick for Tyrant.
Yeah, and I was just looking up the statistics as well with the Mindfreak versus Nebula game. This is actually the same map pool in that one. It started off on Bind, that was the forfeit map, so we didn't get to see that one come on through. And then Haven, you know, went 13-7 over towards Mindfreak, so it definitely could have been a little bit of a wake-up call for Nebula to see over the last day what they've been able to pick themselves up in with as well. And, you know, everyone's going to be ready for this matchup as well. We're not going to have any forfeits looking to come on through. It's going to be this brilliant best-of-3 hoping to be seen, because remember, likewise of the previous matchup, this is that qualification for one team and elimination for the other.
Yeah, so super important. And I'm actually pretty glad, you know, with what we've had today. Sometimes it can be a little bit by the wayside, you know, some teams sort of losing a bit of steam towards the last day, but everyone's hungry. Everyone has been pushing through into this. It's super important because it's not teams that are sort of, you know, been there, done that. It's newer teams that really want to prove themselves and sort of, you know, go up toe to toe with some of these other teams in our region and, you know, facing off against the likes of your Order, your Wild Card, and of course, you know, Bliss as well, who's been doing some really good things too. It's imperative for these teams to go up and actually get the opportunity to face off against them. So obviously 8 teams only being in this regional final for each stage, and that's where the points start to accumulate. You know, Order very much at the helm right now. You know, they dominated split number 1 in stage 1, and it's going to be interesting to see if they can replicate that again. Mindfreak, the team that was close to sort of taking them down time and time again, but, you know, can never quite press through to it, which I think is a credit to Order. And, you know, so many teams mention, you know, that obviously Mindfreak being a bit of a gatekeeping team, but Order, they just don't make mistakes. And I think it's going to be a team that has to be really confident to try and overwhelm them out of their spot at the helm at the moment.
Yeah, I'm just kind of casting my mind back while we've got a little bit of time in lieu before this game does start. Mindfreak pushed Order to the final map in that best of 5. Order had the map advantage and it went the distance, didn't it? I'm pretty sure it was that Mindfreak out of the gate, you know, they got a couple of those maps that went the full way.
It did.
It's something in my head that was really good for them. Like, it was actually a realm in which Mindfreak could have technically won that one with how it went, but Order, you know, as you say, ever so dominating. I guess since Sonics have left and gone over towards Seas, they had some shoes to fill, and, you know, they were the next team to keep on going through and see what they're going to be able to do. But Mitch, you see what I'm seeing? It's Binds. We're ready to get started in this next best of 3.
Absolutely, Neon. Once again, everybody, Konkmodo coming at you, bringing upon the Valorant Oceania Tour Stage 2 closed qualifier number 2. This is going to be the final best of 3 for actually us for a little bit as well. We're going to have a bit of a casting break for a couple of weeks, but that means that we can rest ourselves and warm our voices, watch some of Reykjavik, which is going to be going down for the 24th of May. Don't forget that one. And of course, you know, if you're missing out, you want to get some Valorant action in, make sure you do check out that cup as well that LPL is putting on. But anyway, we move into Bind. Crashman on the sticks. Fraser in production. Ready to go. Tyrant versus
Mitch.
Nebula here on Bind.
Nebula have my favorite comp right now when it comes to Bind. Oh, I'm absolutely so happy with this one right now. This is the comp where you've got so much area of denial, right? Shock darts, paint shells, the incendiary, the snake bites, post plant galore for Nebula right now. Oh, I'm so excited for this one.
This could be really dicey for Tyrant that I'm actually thinking about it now. Like, would you prefer the swap out for the Brim to the Astra, or do you think the Brim is actually stronger in this?
I think in this one, because you've got the Viper as well, you've still got that wall and you've got the smoke available where the Brimstone can have that repetitive 3 smokes to come on through. But the first duel actually does go in the way of Nebula. Jesse able to start things off. We saw Jesse playing on the Killjoy previously, if I'm remembering right. And of course, damage done in this one can actually be overturned because of the Sky's overgrowth. So Jesse can get a little bit of HP back if that ability was purchased up here.
So they're trying to clear everything as much as possible. Of course, Marsh sitting in that position. Dragon to get the Poison Cloud over towards the top. Just watching Trailblazer to come out of showers, trying to find it. Toxic Screen now starts to come up. So this is going to be the A-side engagement. Nice and early on. Orange Pearl looking to get some damage down with that paint shells, but the damage isn't quite enough. Swart's going to get the opener, and the spike goes down to the 4-on-4.
Yep, 4-on-4, as you do mention it, a couple of bits of damage have been gone over to both sides. The Snakebite is actually going to buy a little bit of time to come out from Dragon. We'll see what he's going to be able to do on the back of it as Marsh and Orange Bell, they're looking to peek on out of it, and it's actually perfect timing for Tyrant right now. Down into the disgraces for Nebula, as it is just going to be down to the last remaining soldier in Tax, and he is stuck at this double stack box over at the short area as well. He is going to be able to find the Decapitate Suave though, with the fight going on deep for the defuse. There's another one. Pain goes down to buy a little bit of time right now, and he's found Pocket. Oh my god, Tax, this is huge for you right now. Attack on towards the defuse. Is there even time right now? He's fallen back completely. Orange Pearl is within 5 HP as well. Back on towards it, and Tax is going to charge on through. Oh my lord, Tax, all the headshots. That is a stellar hold.
That is one of the craziest 1v4 pistol clutches I've ever seen, being able to isolate each and every member one by one, and also just to be able to hit the clean, sharp shots. What an insane start here from Tax. And it was, yeah, you're going to be feeling it if you're Suave right now.
Oh my lord, that play to come on through, jeepers. He was so low with that whole time, man. Oh, I'm not feeling for him right now. I talk about me loving this comp for Nebula, but if you're going to be bringing in the individual brilliance like that as well, then holy, we might just be on for an absolute rampage in this one, but sort of going to give it over to Tyrant. I mean, it is only the pistol round, right? They still have a lot to play with in this one to be able to bring something back. Is that's got to play on their mind a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. It's certainly a tilter, but look, you know, it is only the opening round. Nebula still have way more to work with, and so do Tyrant. But Pocket sitting in the corner, that force up, obviously, with these Spectres here, they've done it nicely so far. Minimize also extremely low. Orange Pearl going to be trying to get on in. And they will. So it's immediately into a 2 versus 2 here, Dion, and still Rel's very, very low on the outset. So this is Tyrant, hungry, not tilted by Tax's play. They want to get outside here, but the Sky Smokes do go down to isolate this position, but it's Tax again. And that is 7 frags in 2 rounds. The eco, the force denied. And Nebula pick up their second round here, of course. We will have Tyrant having to eco now. And Nebula can actually push forward. There's not going to be... the bonus might be delayed. I don't know.
Yeah, the Showstopper as well available right now for Tax. He could go in charging with it in the bonus round if he wanted to, but I'm just waiting to see the sort of purchase for Tyrant. I think they might have overbought, and they're not going to be able to go into this one, you know, full guns a-blazing. So, you know, you can hold tab in the game, you can see the money purchase come on through, and I think for Tax there might just not want to be able to utilize the rocket to start things up. You're going to see the grouping up from Tyrant, see what they're going to be able to push on towards with the Trailblazer for Minimize. He might actually get overwhelmed right now, the immediate destruction. The paint shells on through, but there isn't any overreach here for Tyrant, which is good to see.
Still holding firm. Great flash in. Not going to be able to find anything though, so Pocket, unfortunately, does get the hot hands down, isolating the position, but still a lot of work to do here. There'll be some shots to come out from Suave, couple of bits of damage with the Sheriff. Now Pocket looking to rotate back around as well. So very much the eco here, trying to get on towards that position. Where does Tax take it? Where does he shoot towards? Inside the tube. It will do some damage, but not quite finding anything. Myth, he's actually getting the job down here on Dion. Finding the 2 on the Sova onto the other side. Does he find more?
God,
This is
Myth.
incredible. Myth, you are absolutely blowing my mind, my friend, right now. 3 members taking down. Dragon, though, does find it. However, Orange Pearl has been afforded enough time. Minimize the swim on a pivot. Spin on a pivot. Sorry, I've lost my words. Myth just kind of completely threw me there.
Oh my god, man. Myth is just running circles around them right now. You know, falling apart is Nebula. That is absolutely just godlike to come out with the Sheriff. Got to be feeling a little bit like a rock star in this one, but enough of the little Post Malone references coming through on that one. It's a round on the board for Tyrant. It's not even that bonus one. You know, they went into it with a tiny little purchase, and it works wonders.
Just reacting to Tax. That's what I love. It's like, you know, we get to see something insane and then however many minutes later, it finally pops up later on. Oh, it makes you so happy seeing the individual performances. And that's the thing, right? Big shout, of course, to all of the people that are watching along, especially from different regions, of course. You know, it's nice to see all the familiar faces from our location, but then everyone else supporting their homies. I dig it, and I dig it hard. So thank you all for joining.
See the biggest thing as well, the reach that everybody will have. Reddit-worthy plays galore already in this series, I think, is one thing that we can sort of agree on, Mitch, as well. So many brilliant performances that have come through from everyone in play over the weekend, but We're going to bring it on back in the focus. Tax has started off onto Suave. The orbital strike is available for Nebula if they do require. I'm expecting the shock darts as well as the snake bites to come on through. There is the orbital strike a little bit early. The incendiary is going to look to be lined up a little bit preemptive for Tax to be bringing out the ability there as well. And now in the 1 versus 2, it's on to Rurls, only with the Sky Swoop and the Stim Beacon. The runner back comes out from Pocket, looking to be able to contain the frag. And right now in front of it, though, it's denied. So is the defuse. The reloads to come on through early. It's on to Pocket to win at the Blaze Wall. It's not going to eliminate Rurls here, but it's already half defused, and I think he might look to have it. There it is. Defuse comes out. 22 HP to spare.
The toe tickler, it's not enough. And Tyrant forced their way back in with 2 crazy stuff that we've already seen in the opening 4 rounds of this one, Dion, you know, forcing their way onto the site. Orange Pearl was there with the rotate very quickly inside Hookah. And basically just being able to sort of keep everyone at bay right now. And I think the main factor is so far that we're seeing is in the opening round, we were able to see the kit of Nebula used so well, but they haven't really taken advantage of it otherwise since then, right? You know, sure, the Sky Smoke's being utilized and obviously the guiding light from the sky, but I think there is more that these guys have got in store, whether or not it's practiced enough or if it's coming in the later rounds. That's what I'm excited for, because as you mentioned, this is a disgusting composition for them, and you know, it's going to be so hard for Tyrant to play around.
No, most certainly, and you can already see that the opener has gone Nebula's way with a little lesser purchase in this fresh round. They'll be able to pick up that weapon that was dropped onto the floor as well and slow it down if they need to, but they're looking to just charge straight in toward the site. Tax does have the judge. He can look to get something out through the smoke. Pocket's able to find that one. The hot hand's still available. Orange Pearl bringing out the rocket, though. It's missed its mark. And as the Viper's pit gets deployed, Nebula gets destroyed.
Right, okay. Very quick in the turnaround there. Tyrant bringing it back forward to 3. And this is what I get a little bit concerned about, right? Like, you know, the Nebula side, sure, again, it is a very challenging position to be starting on that attacking side of Bind. Bind is very challenging to sort of force against good defense, but, you know, Pocket's been allowed some free reign. Orange Pearl keeps being able to rotate. How do Nebula sort of change this up? They're giving too much space to these defenders and allowing them to find their way around.
Whew. Some choppy rounds. Not gonna lie, but hey, they've gone into it with like pretty concisely, all things considered. Hunter's Fury to be deployed nice and early on from Myth on the back of the recon bolt being destroyed. There's a little bit of information from it, though no damage to come out from the Hunter's Fury. So back to the little slow stages of the round. Trailblazer kept at bay, not going to be able to find anything, and the funneling in the showers as well. This is where the judge could actually be quite dirty.
Yep, trying to push up. Dragon has taken this control here.
He snuck under the trap fire.
Well done. That's a very nice pick then. Off the back of it, Orange Pearl is also going to go down. So Dragon, he's just completely waltzed up towards the side all by himself. Finding the frags, Minimize will go down to the hands of Suave, who's a very impressive Astra player from my memory. And now Tax back on that flank, looking to try get the position back. And they do still need to get that spike down. That is the important position here. It's a 4 versus 3 in favor of Nebula still. Myth, though, looking to get that recon bolt out. Tax finding Suave. Now makes it a little bit challenging, though. Tax, he's going to be taken down by Pocket, Dion. Now it's challenging 3-on-2.
Yeah, and of course, Suave was taken down trying to get out the Cosmic Divide. It's not going to be able to come on through for Nebula. They do have this Hunter's Fury readily available. 2 shock darts as well from Jesse, which he probably wants to use a little bit first. He gets out the tags. He finds Myth through this toxic screen, and now it is all onto Pocket. The Decay in action. Of course, this is pre-patch, remember, so it is 50 damage immediately. Incendiary down onto the Spike is going to buy 8 seconds of time. You can't see it in that one. There's damage, and there is the Snake Bites. This is the sort of cursed approach in this form from Nebula. They are very reliant upon using their abilities to keep that spike, you know, untouched, and it works wondrous. The only kind of downside from that is they need to make sure they got like at least 2 or 3 of those guys alive in the post lane to be able to cycle through that utility.
Yeah, that's it. You know, it's obviously got a whole bunch of benefit, but if it's not played correctly, you know, potentially we see Tyrant really force their way down short to try and break their defenses as well, because that's the only thing, right? Sure, they've got the post-plate utility, but they have to play it from a certain position. If they're able to force down and isolate those picks, then maybe not, it won't be as easy. But look, regardless, you know, Nebula only finding their 3rd off the back from a very large individual performance from Dragon. Tyrant has shown the better team synergy at this point in time on that defensive side. But Nebula, it's tied up. 3-on-3 is a good result.
Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant to be able to start off, actually. You know, you think about binds, sometimes it gets a little bit fickle on the attacker's side. You really need to be able to find your footing nice and early, and it seems like they might have been able to do so right now. The curveball's going to go in to try and justify a trade. The second one from Pocket, really relying upon something here, but again, the other trade actually does come out, and it's beneficial for Nebula. The Seekers are going to be now available for Minimize. All 3 players alive for Tyrant are going to be sought down by the Seekers. A little bit of the destruction to come on through. Suave, though, might be in for a rude awakening if Dragon looks to extend on through. There is the frag, and things are going quite swimmingly for Nebula. There goes the smoke as well. Anyone looking to come through is going to instantly be decayed.
Over towards the top here. Poison Cloud going to keep them back, and yeah, they're out of there. Absolutely running away with it. So Nebula taking a very, very solid lead here, and I think that's where they seem to be comfortable with it, right? You know, they had their B site offense damaged a couple of times. It's been the A site success, so maybe Nebula are going to rely on that quite heavily now, which means Tyrant will have to overcome and adapt.
Overcome and adapt. They're going to have to be doing so with their proper purchases as well. You know, we've seen a little bit of the attempts in the double plays going through the showers just then, but you know, the trades coming through, I almost feel like it was a little bit too early with the satchel charges to come on through, trying to find that first frag. No flashes to go on through, the audible sound cue as well, really giving away the info toward Nebula. And whilst they are trying to hold off on these rifles, they will be able to do so in the end. Nebula dropping 2 players at the closure. But, you know, if you look at things in the grand scheme right now, Mitch, you are kind of keeping eyes over towards Tyrant to see if they can sort of make things look equal at the half. Because right now, Nebula, they are definitely feeling it and starting to slowly build up a little bit of this economy.
For sure. Going to overpower Tyrant a little bit, right? You know, that's the thing. Even if Tyrant do everything that they possibly can, if they don't have the weapons to fight back, it's going to be very tough. So that's sort of the thought right now, you know, maybe even for Tyrant, despite it not being a very far ahead position, you know, maybe we need to look for a potential pause or something along the lines to discuss what needs to happen. But that's Pocket taking matters into his own hands, pushing down short and finding Dragon. So one of those players that can very much sit back in the post plant will go down. We still do have Reels, though, with his Molotov. And of course, the, oh, Jesus, what's it called? I haven't seen a Brimstone in so long now. The ultimate.
Which one? Orbital Strike.
Orbital Strike, that's the one. But Reels, he gets 2. Yeah, Brim has been, like, very rarely used lately, hey? More so the Astra, yeah. Brim Chad. Omen more Chad, though.
I don't know, man. The new meta with the Viper, Brimstone is kind of nasty with it as well. But I mean, yeah, Astra over Brim if you're thinking about it. But again, I just love the concussive nature of Nebula's composition right now. Just the amount of time you can build around a post plant as well. Like right now, they've lost 3 players. They've still got the Brimstone for the Incendiary, the Shock Darts for the Sova, the Hunter's Fury, and the Orbital Strike. Like you think about just how much time that buys, even though they've lost like most of their squad and they're at a disadvantage, you just are extremely looking over towards Tyrant in this round, who are taking a lot of time actually right now. You look to where the Brimstone's playing from up in the heavens, and you look towards U-Haul as well right now. Like Rels and Jesse, they're just playing these positions quite nicely. Time is really starting to tick away.
Okay, how do they lock this down? That's the Cosmic Divide going in now. Jesse is going to find the opening pick onto Suave, and the Orbital Strike to come down. That's basically done and dusted. Rels is going to miss the shots, but it's not going to matter here. Jesse, okay. Myth getting the job done, but it's not enough time. 5 seconds, 4 seconds left rather. And that will be Nebula picking up another round. So unfortunately, Marsh just has to sit back and wait.
I feel like they left a little bit of that one too late for Tyrant. They used the Cosmic Divide as well, and were trying to clear all of the corners, making sure that no one was on that little flanking play. Little did they know, Nebula had already pushed in toward their spawn essentially and looked to clear all of that one out. And then they were just playing post-plant, you know, utilizing those abilities where they can, because they keep on revitalizing themselves on them. They keep on just farming up those ultimates, and it doesn't matter if you've got your Viper's pick going over to your Orbital Strike and your Hunter's Fury, you know, even the rockets are coming through from that Showstopper. You can just keep on rinse and repeating them, and just the denial availability from Nebula, it is something that is full driven and full focused on this map.
Dragon trying for the sneaky again. Looks like Marsh is kind of ready for it this time. We'll gather some information on towards the way back. But just waiting this time. Happy to just sort of relax on the back of it. You know, it can be very hard to overwhelm these positions when the Cypher does lock it down. Aldro now to go in towards long. How do they force in front of this? This is going to be potentially a nicely fighted curveball. It will, but no, it's not going to quite find enough. Pocket has to hope to go back in for this, but that's going to be the Hunter's Fury to come out now. Pocket, will he be tagged up? No. does manage to get back, and he's got the runner back available as well, Dion. Now, they start to charge their way into B, but it's going to be tough to defend. Pocket has to go nuclear here.
Pocket has to do something really big with Suave. 2 of these stars still available as well, of course, but it's going to be the pick out from Pocket, destroying in the guiding light. Took a couple of the bullets in the mix with Suave. Suave's actually managed to line up 3. Now it's on the Dragon to see if he can bring something back. 1 versus 1. Neural Theft is available as well right now. A little bit of a marathon to be run out from Marsh. I think with the body's timeout as well, he might not be able to get this one out, though the Poison Cloud elevated a little bit. It will fade away. Lots of numbers still on this ticker. He's just waiting to see the time. Will Marsh think it goes back over towards A? Dragon has no idea as well where Marsh is. And when the camera's still in Marsh's possession, it's not over the site. The Viper's Pit's going to come on through. This gives away info. Now looking to go on for the plant. The charge up actually comes in through from Marsh. It's going to be really interesting to see how this one unfolds.
It's going to be a tough one, but he does march his way in now onto the other side, yet to sort of expend himself into that position. Obviously, he is going to get decayed very, very heavily as he does start to walk on in, but Dragon, he's actually outside of the smoke. Integrity is dropping, but he will wait patiently. Marsh creeping over to the other side, having a little bit of a look around, but basically it's just a game of cat and mouse right now. Does he even know where the spike is planted, Dion? That will be the question. Going onto the cam, but it is on the other side. Dragon playing this to perfection now, but does he go in? Yeah, he's just going to even put the Viper's bite down, and there you go. 1 HP, ticks it with his toe, and that gets the job done. That's Viper's
a little bit, a little bit poisonous at the end there. Yeah, it's just so toxic when you think about it. Like, no pun intended. Just how it's played around it in that pit. You can go in, you can go out. You take their HP down relatively low to 1 HP or 2 HP in that point when you do stick in it, and then all it takes is the Viper's bite onto the floor. You wait like 1 tick of the server and you are gone. It's just really, really well played from Dragon at the end there as well. You know, usually when you think Dragon, you think Jet, but nah, man. Like, him getting out this Viper right now, playing the kit to, you know, pretty much perfection. That ceiling has been hit from him. And it's just looking really wonderful.
That's the thing though, right? You know, there's so many times where we hear, oh, this thing's overpowered, this thing's busted. It's like, sure, I agree that Viper needed to be nerfed. And again, just for everyone who's not aware, Viper now, the decay is instead of down to 1 HP is 30 HP. So it makes it much more sort of even. But yeah, look, when it's overpowered, play it, right? That's what you got to do. That's the nature of this game, and the meta is constantly going to shift inside a Riot game where they're constantly sort of adjusting the way the agents work, and that's going to happen for quite some time, I think. But Nebula looking dominant again, taking control of the site. That's going to be the Poison Cloud to at least keep them at bay for the time being. And again, that is just more decay, and Brels has picked up 3 here. It's just, yeah, agent composition diff right now, really.
I'm just looking at that situation there as well. Rels was taking a long-winded duel toward those guys at the CTR. I think it was Marsh that he was really trying to find on out at the end. He was missing out a bunch of those shots. Looks to fall back and deploy the Sky Smoke, and Dragons just jumped out of hookah, just pretty much thrown the Poison Cloud toward the location. And then when that touched him, you know, he's able to just really mow down the frag. So it's like almost to me there, it's Rels, get your smoke down, and Dragons just, I got this, thrown his own, and a bit funny at the end. But Mitch, this is Nebula claiming the lead at the half exchange, and Tax trying to be up away.
Well, a nice little 4K from Rels. Definitely can clip that one if you want, my friend. But look, I think, you know, Dragon did a lot of the hard work for you. Some good entries on the way in. And how's the ironic, right? The ironic thing, Tax was like 11-2 or something crazy. And now the rest of his team's actually catching up to him, and that's the comp working out. You know, Minimize, he's had not a huge amount of impact, but the Guiding Light has still been enough for his team to sort of march forward. But yeah, it is really just the composition heavily carrying Nebula right now, and they've clearly come into this map of Bind knowing exactly what they want to do and how they want to play it. And, you know, if they win out anymore, well, regardless, they've already won the half, which is a very big statement on the attacking side.
Scout destroyed.
Anything more from Nebula here, Mitch, and they might be able to just run away with it. Showstopper is available, and Suave has to go nuclear here in the showers, but he is assisted with Pocket. If Pocket's able to find another one, it would really help Tyrant try to find a little bit of their footing on the defensive side toward the tail end of this half. Of course, there's this round, and the next and that is done and dusted. We send it into the next. And there's going to be Orange Belt on the operator start off in finding Dragon.
That's the pick that they need. The couple down. So trying to hold on for a little while longer, you know, again, just the way that Tyrant have been playing, but finally we see them switch it up, right? They're able to sort of walk around, put themselves into that position, try and find the advantage. Marsh, dirty camera up towards the top of that position right now, and he does gather some information onto Jesse. but they're just waiting for a little while longer. You know, 45 seconds remain. Orange Pearl does get the paint shells out, but Tax responds with the same. Jesse, it's going to be forced back into the elbow area as well. So this is tough right now. Tyrant are really forcing Nebula out.
30 seconds to go. How are they going to get back into it? No smokes available whatsoever because you've got Dragon and Royals who have bit the dust in this round. And with the 20 seconds mark now hitting it, you can see that Myth is lining up these shock darts towards the hookah, or maybe that was the recon dart. It's going to catch a bunch of information. A huge reveal. Tax's rocket works wonders for the first one on the board for Nebula, but they have to get this plant. They're going to have to try and get so safely. A little bit vulnerable right now going into it, but this is where for Nebula, you would really love to see them be able to hold it off. The run back works for Pocket. Minimize brings one back to yeet out the Seekers.
Big play. Now Pocket, he's been spotted out as well on the other side of the run it back and inside hookah. Jesse does take him down, and unfortunately it is all onto Myth. He went nuclear on the site in one position, but now with that spike down, with the shock darts going out, they move the unit. Oh no, they line up though, Dion. Exactly, it's going to make it hard. Myth still alive with so much HP. The spray goes down, but there's the overgrowth, does the damage, has to tap on again. He's done it. Does he have the time? He does. It was half ticked, and Myth has clutched it out for Tyrant. What a huge round.
Big round to come through. You almost feel like maybe Nebula slipped up a little bit there, you know, had a little bit of utility they could have thrown on toward it. Again, Myth had some shock darts that he could have sent their way as well. But yeah, the 2 versus 1 situation, they really just wanted to make sure that he got off the spike, and the containment from him, it was just ever so narrow driven in focusing on those frags, and he is able to find them at the end. And another round will be collected after Tyrant, or for Tyrant, after Nebula went on a little bit of a rampage for 5.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Okay, last round of the half, and an explosive one right now. Marsh only opting for that judge just onto the other side. They break it down, but there we go. Tax has got an answer for it. Now looking to get that Hunter's Fury down, a little bit awkward, but the orbital strike, that is great usage now, and it will take down Myth. God, that is so unfortunate, but what big brain to be able to use that at the time as the Hunter's Fury does come out, and now Nebula marching on into this site in a 5 versus 3 situation. This is going to be tough to find a way
Dragon's
back.
even got the
Dragon,
flank.
oh, the timing, no, Pocket's going to find it. Oh, the whiff, but it's enough, and now Cosmic Divide goes down. This is still a winnable chance, potentially.
And the Sky Smoke coupled with the Incendiary down towards the spawn as well is going to force Orange Pearl's hand to get in through. Good for 1 with the judge, but now it's going to be on towards Suave and towards Pocket, who actually both managed to get a frag on the piece no matter what. Suave, he was already low. Defuse though. Did they hear Minimize? Must have. He's down. Expected push. It's a, what was that? 3 versus 5.
Yeah, 3 versus 5, and it's all on Pocket again. You know, he was such an impressive player in the time that I've seen him in Tyrant. I know that Pocket has got that CS background, and it's been super impressive to watch him because never really had like a, you know, a high presence in competitive CS. But to come in and start to really show himself early on in the Valorant competitive circuit is awesome because he is coming out really strong and, you know, constantly at the top of the scoreboard for his team. But no, man, look, I think, you know, with a little bit of work still, again, this Tyrant roster can be huge to, you know, witness the way they sort of bring it out. I think they are slowly starting to adapt to this meta a little bit more. But right now, you know, I think it's a good opportunity for them to look back. We heard from Minimize. They've been watching other regions and how they play Valorant. And I think that's super crucial. You can't just sit back, you know, resting on your laurels, playing the same compositions over and over again. You also need to take an expansion out to the rest of the world and see how they're so good. And I think that's what a lot of people have taken inspiration from, you know, Korea and Japan, for example.
Man, I just love watching their breach plays to come through on Split specifically. It's one of the huge things that I really like. And the fact that there's actually some teams over there that do play on the Yoru is quite interesting.
One day we'll cast competitive Yoru. Give it time.
One day.
Oh,
no, we're casting. Okay, he gets it. He falls back, and these paint shells do go by the wayside where they do miss, which is a little bit unfortunate. But I mean, casualty already in this round, right? Nebula, they've kneeled.
Because this is still an opportunity, right? Tyrant can still bring this back. I mean, they're pushing against the odds. It's going to be very challenging to overwhelm, but that's the thing though now, right? You know, Nebula now have to use their very much like post-plant utility in a more defensive nature. On this side, obviously, they don't need it to sort of, you know, hold off any defusals. They've got to use it to sort of force back these members, and it's going to be Tax to open up. You know, he was almost taken down by the Boombot earlier on, but does manage to at least find 2. Still has some weapon, some bullets, left inside that Frenzy. Now onto the other side. Does he isolate this position? Suave's actually planted inside the tube. So Nebula, they fought back despite being at the disadvantage, and now they're at 4-on-3, Dion. Tax, though.
Tax has found his third in the round, and with Rurls finding that, Tax for the 4K on the Frenzy, just staring down the barrel, they're able to absolutely obliterate the boys over on
8
Tyrant,
frags in
and
2
as
pistol
well.
rounds.
As well, yeah, Dragon with the Toxic Strain going up at the right point, you know, tickling Tyrant's HP there, does assist a little bit, but yeah, I mean, as you just mentioned, that is a big statistic, right? Pistols, Tax, more kills than all the other half. 8, I don't know, 10, nearly.
Yeah. But that's huge, right? You know, pistols have such a big importance in this game. The way that Valorant is still played in the current meta, I suppose, you know, it's very much win out the pistol and then obviously buy up, you know, the Spectres, the Bulldogs, the Sheriffs into the second round, maybe even holding on to the Ghost or the Frenzy, and then playing that bonus. So a, you know, well-found pistol round can really set up the pace of the half and allow sort of, you know, either snowball or denial. So really, really important. And Tax has, you know, played it to perfection. Minimized though. Oh, does live on.
He's got to get out.
He does get some info. Yep, Guiding Light goes out, but he doesn't rotate around. Tax is going to find more, and he did it just previously as well.
Oh my lord,
oh
Tax.
My God, Tax. He had seven frags in 2 rounds, and now he's done it again. Yep.
Now it's all down to the last remaining soldier for Tyrant, and Orange Pearl's already been seen, and Tax is just going to extend on out. Back-to-back 4Ks to come on through. Confidence frags from your duelist on Nebula, though. We've seen a lot of aggression from him in the first 2 rounds as well. Now's the sort of time when the rifles start to really become repurchased time and time again. You would look to see him fall back just a little bit. Be more passive.
Must be interesting to be Myth here, hey? The amount of people in the chat being like, is that TSM Myth? Oh my God! Good claim to fame, especially when he did have that big round. Tax.
Okay.
Straight on down,
talk
nice and
about...
hungry. Oh no, nothing. He did tag up though.
Talk about maybe seeing him be a little bit more passive and patient, and he's just sending it a bit faster.
Who found the 4K doing that the other day? Remember when it was? I can't even remember.
4K showstopper.
Yeah.
Oh, who
Satchel
was it?
down towards short, getting it in the
I'm pretty sure
right
I've
side.
got it written in my other book.
You would, yeah, you'd have it somewhere. I can't remember exactly who it was, but it was so fun to watch.
Yeah, it's in my other book.
No info gathered off the back of that Guiding Light. Orange Pearl just sort of having to fall away. Nebula, they're very hard stacked over towards this position right now. Orange Pearl is going to be spotted out by the Recon Bolt. Dragon wanting to find his way in, but yeah, look, you know, it is going to be super important for Tyrant to find sort of something off the back of this round. You know, they have to punish Nebula for being in the bonus. They were able to do barely any damage in the previous as well. So this means that the bonus is like, you know, some of the strongest it could be. And now with only 30 seconds left, you know, Tyrant haven't really gathered any sort of control at all. Tax is only just leaving the showers now. They've got to run it to A, and they've got to do something strong.
Certainly do right now. Marsh is going to be able to find Tax, and if the abilities going on down as well, they can't get through this short location. 15 seconds essentially to try and get that plant down, and now with those abilities going down over at short, you just have to look at the containment that Minimize can put on through, but he does get decapitated. Now the plant will be able to be established. The shock darts do falter a little bit. Messy to peek on through, lines them both up, lines them up, and it's on to Myth in the pocket. And he can't quite get it done. Dragon will be able to find the closer. That's Nebula winning the bonus.
Yeah, very important. You know, that was well found by Rels, sitting inside the U-Haul position, able to lock it down very nicely. But yeah, Nebula, 10 rounds, man. This could be where they close it.
I think it was Major as well with the showstopper over towards short, if I'm remembering correctly.
It was, yes.
Yeah. Bliss Major. Got the ace on the back of that, if I'm remembering correctly, actually. The team led.
He did, yep. Took him a while. Made him call for it, but yeah, no, very nicely done.
Oh, that's the one where the 3 of them grouped up at this location where Orange Pearl is as well, and he took it out from all of them.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember that one. But here we go. A new round. Nebula, 5 rounds in front, looking to solidify map number 1 if they possibly can. And what is it with Tax and Boobots? They just have his name. Oh, no. Oh, no. Nice
oh man. Yeah. They're doing well. And yeah, this is what I mean though, right? Like Tyrant have had such a good showing. But Nebula's comp is just making it so hard. Like, imagine playing this in ranked. How tilting would this be to try and overcome? But Tyrant, I guess they've been very vigilant. You know, they've been able to sort of still try and work it out. We didn't see too many times where the post-plant utility was relied upon. You know, maybe 2 or 3 rounds potentially where it was set up in the post-plant. Now they're trying to sort of force their way back in. Dragon's going to go for another swing. Can get the snake bite down. Jesse picks up another one from towards the back of the site. Will take a lot of damage in the process though, but he repeats again, and this could be flawless. But certainly Jesse toying with it, trying to get a little bit confident, but it's going to be Dragon. 11 rounds picked up for Nebula. And off the back of that, Dion, if Tyrant don't find this round, I think they may as well close the door and go next.
Yeah, look, potentially go next. Go in towards Haven, right?
Yep, Haven.
Yeah, Haven, and then Icebox if we do get it at the end. But man, I just gotta say, you know, echo back to what I said earlier on, that this is my favorite ever composition to see on this map of Bind. I mean, look at the frags that are just coming through. You know, Tax provided with so much space from his squad to be able to just go and dance around and just show what individual he is able to do on rifles and with the abilities, and then the rest of the team, you know, finding that information, finding the area of denial. It's a lovely composition, and now Minimize, who was at the bottom, has opened up for one, looking for a second one as Tax has bit dust.
Use of the guiding light, but it's not enough. Pocket's going to be able to trade that one out, so an advantage going the way of Tyrant now. Orange Pearl going to cruise along, getting another. It's a good advantage here. But it is the cheeky little post-plant players that are going to come out in Royals and Dragon, and you know how good they have been at, you know, finding sort of some plays from this disadvantage, and now sending over that utility on towards the top, the Poison Cloud. Oh no, hang on, that's the Molotov.
The incendiary and the snake bite.
Yep, that's it. So cheeky, but Orange Pearl straight in the face. Look at that,
okay.
You love to see it. That's him saying, screw your utility, I'm coming in.
I absolutely love that though, that they've got all the lineups as well. It's so smart. It makes sure that they are doing their homework, they're doing all their research, and just making sure that the fundamentals are there for your agent kit as well, right? Making sure that you are able to use them to their utmost potential, and is really good to be able to put forward for Nebula. However, I have to give very good praise towards Tyrant in that round. You know, they were able to cancel the aggression that Nebula were looking to try and send out, and realizing what was happening in amongst that round. They see the trajectory lineups of those abilities. They know exactly where the remaining Nebula players are. They act accordingly in finding over those frags. Orange Pearl even did it with a little bit of style.
Orange Pearl. Once again, cruising on in. He's done quite well to sort of take that control of Hookah time and time again. And, you know, Nebula haven't really been looking to punish it, but I suppose they haven't needed to. Now he's looking to get his way out. This is the hectic nature of all of this utility right now. Nebula have been able to at least deny for a fair bit, but Minimize, he's blinded himself. He's given the opportunity to pocket, and this round has all of a sudden turned on its head right now, Dion. In all of a sudden, Tyrant being back into the advantageous position, but Tax is on the other way. Oh my God, Orange Pearl. The dirt, the filth to come out from this man right now. Dragon can at least find one, but doesn't even try and sort of press the narrative here. He has to get his way back into it. But only 11 HP. It's going to be tough.
Definitely looking to put pen to paper right now and give us a bit of a story. That is for sure. A tap on toward the defuse as the wall does come on out, but the gravity well keeps him contained and forces out the runner back at least. So I guess the grand scheme of things, you've brought out a lot of these abilities from Tyrants in that round. They had to use the Cosmic Divide. They've utilized the runner back at the end there as well. They only do have the Neural Theft available, and nobody else is close whatsoever to the rest of their ultimates. We're flipping on over. Nebula, they've got 2 available, almost 3 with Rails being 1 away from the Orbital Strike.
Tyrant at least not done just yet. But again, as you sort of mentioned, you know, the Viper's Pit Seekers can utilize it quite well. An interesting thing to see come out from the Viper potentially is not even using the Viper's Pit for the retake, but to just isolate a position. And just as I say that, there we go. Using it to basically lock off Hookah for the entire round. It's like, if you want to go in, you're going to deal with a whole eyesight of green. And it is going to be a very challenging one indeed. But in the end, he actually does choose to push out. He might gather some information off the back of that. Never mind. He's going to sidestep it. Orange Pearl, not ready for that one, but oh, Dragon. Definitely toying with fate right there. But again, it is just Viper's Kit being utilized so well once more. Taking that control. Royals to find Marsh and Nebula. They are 1 step closer to the end. And Tyrant is potentially about to break.
Yes, very good from Dragon, stepping in and out of this this green goo. Of course, you see green, I see grey. Now it's down a pocket, good for one. See you later to another day. Nebula, they find map point.
Match point.
Nice and clean. So Nebula, again, sort of just diffed out by the composition. It is so hard, and that's the thing about Bind, right? You know, it is a very challenging map to overcome, and you need to really have your sights set on strongly to what you're going to do and how you're going to achieve it. Very, very challenging to find. But regardless, you know, I've got to give it to Nebula, because if you can win in the draft, you know, I guess that's sort of... I'm taking a lot of... I guess, inspiration from League right now. You know, obviously, I do have a feeling that Riot are going to send some sort of tendencies towards this game. Ultimately, as more agents come into the pool, we are going to be seeing those pick and bans, I would assume, as well as the map. Exactly right. And that's going to make it really challenging. You know, when you find an agent that's OP, it might sort of make it difficult. And I think that's something that's going to be really exciting. And, you know, quite commonly inside Riot, like in League of Legends, you know, I've been watching a lot over in Iceland right now, is people saying they've won in the draft. They've won just by the champions that they're having to select. So I think that could be a possibility in this game. But Minimize is already down long with the operator on Sky. That's where he's at right now.
He got sent into not the Shadow Realm, essentially, through the teleporter, and as his body is reconstituted, it's able to find a frag, and now attacks on towards Orange Pill. This is going very, very nicely for Nebula right now. It's on towards Pocket and Suave to see what they are able to bring back. They open up for one. Then Jesse gets the trade. Orbital Strike forces Pocket's hands, and there's just too many angles, and there you do have it, folks. It's 13-7 for map number 1 in this best of 3. And man, I gotta say, again, just echoing through what I've said, I love that composition that Nebula put through.
It's so disgusting, man. But look, it's something that's well practiced, and I guess a credit to Nebula, because it means that they are putting in the work. As we mentioned, you know, we spoke to Minimize only a couple of days ago, where he did break down that they have been trying out some new things, and it's clearly working out for them. Super proud to see a team like that really taking it to the contest. They did fall by the wayside, you know, yesterday, obviously, but that could have been a different result if there wasn't that forfeit. So, you know, this time rather, they're on time, they're in the server, and they're winning out the first map, you know, in quite a dominant fashion. So 13-7 is the victory. Guys, we will be right around the corner with, of course, the next map, which will be Haven. Don't go anywhere. Thank you all for watching, and we'll be right back just after this break.
I just time traveled. Ah, today's a big day for past me. He just got the latest Vodafone broadband with super Wi-Fi. Wow. Which finally means Wi-Fi in all 4 corners of the house.
What? Even there? I've got Wi-Fi in the garage.
Yeah, we do. See ya.
Oh, it's still in the garage.
Yeah. Super Wi-Fi. Wall-to-wall Wi-Fi guaranteed.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once more. Again, it is the Valorant Oceania Tour. We are into what could finally be the final map, actually, of the entire weekend. You know, we've had 4 action-packed days. This is, of course, Stage 2, closed qualifier number 2. The final map, potentially, that we will see a team qualify to join the other 4 from the other side of Stage 2. My name is Mitch Conky Cannon. Alongside is my partner in crime, Dion Komodo Parada, Komodo, running it back. Dion, what are your thoughts on that first map? That was, as you mentioned, pretty dirty to come out from Nebula.
Yeah, as I said, Nebula, you know, they didn't really get a chance yesterday to prove themselves completely, of course, with the shambles that happened around that one. And Bind was, of course, the map that they had to forfeit on out due to those circumstances. But really coming in toward it today, you know, I would have absolutely loved to have seen that composition be able to tackle against Mindfreak. That would have been amazing. But they managed to tackle it up against Tyrant, and they managed to pretty much just sit them down time and time again. It was pretty much executed flawlessly from them.
Yeah, no, for sure. It was really clean. They had each other's backs. You know, they set up the post plant. And I think it's still certainly got some work that can be done. Like, it wasn't a full, you know, super clean run, but it was enough for the time being to overwhelm Tyrant. Basically, what I'm saying is you know, if they were to utilize that composition up against someone like Order, I think they would struggle, because Order, obviously, they make less mistakes. They're much more well drilled. But I think it's a good sign, right? Because it means that a team like Nebula, they're taking a step back. They're reviewing other regions, how they play it. And, you know, I think that's awesome. And I think it's something that we can certainly hope to see from a bunch of other players in the region. And that's a possibility. You know, there's plenty of more time before we do move into Stage 3 for, you know, that's the last set of points to accumulate to go to the regional finals. So I'm excited for everything that I suppose the future of this game holds inside Oceania.
Yeah, and now I'm just kind of thinking as well toward the next map in Haven right now. Is Tyrant going to be able to fight back and send us over into the final one in Icebox? I'm kind of expecting, again, you know, for Pocket to be probably bringing back out the Phoenix. It's very valid on a map like Haven. But I guess without further ado, you know, we can look to send it on over and get things started into this second one. Mitch, do you think it is going to be 2-0, or do you think we're going the distance?
Let's find out, Dion. I think, again, as you mentioned, it will be in the agent composition, but a map like Haven, it's much more open. It's much more offensive heavy. Whoever gets aggressive can be rewarded with potentially the game. We want to make it over towards Icebox. I do have a feeling Nebula will potentially 2-0 it here, but I want Tyrant to be fighting back and looking to overwhelm the side of Nebula. Guys, once again, this is Stage 2, closed qualifier number 2 of the Let's Play Live Valorant Oceania Tour of 2021. It has been an explosive year so far. A massive shout out to LG and Vodafone, our partners in crime. Dion, let us see who will be the victor here, and if we wrap up the weekend, or if we've got another map as we move into Haven.
Alrighty, so Pocket is indeed going to be back on toward the Phoenix, and hang on. We have the same composition coming in for Tyrant in this one. A little bit of a change up for Nebula, though. The Sky's still here. The Viper and the Jet are changed up on the players as well. It's Minimize to start on through. Okay, Minimize. Able to start quite nicely, actually, with this Viper. Dragon did what was required in the previous one. Straight shooting in toward the C site right now. It's looking just a little bit easy for Nebula in this round, all things considered, as they closed it out flawlessly in, what, like 15 seconds?
Yeah, whole round's done. Nothing really to play for, and that's the strength of that Viper right inside the garage. They try to force their hand, but Minimize just says, oh, hello, you guys are low from my poison cloud. Goodbye. Takes them down nice and easily. So really clean rounds. And that is going to make it a pretty tilting start, I guess, for Tyrant. Not able to find anything. They just go for the full save. Very wise. Wait to play out into the hands of Nebula's bonus. But a really solid start for Nebula, and I think that will put them into good stead towards the rest of this game.
So they definitely want to make a statement after yesterday's matches, of course, getting in toward the qualification area, meeting the likes of Mindfreak, McBTS, and the Direwolves. Then you've got, what was it, Order, Bliss, Wildcard, and...
I think it's straight out of the zoo as well.
You know, you might be right on that one.
That's a cool team to watch. Wondering how they've come back through. You know, will they actually practice into the next one? So Yifang, you know, super keen to obviously run it back into that one. But, you know, they're an exciting team to watch as well. I think they're really cool. And, you know, I guess it's so, because they don't prac, you know, it's so hard to actually know what they're going to bring to the table.
Certainly correct in that one. It looks like onto the table right now is a little bit of damage to come on through as the Snakebite is going to catch a frag on towards Marsh. It's not going to be able to be loaded into the kill feed, unfortunately. Still a little little observer's bug that sometimes does come on through. Oh no, actually, that's the one from the Toxic Strain getting the frag, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
The square.
Yep. There's no icon for it, I don't think, at this point in time.
Spike down mid.
Rito,
only dropping one. We'll take that.
Yeah, nice and clean. Nebula able to go into the next round of the bonus pretty happily. How do they play it out? What have they got? So Dragon still with the Marshal. Looks like Tax is actually going to invest into the Vandal. Does go over the top a little bit, but still being around 1.2k. There's a potential to actually pick up something off the back of that. Jesse's only going to be dropping down to... Oh, no. Okay, looks like Tax is going to sit back on the Bulldog. Nice and smart. Jesse just with the Frenzy. So this is an okay bonus to go through with. You know, not as strong as you sort of would have liked, but I guess the members have so much money to work with. And Dragon, win or lose this round, he can look to pick up the Operator.
Yeah, that's indeed correct. The Guiding Light to be sent on through with a Shock Dart and the Poison Cloud will provide a lot of nice forward momentum for Minimize right now. He's actually looking to go right up close and personal with them. Imagine if he's able to creep on through, but it is going to be called back. He's going to retrieve it, and Orange Pearl is forced to use the Tailwind to get away as well. So already the feeling from Nebula is in the server right now. They've been getting aggressive, but Marshall sidestep in for the first opener. And what is this skin?
It's the... like the punk one, or the Mage Punk, I think it is. Pretty
caught me off guard.
This game, of course.
I thought it was an Operator.
I've seen the pistol come out for it a fair bit, but not so much the Marshal. That's the first time I've seen that one. But yeah, as we know, the Agent skin game maybe coming out in the future, but obviously the weapon skin's very impressive. Thank you, Riot, for those ones. Suave will be able to at least find one more. Now, Royals in on the trade. But in this 4 versus 2, it's going to be a struggle regardless, with Pocket sitting towards the back of the site. Royals does get another, but he's taken down very low, and Marshall will be able to trade it. So Tyrant, a nice and clean round, countering the bonus. However, Nebula, as we spoke about, win or lose, we're going to see that Operator come out for Drag, and he's going to pick up that one nice and happily, going just for the light shield, but at least it's enough to sort of back him up. And yeah, the rest of the team going to be going around those Vandals and Phantoms, of course. So on the side of... what are we going to see from Tyrant? Orange Pearl, not really a whole bunch of cash. Pocket can drop for him, though, so it should be all good.
I wonder if they want to try and get both of the orbs here as well to try and get Orange Pearl on the Blade Storm. I did notice that there is one away from Minimize's Viper's Pit. Currently there as well. So definitely looking for a world in which Nebula on their first proper purchase round will be trying to sit Tyrant back down after only dropping the bonus. But in the opening engagements already, a little bit of a how do you do in amongst the B site. The Toxic Screen is going to be deployed nice and early, as well as the Poison Cloud. So those toxins are going to tip on down very rapidly for Minimize, but we've really seen no sense of substance in this round just yet.
Is Tax going to find anything? Just one little step away from sending up that Guiding Light. There's the first, then potentially a second, but he's actually going to rotate out, and Dragon is going to be able to pick up one onto Suave as well. So I like that from Nebula. They don't sort of sit over the top. They will wait patiently and allow them to sort of come back into it. And it looks like Orange Pearl not sort of happy to over-aggress that, just going to sort of sit back and, you know, look to sort of retake a different position of the site. Marsh still has the spike in hand and getting up aggressive in towards short. So clearly they need to end towards A, regardless of how they play out the rest of this round.
Yeah, almost just funneled in full focus over towards that area, aren't they? The containment that's been put up as well for Nebula. They've still got the 2 players in amongst that site right now, and just making sure that they do check out the other sites. It's going to have to be a very large and in charge entry from Tyrant, and they've got no real time in case things do falter. So 10 seconds essentially to get this spike down right now. And Dragon, he can stay posted on this line even though he gets revealed. Will choose to fall on back, and the plant will look to go on down. Myth able to find on 2, however. Now we've actually got a bit of a better round on our hands.
Yeah, a bit of spice coming back into the spice rack here as Nebula do lose a couple of members in this situation. Of course, making their way out. Jesse will be at the helm. Another member going in towards Heaven, but locking it down. Myth has already done big things in this round, and now as the turret does go down, bit of a body block, but there's the utilization of the Vipers, the snake bite over the top. Now Orange Pearl, a little bit awkward of a situation. They're going to line up for him, but Royals gets the trade back. Now it's all onto just Royals in the 1 versus 1, and he will just have enough time to lock it down. The defusal comes through, and a great re-entrance into the site from Nebula. But look, I've got to tip my bonnet to Tyrant in that round, because Myth made it possible for them to even find the site alone.
Yeah, he was certainly putting a little bit of fuel back into the fire for Tyrant there, but I guess for Nebula, they just had the water to douse that one out, and it does work out nicely. But again, you know, it's kind of one of those rounds where you kind of wish it would go over towards Tyrant as well. You know, they are on the back foot right now. They're a map down. This one we want to keep contained on completely. I really would like to see Icebox between these two as well. But again, you know, definitely welcoming in the fact of a 2-0 if it is being, you know, extremely well deserved. And for what we've seen from Nebula so far, it would be very well placed for them as well.
Dragon wanting to make it happen once more. If he does peek a little bit deeper, he does have an opportunity, and that's great use as well of the Trailblazer. Might sort of put him into a bit of a false sense of security, but Dragon missing that shot. And now Myth, look at the control that he's been able to gather up as well. Dion might be able to find something onto the back of it. A little bit messy, a little bit shaky, but he's there. And now Tax to line him up. Run it back will be destroyed. And I think Tax could go huge here, but Suave will deny, moving around, and Suave could do some more damage as well, but it's going to be Orange Pearl. Jesse to trade it, but it's a 3-on-2 in favor again. And there's the flank. Minimize has to go huge here. It can go nuclear, living up to the name of Viper. But of course, with all that utility available, there is still Marsh, the linchpin inside mid. 1-on-3, can he do it, Leon?
He has to go extremely radioactive in this one as well. Be ever so toxic as the snakebite looks to clear under towards Heaven into Hell. The second one to keep anyone at bay. We're going to come through
Poison
the cheeky little side spawn. He does have the poison claw, but he's just tried to bait out the tap and get Pocket in toward the vision. It's in the vision, but it's not in the frag department. So Tyrant, they enter back to get another one on the board. And I think with the amount of damage that we've seen to the economy of Nebula, they might have been in this one for a bit of a save. We could still see Tax sell back if required. I mean, he is one away from the Seekers. Dragon's one away from the Blade Storm. So they could, like, force up if they wanted to and go in with haste, but it'll be better for longevity if they do look to be on the eco state right now.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's the sort of the important thing, right? It's sometimes even these sheriffs, you know, might not be that worth it, but I trust it in the hands of Tax. And also, you know, not over-investing either, so he's been able to pick up that in the light shield. Now they're going straight out mid to try and find something. Pocket, though, will be the denier. Minimize just onto the other side. Doesn't quite spot out Orange Pearl, though. He's been doing really well to avoid this DK damage. So just sort of waiting now onto the other side. I think, again, you know, Nebula have done well so far on this defensive side, not needing to overstep, but that's a great shot to come out from Tax, so at least they tickle it. 3-on-4.
Oh, looking for some more damage on the back of these pistols right now.
Ooh, Dragon.
Looking for something. Dragon could actually go massive right now as well. The first one. But Suave's able to find it. So the Blades will be put to rest. Tax has found one frag on the board in this round already. We'll be looking for the ace if ever possible, but it looks like that his name's already up right now. Marsh will be able to find it, even though it was looking the wrong way. The adjustment will be there. So Tyrant will equal things up right now, and they will look to also shut down the next purchase of Nebula and really try to gain a bit of a lead in this one.
Yes, this should do.
So at least tying it up, you know, good sort of money in the bank account for Tyrant. I think it's going to be a real big challenge for Nebula to try and break that situation. And as we know, the sort of way that Haven is played out right now, still sort of offensive team-sided, I guess you could say. It's not like 100%, maybe 50-50, but it's definitely sort of, you know, teetering more towards who can get more aggressive. And I feel like just the way that this map is structured, you know, with the 3 sites, it's so hard to play your normal defaults. You know, you have to sort of at least fizz away from one of those ones, you know, either take control of a certain bit of real estate on the map before you do set up your structure, or just completely forgive it altogether. But onto the other side, you know, Jesse's going to be forced away by this Cosmic Divide, and it should very well be a 5-on-5 retake, as that spike will be coming up into the hands of Suave, I believe. No, Myth. And he's going to get that planted, but Dragon, he's in a bit of an awkward spot here.
Yeah, and of course the lockdown is going to come out for Nebula as well. I wonder if we do have any cheeky shock darts to be coming on through. It's actually going to be the Hunter's Fury that'll be provided on toward the lockdown. Myth is actually going to catch Rails in the part, and now Jesse also taken down. It's a little bit chaotic in amongst the side, but it's going pretty swimmingly for Tyrant. Just down to Dragon, trying to escape. The Classic's being brought on through as he can't quite get anything out. He survives for a little bit in the attempt, but Tyrant, they do win out the round, and there you go. They take the lead as well. It's been a little bit since we've seen them in the lead.
Yeah, but it's good. Like, it's a well-earned one. And now the eco coming out for Nebula.
1 second, peeps.
They've got the opportunity to really start to force this one back and cement themselves, Tyrant, in this map of Haven. Of course, it is their map pick too, so they've clearly picked this one for a reason. Took the L from Nebula in the previous map with such dominant performance on the back of their agent selection. And, you know, again, Nebula still, they have a very, very, tilting agent comp. So it's, you know, credit to Tyrant for doing so well and keeping their composure so far. They've been good with their trades and side control.
Yeah, a little progression for Tyrant right now as well. They're just making sure they're not going to get trounced upon by a cheeky little Nebula push-up or a little bit of a gamble stack. Just making sure everything can be covered on off. They'll get a bit of a reveal onto Tax in turn as well. Revealed on the Marshall purchase that he's been able to come on out with. But Jesse is going to be the first fallen soldier in this round, and that's going to be the entry point for Tyrant in toward this C site. Minimize will try to get through the snake bite. It's not really going to do anything too dastardly in this one. So the plant will look to go down for Tyrant here, and they're just going to look to try and close out the round.
Still again in another good situation. Overgrowth will be used for a little while. Blade Storm still up and available, but look again, you know, they don't really need to overstep right now. Tyrant can just sort of sit and wait, play it as a unit. The Guiding Light will get some information over the top. Pocket. We'll be able to at least find something else, but just the tag up damage right now. Orange Bell, good with the trade. Max able to find it back, so it's still not, I'm going to call it, a winnable round as Orange Bell does sort of force his way in, but at least they've been able to find some damage, chipping at the economy of Tyrant. The other two members, though, all the way down long. And yeah, they're going to be able to find another round, so Tyrant bringing it up to 5. Bringing the gap out now to 2 rounds, Dion.
Indeed, 2 rounds extending out just a little bit. Nebula will be able to come back with a purchase in the end, but you got to put up the props to them in that too, right? They get 3 frags at the end. It, for whatever means, doesn't really impact the economy of Tyrant whatsoever. They are very far forward, all at that 9k mark that now they can just reinvest in towards. They saw Suave purchase up a cheeky little Ares at the beginning of this round, but we're not going to be seeing anything come through in that nature. Actually, in not even seeing a cent today, Mitch, it means that we have none of those Sova Odin spams coming through, the likes of your B main, which I actually kind of welcome in. I think that's quite cheesy myself, but sometimes it is valid. Paper thin walls and such. Nebula, though, they are, of course, afforded another purchase coming through. Very promised on this operator, too, if they can start off things nicely with Dragons up.
Cruising down to short, trying to sort of find up some location now as best as they can. Once again, you know, Tyrant been really good in their team synergy, being able to find all those locations together, but now Pocket, oh, the gravity well and the combination of the Nano Swarm, making it very, very awkward to try and get in towards that side, and now that's allowed Jesse to get into a very solid bit of positioning. So despite using the ultimate to try and close down the gap on towards the position, it's going to make it very, very tough. Holding it down for a little while longer. They're on 50 seconds still to work with, so they don't need to overcommit just yet.
And he's been seen falling back as well, so that's some secured information for Nebula. Give it over towards Minimize and Dragon, that things might be coming their way. You can see that the reposition is going in amongst the garage as well, but it looks like Tyrant, they're just making sure that there's no flanks happening at the moment, and they're going to try their damnedest to get back in toward this A site where Jesse, position you would expect to be hard cleared as well. The Guiding Light's going to be sent on through. That blinded call knows now for Nebula that there's still players here. The recon bolt's going to have to be destroyed very rapidly. It gets up a tick. Jesse's now known as well. They're going to be full focused on towards him. He's laid to rest, and now they can look to establish the plan.
Getting it down now, finally in that situation, but so much damage done up towards Rurls inside Heaven. Minimize on towards the other side, but they're just going to have to get out there on immediately calling for the save. You know, Dragon has that operator, but in that position, do they even try to go for it? They've immediately made the call to say, nope, time to get out. Let's just go.
Yep, I'll just take this weaponry in toward the next round. Expectedly so as well with this operator. You would really want to see Dragon be able to go at it again with this one. Tax is going to be peppered down on the closing of the round by Pocket. Looking to farm up a little bit of these extra ultimate points as well. Will be very welcome for Tyrant. This does mean now as well that Tyrant are at least gathering the equalization at the half swap over. 6 rounds, looking for a 7th as well with the money way over the side of Nebula. Dragon, though, as already mentioned, really wants to hold on this operator, and with nobody around the prowl for him now, he should by all means be able to get it unless there's a sharp shot. Oh,
how's that tailwind
it,
into
but he
the
found,
wall? Yeah,
he found it.
He got it done. Managed to lock it down. Tyrant, you know, geez, this could be a free map extraordinaire at this point in time, and exactly what we want, right? Let's get Icebox. Let's get it happening. Tyrant, now with 6 rounds, that is a certain testament to the way that they've been playing. And, you know, again, it's an awkward situation if you're Nebula, because you've got the comp, you've got the team synergy, but you're being overwhelmed by Tyrant. who are just sort of, going back to the basic fundamentals, playing as a team, getting their trades onto each side accordingly. And they've overwhelmed Nebula time and time again. And I like the fact, like, that previous round, for example, right? They got all the way up to the site. The run it back was broken, but they don't keep going. They know that they've got the disadvantage, and they just waited patiently, and they were able to still find the round. So
Yeah.
Tyrant playing some smart Valorant.
Minimize starts things off, and you can see that Tax has fallen back as well. You'd kind of want him to just see falling back even more. Was waiting for the Toxic Strain to go down, see if anyone from Tyrant would have walked on through, and then hopefully he would have been able to find something sneaky. Sending out the Guiding Light to see if it can spot any information. But with this lackluster play for Tyrant now that they've only got 4 players, they need to steer themselves in the right direction, looking to creep in amongst the B site. They will be tickled just a little bit in the AWP line of Dragon. It is able to find Marsh, so it's just looking quite nice for Nebula right now. 2-player advantage. Even though they have the lesser weaponry right now, they're just relying upon Dragon on this operator and Minimize on that other rifle, and now they both get laid to rest.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate if you're Dragon right now, getting baited out by the Tailwind crossing over, but Reals will at least be able to find Orange Pearl, so that's some good damage back in the trade, but they still need to find this spike plant. Tax is in such a good spot, and Jesse already starting to make his way around. It's a 2v2, but I wouldn't put any of these teams at an advantage right now. Suave is going to be looking to drop back in towards A-Link with his teammate in, of course, the man Myth, the legend, Tax, clearing out with that Trailblazer now, trying to find some extra control. And they will be able to get the concussion out. That's the information gathered, the voice cue from the Sky. And now on to the middle of that gravity well. It's still going to be such a tough one, Leon. How do they play it out? It's Suave with 3. Now looking to make it 4, but he won't quite find it. Jesse does connect, but now Myth has to get onto the swing. He's got the bullets, he's got the information, and it's not quite half ticked. Myth to close it, and that's another solid and dominant round from Tyrant.
Yeah, only one surviving at the end. A valiant effect from Nebula to try and claim that one on the little save over purchase of that operator and the Vandal that we did see from Dragon and Minimize accordingly. But they are going to be able to go back at it again in toward this new fresh round. Reals dropping over the operator to Dragon and in effect getting the Phantom dropped over to him. So making sure for Nebula they get everything in order to be able to go back at it again. But, the sort of situation that we saw from Nebula then, right? They had the 5 versus 3 player lead. It was then on to Tyrant to really try and force themselves back into a favorable situation, and they were able to do so very nicely. And now they've accumulated, what, like 5 rounds in a row?
Dragon, good opening shot, so at least putting themselves back in the situation. Still just waiting though, not looking to over-aggress, force the hand too hard. Just waiting. Now the shot, ugh. Dragon, he's hitting some good ones, but then just sort of makes it a little bit awkward as well. But still, Nebula, I guess, if they find the next 2, I still think it's a good one.
So just sort of settling on the fact right now, Mitch, seeing what Tyrant are going to be able to do to bring it back once more. It's a passive hold for Nebula. Lent over towards B and C more prominently. Only the little spotting from Tax at the A site, expecting a bit of a retake to come out from them. They've got the Viper's Pit, of course, but they could just deploy wherever they want to steer Tyrant in a different direction. The Cosmic Divide coming on down does mean that they're going to elect to go for the plant early, and Dragon, these updrafts are going to come out, but I dare say he can't see over this wall and trying to deny anything. He's actually going to go through it, and they've expected it. They've expected it.
Would have they even heard that onto the other side of the Cosmic Divide?
Because they knew the blades were coming out, they expected him to.
They just baited him into it. That's huge, man. Such a good result. Like, I love seeing a team switched onto that position. Now they tap onto the defuse. Yep, how's it going to play out for them? Suave has been so impressive, so consistent. Marsh finds one. It's the double up of these Sentinels. The controllers seeing what they can get with the job done. Suave gets another. He will be traded out by Reals, but he gets into the position to deny, and it's going to be Reals to force his way back in. 4 rounds now secured by Nebula. At least they're not down and out just yet.
Not down by any means. They utilized the Viper's Pit in the end, where maybe it wasn't a necessity, but all of the focus on toward those 2 short players there. You could see in amongst the Nebula as well. Marsh was looking to get a little bit tricky in the point, but we haven't really seen too much from Marsh in this one so far. Attacker's side on the Cypher can usually be a bit of a tricky thing, but within that round, Minimize as well, getting out on that flank, really really required for Nebula to be at least attacking in toward that without just that one-dimensional focus coming through the main area or trying to get in towards heaven and dropping on down onto the side as well. So at least Nebula, you know, not looking to just be that one-dimensional player or team in this one. They're looking to change things up every now and again. And in toward this last round of the half, they've got a lot of these ultimates that they can play with. They've got the Cosmic Divide, the Lockdown to go in time together, and the Seekers where required to spot out some information for Tyrant. So I'm looking at this comp right now for Nebula, and I'm probably thinking a pretty dastardly retake.
Sit back. This position from Jesse. If it's overlooked, it will be a challenge, and that's going to be minimized to at least help him out. The curveball to come through, though, and it's going to be Pocket getting the opener. He has been, again, pivotal member of this Tyrant roster, just rounding frags time and time again. And now Dragon trying to go for the wall bang, but unfortunately that box is a little bit too much of a thick boy. Now Orange Pelt jumping up over towards the top, does have the tailwind available. Now on towards the other side, Orange Pelt, a little bit of a miss there. But Nebula, do they force him out onto the other side? The Seekers come out Neon, but it's going to be a tough one for Nebula to find their way back in. Myth finds 2 more, and he's done so much damage. Orange Pill to close it, and Tyrant win out the half with 8.
You see the difference between these two teams and our previous teams in Direwolves and Paradox right on the C side. We looked at that game that once the spike was down, everyone just kind of withdrew from the site and looked to play it over at that C long area. But in that round just there, Tyrant, they just stayed on the site. The Nebula side, they bring out the Cosmic Divide to separate the site, but they didn't do it, you know, deep for the retake. It was kind of in the middle of the site, the split of the difference. And then Tyrant, they've just pushed through and won the Angels in the end in the convoluted chaos that was in the site itself. So I mean, you look at things here as well, Mitch. You know, 8 rounds on the attacker side from Tyrant. It's really good.
Recalling my bot. Out of charges.
Tactic speed firepower. Use that.
Cool. Good half, man. I'm sitting back sort of thinking this actually
could go the
really
distance.
has the chance to go the distance now. Yeah, like given Nebula's opening that we did have over towards the side of Bind, you know, where I just felt like despite Tyrant really giving it a solid crack, they just didn't have enough to overwhelm the composition of the agents. So that's proving that Nebula's practice has, you know, sort of become to a really, really solid position. But I still think that, you know, this side of Tyrant, potentially with a little bit of change in their composition rather, and, you know, sort of bringing their way back into the meta, only picking up the Astra sometimes just isn't enough, right? You need to potentially look for some further options, and Nebula is ahead of the curve in that regard, but Tyrant have just been still able to dominate and get their way back into it.
Well, in this engagement as well, Suave, he's got 2 players that he needs to try and contest against, and the trade is at least going to be there for Pocket. Tax is down. Tyrant holding on to this player advantage as well. They will look to fall on back as the spike does transition over towards the A site. The turret is going to be deployed out by Jesse. They're going to look to plant relatively open with that smoke being up on the heavens as well. So, but this flank coming down from Myth. Tyrant, they do have the containment to really crunch on towards this one. It's going to be on a Nebula to make sure they pick these jewels at the right area. The dash in for Orange Bell a little bit early to the mixes. Look at that. It's all the kills being calculated for Nebula down to Myth on that flank, who has managed to find one. The bounce to come on out as well. The reload, though, is at the wrong time as Jesse swings, and the pistol, it goes to Nebula. Have they won all of the pistols?
I'm just trying to think back to that, actually. Yeah, they did, right? Because obviously Tax won the first 2 in the map number 1.
Correct, with 4Ks.
Yeah, correct. So I think, yeah, you're right, which that will be a little bit dicey if Nebula don't win out the rest of the series, right? You know, super important, those pistols. Very impactful, changing the run of the game. But look, Minimize, you know, he's having a great run. I've been super impressed by Suave and Pocket, though. Those are the guys that I've had my eyes on. You know, sure, we've seen big things from Myth and Orange Pearl, but Suave has just been so consistent. And to be able to put up numbers like that, you know, not dissimilar to Nation, right? From Paradox. And I think that was despite Paradox losing the last game to Direwolves. Nation was one of the players that got most of the attention around the board. And that's pretty big statement given how well Lou and Payne played as well.
Nah, for sure. Those guys, man. Like, Payne on that Sova was just so great to witness. Lou on that Jet as well, getting everything on through. Really keen-eyed on those guys for their, you know, their consistency going forward in this game as well, and how really they are going to be able to set themselves up. Speaking about setup right now, Tyrant's on the other side of the map. They've gambled over towards C, and it really hasn't worked on out. So Nebula, in getting this plant down, you just have to make sure they don't really fall over in this one.
So rotating around now, trying to sort of get their way back into it here, but already sort of locking it down in these positions, watching the deep lines. Tax in a good spot to deny it. The Dragon also watching the line as well. Does fire a warning shot, but Tax is actually going to be traded, Dion. Might get a little dicey here for the side. Minimize, no, the utility, but he does manage to live on for a little while longer. Do they even force through this Snakebite Dragon on the flank? He's been taken down by Suave. I think they want to go for it, but they don't have enough time. It's not enough. They're just going to try and drop every single member because, yeah, look, Nebula, it's going to be a little bit awkward for them into this next round with all the weaponry that's been taken away from them.
Yeah, that's lots of damage to come through from Tyrant. 2 surviving, you probably want to see them fall with the spike at the end, but look at that. You don't need to because of the Vandals that they are being able to gather on over. They can just focus on getting up their shields in this round and the abilities that they didn't utilize upon, or that they did utilize upon, and that they have to purchase up into this one. The bonus round of sorts to be played for Nebula will more so be on the eco rate in this one. Not even really a bonus. It's just forced back on to see what they can do. Wait for their money to build up a little bit and then properly go at it in the next one. They still are, you know, trying to chase up to Tyrant in this one. So Nebula 2 rounds, it would be 3 if Tyrant are able to get this, and then, you know, any kind of mistakes, we might actually see Tyrant look to run away with it on the defensive side. Still be a little bit of a struggle with how this map tends over towards on the attacker's side. And I mean, for this round right now as well, Cockheap is just booking it straight in towards B, trying to establish a quick little plant.
And Pocket's already locking it down onto that side, you know, finding the opening pick, does have the run it back available as well if he really wants to force his way in towards this mid position. But now mid finding 2, there's really no chance. I mean, the Snakebite comes out, it's good measure, but Royals only to find 1. Suave to close it. 2K for the man himself, and now they're just going to wait. They got plenty of time. They can just stare at the spike for a little bit, but yeah, look, I think you're right. And I guess another funny thing to sort of think about, right, is just imagine a game where you win a round and you have to eco.
Yeah,
that's just how Valorant goes out. But it's why the bonus is such an impactful thing. And I think as much as I've struggled to get my head around it in, you know, a very, very deep Counter-Strike history, coming into it, I do start to appreciate it. You know, the fact that it is a staple means that it can be worked around. It's just like, you know, in CS, how you force into the second round. A lot of the time, you actually see the team win that force buy. So I understand it, I get it, and I think if you do, you know, play the round a little bit different, it gives yourself the opportunity to really cement yourself in the half if you win that bonus.
Yeah, the bonus is a very big crucial thing. You can start to see a team run away, but if they do win that bonus, you know, it's back to the eco status on the team that just had their first little licking of a proper purchase, but that's not going to happen right now. The bonus went the way expected, as Tyrant do have the 3-round lead. The run it back to be able to be utilized upon as well for information, for an opening kill. They can use it for whatever entry to their heart's content. But this is the point for Nebula that they really need to be able to find what their drive is on this attacker's side, whether it is the full aggression, whether it is the passive plays. It's looking to be more on the passive nature, and it's welcomed as well because Pocket overextends by his lows himself. No trades out just yet as Suave finds Jesse. The missed shot on that operator comes on through, and now things are getting a little bit haywire around the C side.
Yeah, when you get to this situation and you're already locked in towards the back of the site, but it's not going to matter. I was going to say Orange Pearl was about to be overwhelmed, but he does the overwhelming, picking up 3 from the back of the site, and it's 10 rounds for Tyrant, Dion. That was a dominant hold.
Dominant hold indeed. The first operator shot does miss out from Orange Pearl, but at least backs it up with the next couple that gets it in the department of the fragging action, and it's back again, right? He holds on toward it. They shut down Nebula's purchase, and this is definitely the little site that you want to see for Tyrant to be able to try and send us in toward the final map in Icebox. Again, I kind of mentioned that I really do want to see that one come on through. It'll be really interesting. I'm also just sort of touching upon the ultimate department. There are a lot of people that are very close toward them right now.
Get out of my way.
Heading back. Does Orange Pearl sort of reposition himself, you know, he's got to rotate all the way around now, and the fact is Nebula, they're up close and personal, straight up will be Dragon with that Blade Storm available, and he wants to get his way in towards Garage as well. The Seekers, they're hunting, they're looking to see what they can find now. But already on that flank, information gathered, Nation straight on the way in, but never mind, I meant Pocket. I've still got Nation on my mind on that agent, but that's okay. Orange Pearl on the flank, we'll be able to pick up one more. And our Dragon getting the additional, dropping down here onto the other side. Oh my god! Orange Pearl, this guy! Are you kidding me? You are blowing my mind right now. Will it be 4? It absolutely will. And to lock down the round, the re-entrance into the side as the defusal will come through. Orange Pearl reigns king again.
Orange Pearl being very potent on this jet right now, backing it up from what we saw in the previous round on that operator, now delivering that decisive blow to Nebula. That was 4K on the board, 3 of which on that little flank there as well. No trades to be able to come through for Nebula. You know, what we saw earlier on, right, playing that sort of retake all the way, or hold their hold once they got the spike down from the C-long area, and I guess that's kind of just expected from Tyrant at that point. They really knew what to do in that circumstance. And I say knew what to do, it was really just Orange Pearl finding out those frags, realigning one shot after the other. Now we move over into a state of sorry affairs for Nebula, where if they drop this one, it might just be that GG. Tyrant would find 12, and then maybe the 13th, and we look to go over towards Icebox.
Destroys the Trailblazer. But you're exactly right, you know, it's been such a dominant position from Tyrant. They've been really impressing me, and that's what I love. You know, this is the main thing for us. You know, we spend a lot of our time casting up towards, you know, the invitational events that always have those top 8s, and a lot of the time we don't get to sort of have that clear sight on who's maybe between that 8 to 16 mark. And I think there's a lot of teams that are coming up now that are working on their compositions, practicing a lot, and I think they will start to make their way into the top 8 very soon. And, you know, Tyrant is one of them. Not a team that I've seen a whole lot of, but after Rising Heroes and now obviously the Valorant Oceanic Tour, it's clear that they've got what it takes, and so do Nebula. So I think really exciting times, and it just gives me lots and lots of hope for what we're going to be seeing into the next few stages of not only this competition but others, and how we'll you know, line up against the rest of the world. Sonic's proving that it can be done. You don't need to be a 5-star roster to get it, you know, through. I mean, with that being said, Plix, Dizzy, Crunchy, insane. But it's not, you know, 5 of the best players in the region. They're just really well practiced, and they went in hard into Valorant.
Yeah, those guys are just a little bit of a different breed right now. They line up for it in the end. This is the problem when you leave a round way too late, Mitch. You can just line up, and the funneled focus from Tyrant, they got the information on the other side of the map. Knew exactly what to do over at that C-long area, and that does put us into map point right now for Tyrant, looking to put us into Icebox, as I did say. And what was the previous 13-7? So doing it a little bit better than Nebula were able to do on Bind.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Yeah, man.
There. This goes here.
This is such a quick change of pace, but it's cool to see that, you know, both teams obviously confident into their own selections as well. The maps, they haven't been overwhelmed on either side. They've both been looking very good. And yeah, I think, you know, it's been individual members of Tyrant to sort of step up, but also they've just had really good trading. And their attacking side was very impressive. And now they're looking to close it on this defense. It is going to be the old cheeky. The Viper's Pit is engaged, Dion, and that's going to be a 5-on-5 on this retake. Can Tyrant close it?
The resilience from Nebula right now is going to be an absolute key as well. They can't falter within 6 rounds. That's just going to be very difficult. The reveal in towards Hell as well. It doesn't actually get the proper tagging, although, as I say, that minimized. The camera gets in there, and Orange Pearl capitalizes upon it. Now things get chaotic because there's no toxic Viper's Pit in the site. There's no vision obscured, and Tax managing to find one there equals this 3-3, and this huge reveal to come on through as well, with Dash going the probably wrong way from Orange Pearl. Does give good face over towards Nebula that they can still hold at this one through right now, and that Tyrant aren't closing it out just yet.
Not closing it just yet. Still another opportunity for Nebula to drag it back. 5 rounds consecutive, though, is going to be a tough one, especially when you're looking at the economic situation for Tyrant. They can keep buying. We're going to see the operator surely back in the hands of Orange Pearl. He's been very clean with that one. Got the chance, got the time, but, oh man, you know, Nebula, they still have been putting in good work. That's the craziest thing, right? It's not like they've just sort of, you know, flipped over and died. They have been really put to the test by Tyrant.
Put to the test after, I guess, you know, us two going into this one thought it might have been a 2-0 over towards Nebula from what we've seen on Bind, but I'm happy. You know, I'm really pleased by the fact that Tyrant have been able to step back up after, you know, what we saw over on the previous nights from them as well. So hopefully for their sake, they'll be able to close it out here. They would hate to lose 6 in a row and then lose in a potential overtime state.
Sitting back. Dragon already on that site control, but look how far the spike is away, Dion. That's the information gathered, I think, isn't it? Yes, it is. They know exactly where the spike is now, and that puts Jesse into a very, very awkward spot. They are going to run away with it, but that means already they've got a leg of themselves broken, and they are going to be stumbling back in towards this site onto the post plant. Tyrant,
maybe broken
another
and beaten.
Yeah, potentially. Myth and Pocket find it. It's going to be on to Dragon to see if he can go big here alongside his good old friend on that. There we go. Oh my god, Dion. Is this going to happen right now? Are they going to be able to lock it down? Dragon has done work, but now Rurls in a 1 versus 3. Can he find it? He's got the information. Jumping on the right click with the classic. He's got 9 bullets. It's enough to close it. But they walk on up onto the other side, bringing around
Timing.
as per usual. But Rurls, he's not done just yet. Nebula close out 8 here.
They close it on through. They hang on in that round as well. Dragon and Rurls did absolutely everything that they needed to as well. The runner back to be destroyed in that. When that runner back was destroyed, I thought, okay, the fallen soldier on the side of Nebula as well. You know, Dragon was bested. Maybe Rurls can't do this, but he really stares down the barrel of that, and he shows that he's still capable of doing everything needed. You know, the bait attempt with the classic at the end there as well, kind of throwing a little bit of spanner in the works. Where is Rurls going to be peeking from next? Does he actually have to go for the reload? Is that the sound cue that we're going to see capitalized upon from Pocket? No, it was the bait, and Rurls wins it out in the end. They have to go again, remember though. Nebula, they need another 4 in a row.
Man, starting to sweat. Reminds me of that opening game that we did have, of course, between you know, Direwolves and Paradox. What was it, 17 to 15?
17 to 15,
Crazy.
yep.
That was insane of an opening game. Overtime number 4. Or 5, actually. Jeez. Now that I'm thinking about it. Minimize. We'll be able to find the opening here. So again, Nebula, not done. Gets taken low. The sky, not too far away. We'll be able to utilize that overgrowth. Holding it on for a little while longer as they do try to march back towards this A site. That's what I mean. If you're not playing Sky, who are you? That kit is so strong.
Yeah, I've been picking up Sky lately, and Sky is now my main. No more Brim, no more Omen, no more Astra. Pretty much just Sky the history now. Absolutely great. Her ceiling is just so tall. You really need to know how to play her to perfection. I think Tax is doing good justice in this one. I think we've seen a lot of Sky players who have really found out, you know, how powerful she is here as well. And oh, dearie me, this could have gone the other way. Jesse needs to be really careful of what's going to happen. Tax, the member that I talk about right now, is going to be able to come through, but the aim's awkward. Jesse is able to take it. Jesse's able to find both. So things still going the way of Nebula. They bring it on back, and yeah, Tyrant, they are just going to head for the hills. It's a mercy run for them now.
They got to get out. Nothing in it. Sort of relaxing. Making sure that they can cruise on into the next one. Because again, the money is starting to wane. It's still not broken by any means. They've got more opportunities to find it. And now they're going to lock down this position, whether or not Nebula actually want to try and hunt for that. But it is imperative that they do so. They've still got money in the back pocket. If they take down this Operator and the Phantom, it's actually going to be very beneficial to them. So Nebula hoping for the best right now. There's the damage to come out from Tax, and now Orange Pearl has to hope for something special. He is going to maybe just have enough time. It's a great shot on the Tax. Now inside the Cloud Burst. Oh, he's alive.
Whew. Gets a little bit dicey at the end there, doesn't it? The Operator, though, is still able to come into the next round, and that's the weapon we saw Orange Pearl really do justice with, wasn't it? We saw that 4K absolutely decimate Nebula previously. So if they want to close it out, they really need to rely upon this weapon still continuing on in their possession. And it is here again.
Down to it. Camera down early, supporting Orange Pearl, playing around it.
Out of my way.
Deploying drone.
I think Nebula pretty much sight set, focused on trying to find towards this position. Tyrant, they're going to have to try and hold down for a little while longer. And inside the garage, that's going to be Jesse to get the opening pick here on a Suave. Again, an impactful member. Myth will look to push in, but he's not found the timing. Jesse, will he head his way back into it? He's ready for Pocket onto the other side, though. Frag not quite found, though. A little bit messy. Pocket does find it. And how do they approach this, Dion? It looks like they're already being a little bit cautious as Dragon onto the flank. Orange Pearl is looking for it. Now the neural tech will come in. There's going to be a little bit of chaos in the long position.
There's 3 of them right now going in for this. The curveball's in, the reveal as well. And they know that there's at least 2 here. There's another curveball. Look how many players are blinded right now. The Cloudburst has to go on out. The Snakebite as well for Minimize. Maybe he just needs the rifle in possession. Wells, 1, 2, needs the next one. Knows where Orange Pearl is, and it's the quick scope. Is there time? Yeah, there's time.
There's time. That's going to be it, right?
Is that GG? That's GG. Oh.
Hang on.
Yeah, nah, there's time.
Yeah,
it should be like
okay.
3 seconds, 1.5 maybe. Yeah, 1.51. There you
on the
go,
dot.
close.
Oh my god! But hey, look, I'm kind of almost glad that we've actually had that one close out. If Tyrant took it to, Nebula took it to overtime, that would have been insane, and also potentially meaning that we got to miss out on Icebox, which we don't want at all, because that is the next map around the corner, and I cannot wait, given how explosive this series has been so far.
Yep, the 1-to-1 we do see ourselves in right now as well. All the pistols going to the way of Tax maybe on the first map, but no, actually Nebula here as well. So maybe we do see it go the other way for Tyrant, as they need to get off to a good start as well in Icebox. But of course, Mitch, yeah, tied up 1-to-1, looking to heat things up over on that map, or maybe cool down with how Icebox works.
Exactly right. So, guys, we are going to throw it over to a short break. These teams are keen to get into it, so it won't be far off. This is Konkmoto. Thank you so much for watching the Valorant Oceania Tour. Almost up at 10K viewers, guys. You guys are incredible. We'll see you back right after these ads.
I just time traveled. Ah, today's a big day for past me. He just got the latest Vodafone broadband with super Wi-Fi. Wow. Which finally means Wi-Fi in all 4 corners of the house.
What? Even there? I've got Wi-Fi in the garage.
Yeah, we do.
See ya.
Oh, it's still in the garage.
Yeah. Super Wi-Fi. Wall-to-wall Wi-Fi guaranteed.
Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 back that up Show me what you got.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once more to the Valorant Oceania Tour, and I got to admit, I'm actually going to miss hearing that sound in my ears. This is the last map that we've got for maybe like a 2 or 3 week period. Of course, that does mean that we are going to be crowning another qualifier for the Stage 2 regional finals, which is not far away. Do believe it's going to be June 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, I believe it was, which I cannot wait for. But for you guys who have just joined us, potentially for the first time, my name is Mitch Conky-Con-Cannon. Alongside me is Dion Komodo Perotta. And Dion, it has been an explosive series. Both maps, both matches that we've seen today have been really exciting. And now we move on into one of your favorites made of Icebox.
Yeah, of course, we'll look to break down everything at the closure of the show after this next map. But with what we've seen so far, this action, this back and forth nature on these first 2 maps here between Nebula and, of course, between... oh, God, I've already just forgotten the name of it. For Tyrant. There we go. We got it in the end. That's where my brain's at right now. We've had so much action that have come on through. You've slipped up with Nation earlier as well. It's just everything's happening, coming on through. Just names coming. It's everywhere. It's brilliant, though. We absolutely love it. But, yeah, we look to get into Icebox to see who we are going to crown as our victor over into this next stage, Mitchell.
Oh man, it has been an explosive couple of days. I have had the best time being alongside here. A massive shout out to all of you across the various channels that we are broadcasting on right now. If I remind you, it is the Stage 2 Close Qualifier number 2. We are going to be witnessing one team go home and one team qualify to the Stage 2 regional finals to play out for those points. These teams are looking to make it to North America for those last chance qualifiers. And of course, this is Kongmodo bringing you in on the final map of the day into Icebox. Will it be Tyrant who bring it back on the reverse sweep, or will Nebula get the job done here? I can't wait to see the agent selections. Dion, take it away.
Oh, what have we got? What have we got? The Reyna's actually coming out for attacks, which is a bit of an interesting one, delving in toward the double duelist line of sight for Tyrant, though. They've changed things up a little bit. They only have the one in the Jet, and then they follow on through as well, bringing out the Sage, the Killjoy on Marsh, the Viper, and the Sova, of course. So it's going to be very interesting to see how things are going to turn out. I'm just going to say, we don't have 3 duelists. I am happy.
Exactly. Look at that damage, obviously, already running through the toxic screen. The old decay coming out for now. Jesse, oh, okay. I like this plan. Utilizing the Sage Wall onto the other side of the site, as you would usually see sort of them backing off towards the yellow box, but instead they play around mid. This is a nice strategy to come out from Nebula so far, and I do think Pocket did actually manage to stop him on the top of the tube, and it is going to be old mate Myth walking on underneath, so I think it is going to be Rails and Dragon going down. Tax is good for the trade, but obviously on that Reyna, he can get the Devour back on in. Myth's found 3 in the process though. Now it's all in the minimize on this Viper, and it's going to be Swaft Sidewinder on in. That is the first round here, picked up by Tyrant, Dion. And I got to admit, I actually do like the choices in composition for both of these teams, because I think Nebula can be a bit dangerous. Like, Tax on that Reyna could do damage. You know, he's obviously a very impressive player. We saw him previously on, what's it called? Sky. So seeing him on the Reyna and being able to run around with the Devour, with the Empress, you know, whatever we see come out, it could mean very scary things for Tyrant. But Tyrant, they've obviously got the composition to play around that. You know, Marsh picking up the Killjoy, Orange Pearl on the Viper, and Pocket swapping over. So that's the cool thing, you know, two different members of the team picking up the Jet.
Just got to say as well, you know, whilst I do like the differences in these agent compositions as well, I don't like the difference in the sort of crosshair that Minimize is bringing on through. It's a little bit of a box crosshair right now, but Orange Pearls is seemingly finding a couple of juicy frags to start on through. 2 in the pit. Down to 7 HP, looking for a third. Will be shut down by the person who I'm hating on their crosshair. All right, thank you.
Gets the shots done. It's fine. Also, I love that. You've been called Budget Carrigan. I'm Budget Jason R. See? Marsh. Also, okay. Last player standing on both sides. This is an eco from Nebula.
No way he comes out with this one after I head on his crosshair and is able to find this one.
Dude, he's
gonna
do it. He's going to do it just to punish you, bro. Because this is going to be such a hard retake. And I mean, look, you know, surely right now, Pocket maybe decides, okay, he's not going to be heading over towards that B position. He would have already had the spike planted by now. But it's still going to be a tough one regardless, you know. Minimize has the kit. He's got the Poison Cloud. He does have the Snake Bite. And he's going to be planning it straight in that one. So he'll be able to utilize that fully. If he can get back towards Belt Theon, this could be dicey.
I was just wondering as well, both of those ultimate orbs he could have even gathered, and then on the spike plan, he would have had his Viper's Pit coming in toward this new round, but he does get shut down. Maybe wanted to try and book it over toward the belt, as you did say. The pistol will be gathered by Tyrant. They will back up the second as well. My oh my, got a little bit scary in that one, didn't it? Only Pocket surviving and taken down relatively low in that as well is a testament to what Nebula can still do.
Holding it down. I mean, look, that's not a good position to be in if you're Tyrant, because now their bonus is going to look ugly. And it appears that it's going to be, 4 sheriffs rather, maybe a Bucky to come out for Myth. Orange Pearl still obviously running around with that Judge. He's going to be playing that towards Long B, I'm sure. Trying to find that position, setting up the utility as well. So I am liking to see that the, Viper is still in it. It's going to be interesting as well to see if, potentially the Viper does get used less once the decay goes down from 50 to 30. I mean, look, from 1 to 30 rather. It's still strong though, but just not as strong, which I think is fair because it does make it too strong.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Of course, balancing is always going to be a thing in a natured game like this. You see it in League of Legends. You'll come to see it more so when more agents get brought in towards Valorant. But of course, for right now, we have Dragon on the prowl, who's able to find the first one on towards Suave. Back on to the Sage. And, Tyrant, they're not looking to get any antsy in the back of this as well. Just trying to see what kills they can bring brought forward back in toward the round, but it's not looking to be anything. And as I say that, Myth is able to find one on the Bucky, gets immediately traded out. Nebula is pretty full focused in this round to be considered, only dropping 1 player so far. We'll see what Orange Pearl is going to be able to do, who's actually on the Viper. We've seen him around the Jet flexing over, and now it's really different though. Playstyle from Jet to Viper. You see it with Dragon as well.
Just so unlucky, still feeling it for Tyrant right now. Seeing Orange Pearl walking into the site with only a Classic and a Judge in this bonus round. So hard to be dealing with. But it's okay, because it is going to be the round for Nebula. And of course, Tyrant, by only going for that gentle investment into the bonus, they do have a full purchase into the next one. Whether or not we will be seeing the operator come out on that side for Tyrant. Definitely an opportunity. Orange Pearl just making sure he can try and save this one, but Minimize, a little bit shaky, but we'll get the job done. So I think this buy, seeing what it's going to look like for Tyrant, will be important, but Nebula already starting to sort of drag it back. Will Pocket go for the operator? No. It's going to be the Phantom. Happy with that one. Orange Pearl also not going to make the same choice, going for the Vandal. So all even across the board, except for the fact that Nebula, they got a lot of money in the bank account, even if Tyrant do find success in this one.
It's definitely going to be the consecutive round gathering that you want to see from these teams right now to ensure some good dominance and win out this map, in a decisive fashion as well, to give good feeling going in toward the next stage of the event. Because if it does become really close between Nebula and Tyrant, it might win on them to still go back to the proper practice board as well and see how they are going to fare against the teams over in that next stage. But for right now, a lot of play from Tyrant with the Hunter's Fury and the push-up as well. It works 50-50. They get one off the Hunter's Fury, but it doesn't really work out on anything other than that. And now that Suave has been punished pushing through mid as well by Tax, there is no trade to come on the back of it. So Nebula, they have this opening player advantage, and it might be equalized. Nope, it's actually going to be doubled.
Well done. That's very, very clean here. Marsh, though, trying to lock it down for a little while longer. And I think that is the thing, though, right, Dion? The good break will mean that these teams actually get to go in and practice a little bit more. So it's not going to be, okay, we've just got through the close qualifier and, you know, 2 days later, it's actually into the next one. It's actually going to be a good bit of timing for them. But speaking of timing, Marsh is able to find it. Good damage with the Nano Swarm, then locking it out with another frag. Now Dragon has to try and find that one in towards heaven, and that is great timing from Dragon. It's all in a myth. I saw him pull off something incredible. It was like a dirty 4K on the Sova, on this very map, on this very site right now. But it's going to be a big task ahead. Tax is going to start to rotate around, and they set their sights on B.
Over towards B, they look to go, and Myth has just seen the tail end of Tax as well, so he knows that they're going over there, but he needs to try and find these one-on-one duels as well. Dragon still with that operator poised over towards the orange line, or maybe over towards the tube. It just depends on where the timing will be placed as well for Myth. Peeking on through, he won't be seen from Dragon. He's found the first one. Dragon going to be looking for the trade as well. Myth, I don't even think he's going to be expecting him in toward the kitchen right now. Found the shot. Nice. That's the easy shot to come through from Dragon. You do love to see the easy ones be not missed.
In the done. 3K from Dragon. And also, like, the positioning in the for the Jet with the operator in that round. He managed to get all the way up to that. I think he was at like yellow towards B, and then, you know, as the rotate started to pull off, Marsh, he was doing well to find a couple of frags, but then, you know, very quickly, Dragon flips it on its head and brings it forward. So we do see Tyrant and Nebula tie it up here. The Resurrection is, of course, available for the side of Nebula. But if they keep this pressure forward, you know, obviously only an eco here for Tyrant. They picked up a couple of Sheriffs. This could be a pretty good one. Good opening pick from Dragon.
And it can't be offset yet either because there is no resurrection available for Suave. The spike will be heard being retrieved up, the footsteps being stomped on through. But again, Tax holding the same flank, and he's found the same person in Suave, not expecting this little late belt play. And now Tax is just going to weigh on Tyrant's mind. They're going to have to clear it from here on out and make sure that it's ever so checked time and time again. Myth is going to be able to find Minimize, looking a little bit at the wrong direction. But Tax in finding 3, Jesse onto Myth. That will close out the round with 4 alive for Nebula. Again, you know, banking up on their cash, trying to bank up on a bunch of these rounds to really just propel them into a clean victory.
So buy back now. Still no operator yet for Pocket, which I'm wondering if it actually will come out. I'm trying to sort of think back to the times that I have played CS with him, whether or not he actually does pick up that operator. But now, still a bit of a slow start, but that speaks for all but, you know, pretty much Myth and Marsh so far. You know, they've had a few good opening picks here for the time being. But really, it has been Nebula to step up to the plate. To sort of, as you mentioned, you know, no resurrection yet available for Tyrant, but it shouldn't be too far off. And that's going to be the Viper's Pit to come out straight away from Orange Belt, really trying to lock down that B side. Look at all the green. I mean, grey.
Yeah, thanks, mate.
Just see. Just open your eyes, bro. Just see.
Yeah, totally. 5 ults, though, for Nebula. 3 for Tyrant. We'll see how many are going to be utilized in this one. The counter Viper's Pit's actually coming up through. Oh, gosh, this is going to be very chaotic. I wonder if we're going to have any jungle WoW impressions coming on in this map right now. Any ults to come on through and dance around it. But the lockdown and the Hunter's Fury, my word, I'm trying to contain and see everything right now. Crash is going to be able to do the same thing. What can the players have happen? Nobody has vision. Are we expecting battles of the Vipers in this one? No. More kills to just be coming out for everybody else, bar the Vipers right now. Onto what the defuse Tyrant needs to look to find. It's another trade to come on through. Tax gets out of the Emperor, sees a body. Tax finds another one. It's all down to Orange Pearl. Out of his own pit right now. Needs to return for the integrity's sake, and he can't quite find it onto Minimize. So it is the Viper diff in the end as Nebula. They won't be seeing a tied scoreline yet, Mitch.
Those are the only rounds that we need to sort of take a step back as Riot and look forward and be like, is this what we want in our game? Because that was chaotic. Imagine if Astra was a part of the meta as well for an Icebox pick.
Sorry, 30 FPS?
Yeah, exactly. Everyone would need, you know,
NASA PCs.
Supercomputers. Yeah, pretty much. But hey, look, it is interesting. Obviously, again, with the Viper nerfs coming out, maybe we will see her fall away a little bit, but it's cool because it forces these players to not sort of just go for the aim-heavy picks. It is the agents you need to rely on that obviously do have that strong utility kit, but now Pocket, he's opened up early and trying to run the Jet diff. Yeah, getting the opening pick.
Getting that opening pick. The resurrection is going to be there as Minimized Elevated finds Orange Pearl. It's going to be onto Martian. They've jumped over him, but he does manage to find the frag at the end as well. Now Jesse falls by the wayside in this one and has actually an advantage to Tyrant. It could be doubled so as well with that resurrection coming through. The barrier wall would suggest that as they look to go and get it up. Actually, Tyrant, they're going back over towards the A site. So this is quite interesting. You mentioned Pocket's positioning instead of Minimizes in that one. They're conky because he's denied the spike. And now it's on to Minimize to see what he can do. Can't adjust to Pocket, though, as the Blades are bullysome.
Yeah, very nice round from Pocket. You know, made it super clean there. Great positioning. Finding his way around the back of the site. Royals, a little bit quiet so far. He's been the one, you know, speaking of Astra, he's been picking that one up as well. Obviously, he did have the Brimstone in the opening map too. And Nebula obviously bringing it very close to success in that previous map as well. Ultimately, it was just Tyrant, super clean. I feel like, you know, more so on their attacking side, they obviously had a great defense too, but it was the attack that sort of set themselves up for the rest of it. But now, with Nebula taking back the lead, sort of forcing their way towards that situation, Tyrant trying to catch them. Now, how do they fare as they do try to aggress towards this A side, but the Poison Cloud is at least going to push them for a little while. Suave with the opener.
Suave with the opener indeed, and now it's going to be on to the rest of the boys to maneuver over toward this side to assist in nature as well. A big, nice bit of info from the Owl Drone, but now they're going to be forced on through as well as Jesse forced to use that heal on towards himself. The shock darts are going to be laid on over towards the direction. I don't even know if there's room to plant with the direction of this wall that's gone on through. I think Jesse might have fluffed the bag on that one a little bit, and it's going to be on for more kills to be calculated from Nebula. However, they are a little bit pressured in this one, and now it is just going to be down to Dragon on the operator. You know that Tyrant want this in their hands. You know they're going to be hunting for it.
How's this? Picture it. Dragon, 1v4, final map, qualifying map for Region 2. He pulls it off. I mean, look, potential true story. There's the opener. If Tyrant continued to give him the one-on-one peaks, there is the chance. He's still going to get that spike, though. Still down. 30 seconds to play with. Myth just on the other side. Left. Trying to lock it down. Pocket still holding the angle as well. Very wise to not trying to overstep his boundary. Looking for that line. The wall's about to break as well, Dion. Dragon, if he clears it, if he picks up this shot, oh man, finding this timing could be everything right now. There's another, but he's only got 15 seconds. He's going to be spotted out. He's going to be taking some damage. And now moving forward with the classic, it's not going to be enough. Myth getting the job done with the 3K, and that's Tyrant tying it up.
It's interesting too, if the recon bolt didn't go on down, maybe there was a world in which he'd be able to get that one. If he saw the shoulder out, he'd be not feeling the pressure on the back of that. The classic though was having to be pulled out with no bullets in the chamber of that operator. Would have liked to see maybe the hot potato on toward a different weapon at the end, but the time getting the better of it at the end too just means a little bit of that damaging frag action to come through from Dragon in the end. I got a feeling though, Mitch, that well, not even a feeling, I've got an observation right now that Royals is finding things a little bit strugglesome on this map to find some kills. Still hitting that donut right now.
Yeah, for sure. Sova still necessary, sort of, you know, almost 100% pick rate, like pretty much still, right? If I can think back to it, you know, it's almost like you do have those players on your team that only exclusively pick up the Sova. But obviously, as each map does change, each agent does sort of go up and down. I think, you know, Sova is one of the most entertaining agents to watch. Obviously, a very supportive character with the use of the information. That's one that I'm sort of thinking as well as Breach. You know, Breach obviously on those close quarter maps, getting picked up a little bit more now, so. But already making their way up in towards this site. Tax up top, Orange Pearl sort of holding it from a little bit of a distance. But, you know, the operator on the Viper, not exactly the best agent for it, but we'll see how it pays off.
Yeah, certainly we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen here as Tax finds the opener in amongst the round as the spike is planted as well. There's no vision really that's being obscured around the site right now. That's more so over in the mid area as Marsh and Pocket are able to find something. Tax revitalized in the round and Resurrected to see what he can still do as well. The 4 versus 4 scenario with the time ticking away. Nebula will be welcoming this. They just have to put their full focus onto these entry points in toward the site. Now Dragon, he gets smoked out by a nice little cloud burst to come out from Pocket, but is this time just ticking away way too far for the retake right now? Dragon and Tax finding some more. It's Jesse on the board. It's all down to Orange Pearl, tapping on amongst the spike as well. He can't even escape. They're just gonna battle him on down. That's Nebula holding on, and they are taking the lead once more.
Yeah, trapped on the rope, unfortunately, for poor Orange Pearl. Couldn't get out of there quick enough. And yeah, look, you know, he's having a little bit of a slow one here. He was super impactful in the previous one. being able to really dominate on that Jet now that he moves over to the Viper. But look, again, Viper impactful. Regardless of if you're finding a big amount of frags, it's still just about getting that utility down, knowing the position that you can find, and really just sort of forcing these enemy agents away from you. But also, yeah, Royals 0 and 6. But then again, still, it's not the duelist. If it was your duelist that was at the bottom of the scoreboard, that would be a concern. Tax looking good so far on the Reyna, moving through. Will be decayed slightly just on the other side. I think Tax not quite finding the positioning though. There's the operator of Orange Pearl getting the job done. Now Pocket on the other side. Will he be able to deny Jesse? Knows the information's there, but Orange Pearl picks up another. Pocket able to lock it down as well, Dion. Nebula, they're dwindling.
Yeah, pretty stellar hold from Tyrant over at this side of the map right now. The operator just really getting some free peeks on through. You had the nice peek to come out as well, just to claim a free frag over at that yellow box. And now really, Tyrant, they don't need to force the issue. They don't even really need to peek into anything. Pocket will have his head taken off, showcasing that Nebula, you know, they still individually are here and fighting. It's definitely the time for Royals to be able to get on the scoreboard if possible. We'll have to wait and see if they are going to be able to do so. Still this 2-player advantage for Tyrant as the toxic screen does go back on up. Minimize starting to creep on through. These snake bites available as well, but they are going to be so vulnerable getting the spike planted. The one-on-one trade out, it's on to Royals, and through that toxic screen, he can look to split a little bit of the information difference right now, Mitch, but the elevation, I don't think he'd be expecting it. He sees him, and is he going to get the first frag on the board? Oh my god, oh no, Royals. You've been gifted a free frag, my friend. You've unwrapped your present.
Oh no!
Oh!
Poor Royals. And that's like kind of the icing on the cake, really, right? You know, given how well he performed on the previous map. And all maps that I've seen Royals on, you know, I felt like he was a name that I was constantly repeating, so it does suck to see. But again, he's going to pick up. He'll have his opportunity, guys. You know, when it's the end of a long day and you've been playing a fair bit of Valor, and it's it always can sort of come out to these situations. So hoping he picks up soon. But really, you know, it's Myth being the standout for Tyrant. My God, 14-6. Tax has also had some good moments, and so has Minimize, but, you know, this game is still absolutely even.
Oh, that's a lot of bodies. And Pocket's the one to hit the floor right now as well. Dragon, the opener, where required. The Empress popped out by Tax, once again exploring over toward the B. Slightly toxic screen, though. Vision being blocked out quite nicely. Rolls on the board, baby. That'll be happy for him now to get on it at least. Love. He's looking to press the issue. In finding too, the red's still available too. This could be a good lead to Tyrant.
Absolutely, and now Dragon has to try and find something here. We'll get one on the fadeaway and a second. That's a third in the round now for Dragon. Will he be able to swing around? Oh my God, that is insanity from Dragon, and he is happy with that one. Inside the lockdown, he's detained, but he can just slowly sip that victory juices. That was incredible.
And it's on the back of that last blade as well to find that frag. If he missed that one, he would have had to use the operator for more than the first frag. He just absolutely had destroyed Tyrant. The resurrection coming through. That one stole away a bunch of his blades. I think it was the 4. And then the last one getting on that dash as well, fading on back. The fade away, the 3-pointer. Brilliant plays to come through from Dragon on this Jet. And sometimes it does make me wonder, you know, why isn't he just always on the Jet? I mean, his Viper is pretty good.
Right? Like, there's another pick from him. Yeah. Like, I haven't been able to catch a breath, and, like, you know, it's been a big couple of days, big couple of weeks, and my voice is slowly starting to feel the impact from it, but I think that round might have just been the nail in the coffin. It is gone right now.
It's all right. We aren't the Conky show, we're the Konkmodo show.
Exactly.
I can assist
I've got
with
my
words
carry.
sometimes.
I've got my carry next to me. It's all I need.
Diamond Conky.
Hey, platinum now, dude. I was 3 games off Radiant, and then I stopped playing Jet, and now here we are.
Yeah, I know. Hey, to be fair, we've had a lot of casting lately as well, so we've hardly had time to play.
As I said, I need to play Breeze. I need to try play Breeze. Gotta work it out.
Not wrong.
Right here.
We've got time. It's fine. 3 versus 3, Dion.
Time, yeah. Oh.
And there's Dragon to get his head ripped off. He was the one that was doing good as well. So Nebula, last round, you know, 2 versus 3 in this situation. Tyra with the advantage, and look at Suave.
Oh no.
It's enough. But there's a res.
Your duty is not over.
All right, how does this go from here?
Yeah, you're going to have to see Tyrant just fall away from the B site, which means that the Viper's pit that was utilized as well is eventually going to fade to the ground. Myth, his position now known over at this side as well. But look at the time, it's only 10 seconds, and Jesse's getting out the wall. So vulnerable. The wall is now there for the pickup as well. Great shot from Rails, but an immediate retaliation.
Wait.
Holy, what?
Yeah!
He got that through screens!
That was through all the way through the screens right there. Are you kidding me?
What?
How does he do it?
Check him PC.
Yeah,
that is not normal.
That is not normally. Orange fell very good. That is not normal. He was like the underperformer in this map, and then he locks out around like that, which allows Tyrant to go 6 for 6. So, man, this game still has everything. And look, you know, what a way to potentially close it. You know, again, we've got a break of 2-3 weeks. Who knows exactly what it's going to be, but oh, geez, we may as well close it out with a bang, right?
Dude, I just can't believe it that was through like the full screens with the Odin there to the face. I mean, I know that you see them on the radar and everything, but my word, I didn't know that was wallbangable like with anything bar an operator.
Absolutely.
That's a thick wall.
Yeah, it's a thick boy. Indeed. That's the Mage Punk pistol, by the way. I know you would have seen it before, but that was the Marshall.
Yeah, I just hadn't seen the Marshall, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, Tax finds the opener. It's good for him. Obviously, able to get up that overheal as well, which does last for a little while. Now rotating over towards A, but it is actually going to be the B site that Tyrant have their sight set on. Now they've just got to wait for the timing, though, because Minimize, he's in a good position to deny, but is he going to be able to find anything? He's aiming at toes right now because he wants to get the snake bite down, but he does aim towards the head, and he will be able to find at least one. Myth, though, does trade. So does Marsh. 3-on-3.
Yep, Plant looking to go down. That recon bolt going to be destroyed, revealing Jesse's position just a little bit. The turret will do so as well. Shots through the green box are not going to be able to work out to deny the spike planter from harming in the round. Orange Pearl able to dispatch off Jesse, and now it is just going to be the concisiveness from the duelists of Nebula. Dragon still being live is very scary. He's going to roar at you right now, as well as Tax can get the Devour in for some extra bit of HP, and Dragon through the box eliminates Myth. Orange Pearl down. That is a very nice little retake to come up through from the duelists of Nebula there. I just want to point in play as well, Mitch, right here. Interjection on the skin talk, the minimum skin pack. I can see that skin pack. It's just, I wish there was like reload animations and a knife. Yeah. I just wish there was like the reload and knife. Yeah,
I appreciate it.
I would cop that.
That's what I mean. You know, people can hate on it all you want, but people are going to buy it. That's all I know.
Yeah, RDW.
Yeah, of course. He's bought everything. Big touching point, Tax, right? You know, I started at the very beginning. We see the two duelists here, which is the only reason that I kind of somewhat prefer this composition from Nebula, just given the fact that I think, especially now that we're onto that defensive side, Tax could be the switch around, the wow factor right now. You know, in that round, it was all on him to find it. Obviously, Dragon did find a couple of frags as well, but using the Devour, being able to get back to full HP with the Ghost running around, that was basically the round in the bag. And now Minimize opening up with that Viper, the Marshall holding the long angles. It's a good opening pick here as Tyrant do start to wane a little bit. Rails is going to get all the information there. Does he go in and look for the eco frags? Let's see.
I don't know if that's wallbangable with the Spectre, my friend, but he's going to try his damnedest to try and get something out as well, as Rails now getting a little bit pressured out. Mast missing a couple of the shots, and now 1, 2. Can he find a third one? Ingredients for a nice little pot of stew. And they do have it. Flawless in nature for Nebula. Sweating in the server, looking to close this one out, as I am sweating right now as well. You were earlier. Someone's turned the heating on in my house, and it is in my bedroom, and oh, it's getting warm and toasty.
Oh, losing our mind now. This is where we start to really taper off into the Shadow Realm, but that's okay. We've had a lot of fun along the way. But yeah, no, man. 8 rounds for Nebula. The bonus is good. 2 Marshals, not exactly what you kind of want, but being able to play those distances, of course. You know, Dragon stacked up towards A. He's going to be holding the high line, and then having 2 members hungry running on in as well. Tax and Jesse. Pocket, is he going to peek straight into the line? If Dragon hits the opening headshot here, it could be huge. And there's the information gathered. Dragon to find the opener. Unfortunately, Tax goes so down, but it's still a decent position here. Now sending the recon bolt over the top, and look at Minimize. But they've got to be ready for him. Oh, Minimize, get out of there, my friend. That's the B side, opened up for business. And Minimize a little bit too hungry here.
Hands looking to be shaken right now, signing on the dotted line. Tyrant to try and get on the board, get activated on this side of the map. The wall will go down. The turret as well as the plant will be established. It's close enough to the wall to destroy it. Nope, that's not going to happen. But in being planted now, it's on to Nebula. Try and get out this retake. The okay orange bell. That's a brilliant flick on towards Jesse's face.
Great shot there. Nebula, are they going to be able to bring this one back? Marsh holding from the position. That's a good use of the shock dart. Going to tickle up onto Suave as well, but still plenty of time to work with. Swinging around, Marsh looking to do some further damage. Doesn't quite find it though as of yet. Royals trying to make something work out of it. And basically at the moment, they're just going to try and isolate them. Dragon's just looking for the flank, trying to lock them into position, hoping that they go down to the Radianite. Now, Royals will collect Dragon. Oh no, Orange Bell's just had a huge round and that's Nebula losing out their bonus. Tyrant looking dominant. Got the Viper's Pit available now as well. It's so close this game, man.
Yep. We've seen what, like the 7 or 13-7 and 13-8 was it on the second map? I'm just trying to remember right now because of how chaotic it actually was over on Haven. 13-7 I know was the first map, but I can't quite remember what the second one was. Anyways, I think it was 7-8 or 7-9, something 13-9. It's 7-8 right now.
Pretty sure. 13-9.
We're gonna get toward the same scoreline.
Yeah, no, for sure. And that's what we talked about though, right? You know, big, interesting ticket item, being the fact that both of these teams actually did, not like dominating, but convincingly to a degree, took out their own map picks, which is excellent to see.
And it was 13-9 as well, just getting that confirmed. So they're going to get toward the same scoreline right now. We're going to see if Tyrant are able to back up their first round with the second. They do have the Viper's Pit readily available. A little bit of the creeping proceedings up toward the A site as well. No overextension by Nebula over at that B area. They're just really looking to contain that one with Tax. And of course, with the Viper over there as well in minimize.
Really running the clock down too. Definitely looks like they've got their sight set on towards A, which I mean Dragon. If nobody goes up into the pipe there, it's going to be a little bit awkward for them to try and find this back. Dragon does get the opening pick here. There should be a heal not too far away for him as well. Does go for the warning shot, tries to find something. Royals though on the fadeaway will be able to find it. And now that is that Viper's Pit coming on through for Orange Pearl. They're going to have to do big things to try and find the frag. Oh, a couple of warning shots thrown away by Marsh as well. But inside of that pit, Dragon got to force his way in, but it's actually Tax to find Myth. But Orange Pearl, he's still alive and can hold on to this.
And Dragon had to go for the reload in the operator right now, but at least safeguarded by the rest of his team, and he will be the one to close it out as well as the Dragon does roar down. I'm so happy that he's using the Elder Flame skin on that one. Not gonna lie, it makes things a little bit nicer. But the Dragon will roar in the server and bite absolutely down on to Tyrant, and that is, as the announcer does announce, a flawless round for Nebula. And the credit mark as well for Tyrant is all right that they will be able to get another purchase in.
What sound does the Dragon operator make, Leon?
I am not even going to attempt to do that.
The last time I did, I was embarrassed, so I'm not going to do it again.
Hang on, can we just focus on a little bit now as well? Just I know we've stared at the scoreboard for so long and everything like time and time again, but I don't think we've ever pointed out that Myth is now on 19 kills and none of his team are on double digits yet.
Yeah. And the scoreline's still so close to, oh my god, Dragon, you can't be doing him like that. Jet diff, it would appear, this game for sure.
More info in the round as well on the back of that first pick to Nebula. But look at this creep up from Myth. Talk about the one who is really steering the car for Tyrant in this one with no blockages. Myth will be able to find one, but then does hit a bit of a brick wall. Jesse will sit him down. No resurrections to be seen just yet as Suave will meet the grave. You do have Jesse, 11 HP, one off the res. Surely needed in a round such as this.
Dragon finding it though, again and again and again. Orange Pearl, 1 versus 4. It's an opportunity for you to do some big things here, my friend, but it's going to be Jesse, who was on the opposing side of the site, to pick up 3. Nebula, they are slowly starting to edge this one out though now, Dion. You know, it's been a game of cat and mouse, back and forth, tit for tat. But realistically now, as it stands, Nebula have started to break the mold and really run it down towards victory. Of course, it is going to just be surely an eco coming out for this side. Myth saying, let's force in, but I think, you know, he's got the confidence behind him right now, saying, boys, pick up 20 and 13. But surely we should see him going for a save. Yes, we will. He's going to pick up just the Sheriff. Oh, Myth. Nah, do it. Don't overinvest, mate. Don't trip and fall just yet. There is still a chance that you win this game, my friend.
Certainly is. They're not down for the count. Just need a couple of the boys to maybe step up a little bit. But Myth is looking to start things off with the Hunter's Fury. Only 80 damage to come on through. And now the Dragon's posted up on this operator as well. There is a lot of bodies around this site for Tyrant. There's the opener for Dragon. No trade to come on through. Orange Pearl down for the count on the snappy aim that we've seen from him so far. As you say, Dragon goes big. Might need to.
I can feel it. Depends on how they sort of play this one out, but he's up and over. That's going to be the first with the late storm, but gets up in close and personal pocket, getting revenge finally, as he has been dominant. But look, you can do it now. Apparently, they've taken all the girth out of that wall. That's another wall bang in the same location. Pocket in a 2 versus 3 alongside his teammate of Myth, but now Royals getting the Hunter's Fury to be sent down. Pocket, though, with 2, not quite more. Now Tool on a Myth. He's the carry. He's been going big. He wanted to buy into this round. And now he just needs to try and lock down these remaining members. That is going to be the wall damage. And he's looking confident. He wants to go for this. They line him up, but it's not going to be enough. And Minimize gets the job done for his teammate of Royals who had the Aldrone available. And my God, Nebula, 11 rounds now, Dion. They're 2 away from qualifying for the Stage 2 regionals.
Just thinking about that, if Myth found Minimize, probably would have been the next one onto Rails too, because he was on the Aldrone, right? And he was flying around a little bit. So it's really well placed that Minimize was able to find that one and keep things in action for Nebula. 11-7 on the board, 7-11 the flip side. Feel like a little bit of a Slurpee right now myself. It's been a very long time since I've had one of those. Maybe people around the world don't even know what that means. Anyways.
Just for everyone
Nebula.
who is Australian, of course, 7-Eleven, little cheeky, what would you call it, like a convenience store.
Petrol station.
Perth didn't have one for like up until maybe 2 years ago, 3 years ago. So it was like an exciting thing to go to Melbourne and get a Slurpee.
Well, Tax is going to be sipping on the frag right now as Myth is down, Marsh is down, Suave is down, Myth is down. Everybody's down for the count for Tyrant, but looking to bring it back. Dragon is still alive, and it's all on Orange Pearl.
How does he even approach this? Does Dragon hear the sound from that distance? Of course he does. And that is a nasty headshot over the top. My God. Every single time Dragon hits a shot as well, he like takes his hand off the keyboard. You can see it every single time, and I don't blame him. 26-9. It is the jet diff by far in this one. I'm not saying that the Pocket is anywhere unequipped. You know, he hasn't been having a horrible game, but he has been the impact, the wow factor, you know, on the Phoenix, the Reyna. But right now, we're just not seeing it from him, and the way that Dragon is playing is just out of this world. So, unfortunately, Minimize. You know,
MVP Dragon.
Down facing, He's got the Viper Spit down now, and that basically locks out this B-side position. Oh, I love this. This is so gross.
They have no idea where he is.
Find it, though. I think Minimize could get taken down here.
Yeah, he has to drop in toward the smoke as well. Myth is just looking to clear it on through. He's made a little bit of noise, I believe. They are hunting for him. He will have the outlines, remember, going in through this, but he's actually found the right little timing. Might be able to find Suave if he pushes on through. Suave's not looking the right way. It's actually Jesse to drop Suave and the spike. Now the res comes on through. Rels is able to see and spot and take out Pocket. Mitch, this is starting to look a lot like Christmas for Nebula right now, but no. Minimize. Sat down by Myth. There's an opportunity back into it for them.
But they've got the spike. They've got this positioning already. We see Dragon at the location. It's a 4 versus 3. But I think Orange Pearl now could be the linchpin, rotating all the way through in towards mid. Will Tax get spotted out? Will he be able to close the distance? Because there's the head. But I think he got far enough away. And now they're locking this down. I want my eyes right now on Orange Pearl. He's found one. Will he be able to get the second? Dragon now missing the shot here, Dion. Will he be able to lock it down? Of course he will. But Myth picks up. Rails to collect. And that's the spike. And you run out of there, my friend. Are you going to be able to lock this down? He waits patiently, repositioning now. Dion, but he's got to miss it out. And Rails, the man, the myth, the legend, who had a very quiet game to start on the Sova on Icebox, he has closed it out for his team. But MVP is Dragon on Icebox. That was clinical, and that was such an entertaining map of Icebox to watch, Dion. My heart can now start to relax a little bit.
And your throat's in that point as well, looking a little bit croaky in that one. But we absolutely love that bringing on through. Like a huge performance to come through from Dragon. Dragon and Nebula, and it wasn't like we saw any real slackingness come through from Tyrants as well. They were able to find a map, and they were looking really, really well placed over on Haven. And I just feel like it slipped a little bit in that map there in Icebox when Dragon really started to find his footing. He wasn't getting traded out. He was just really finding the openers, and there was no trades coming through from Tyrant. Something that, after this one, they might want to go back and have a little look-see on that one. And that is going to be something to improve for them.
Yeah, well, exactly right. We'll talk about Tyrant a little bit later, because right now we got Minimize in the server with us having a little bit of a chat. Minimize, how you feeling, my friend? I want to get some insight from you on how hyped that last map must have been. Dragon with those frags, are you joking me?
Yeah, we were pretty hype after that game. Before the game, Dragon, he told everyone he was going to go Dragon mode. Now, I'm not sure what that was, but I think we saw what it was today.
Dragon mode, that's a new one in that. Congratulations, first and foremost, here, Minimize, on your victory for today and your qualification as well. Something that I want to ask about you guys is your binds composition. It's my favorite composition coming through when it comes to that map. What's sort of the drive for you guys in going in with that lineup?
Well, I mean, if you just look over to Europe and you look at the best team there who plays bind, it would probably be Fnatic. So we take a lot of inspiration from Boastars, IGL. Well, I do it anyway. I think they've really figured out that map. So take a lot of inspiration on their team comp. You have the Viper, the Sky, the server, lots of info, lots of delay with the post plant, stuff like that.
Do you think that's a real big factor to sort of pick up? I remember the last time we chatted about it, you do take a lot of inspiration to other regions, obviously with Reykjavik around the corner. Is that something you'd encourage to a lot of these other teams to sort of do and take a scope out? Because as we know, there are a few teams that sort of still sit back and are barely even picking up the Astra. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, it depends, because I feel personally a lot of people in OCE are kind of like one-tricks. They can't really flex as much as the players on our team. So when I was actually working on building this roster, I made sure, everyone could play different roles. And I think, if you have a team that can play different roles and they can play what's meta when it's meta, you're just a step ahead of everyone else.
I think that's a really big statement on that one as well. We've seen that in that game. If I'm to pick one of the players outright, Dragon, just to hammer on Dragon this one with what he was able to do, being able to flex upon the Jet, being able to go over onto the Viper as well, it just leads into some really cool Valorant plays that you can always just become the unexpected, and it works out really, really well. But I guess my question coming in next for you here, Minimize, is what is your pathway moving forward? Who is one team in this region that's kind of gatekeeping you? Who is your team to beat?
Well, first of all, unfortunately, we were supposed to play Mindfreak yesterday. We did end up playing them, but I wouldn't really say it was a fair game because of all the technical difficulties and stuff like that. And we had to forfeit a map, so I'd love to give them another go. I feel like, if we play it right, we could potentially come out on top. So to answer that question, yeah, I want to play Mindfreak. I want to try and beat them.
Yeah, awesome, man. I definitely think, the way you're going, they can. I think Mindfreak obviously are a bit of a gatekeeping team, but sometimes they slip. They let the foot off the accelerator a little bit. But obviously, man, you've got, 2.5 weeks or something along those lines before we actually do manage to see you into the regional qualifiers of Stage 2. What is your next step? What is the go for the team? And are you going to take a break, or is it going to be all practice from here?
Yeah, we're definitely not taking a break. We're going to go straight into practice, straight into grinding. We have a lot of things we need to work on. Just probably not too much on the macro sense, but on the micro sense, a lot of communication errors, a lot of little things like that we can work on, just become a more fluid and more dynamic team.
Awesome. Well, there we go. Thank you so much for your time, my friend. That was really great to get an insight from Minimize, super well spoken. Love to hear how he said it. I made this roster. I made sure that everyone could flex around those different roles. And we see it every single map. People are playing different things and stepping up to the play. So Dion, let's have a little bit of a recap of what we actually did manage to see, not only over the course of today, but of course, the entire weekend that we have just had. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Your teams that have qualified for the regional qualifiers of Stage 2 are going to be Mindfreak, McBTS, Direwolves, and Nebula. It has been a great few days. What are your thoughts, Dion?
Yep. And of course, they're going to be joining the likes of Order, Bliss, wild card and straight out of the zoo in the next stage, which is going to be a really heavy bracket moving in toward that one as well. But like coming over in toward this one, seeing all these teams that qualified and the teams that are bowed out, you know, it's not over for them, right? They've gotten a little bit of a taste of what it's like to get into these final areas. Go back to the drawing board, work on a couple of your things. And I'm speaking like towards Bandits and stuff, right? We've seen some really good things from them. Paradox as well, you know, continue on, continue to drive yourselves and continue to stay full focus. Band together. If something's not working, work with your team. Don't just replace someone. That's something that we're seeing time and time again. Change those agents if that's what's going to work out. You take a point for minimize just there. Be flexible in your agent picks. Don't just be that sort of one trick. Be versatile, because it can really uplift your team completely and give you a different sense of how different agents are played.
Absolutely. And, you know, it doesn't mean just because you're the sharpest player, you can play the duelist. We see everything sort of float around and, you know, oh man, it's just so nice to witness. And your perfect words, you know, I mirror them absolutely, you know, watching these teams that have put up some good results, you know, Tyrant looking excellent, Paradox looking good, Bandits also. And I think if they, again, take a step back, go back to the drawing board, you know, maybe try and focus on a few of those things, you know, for example, obviously we had Paradox, you know, needing to sort of take a step back and maybe eco a little bit more instead of forcing continually in. There's so many things that we could really break down, but that's enough. I want to congratulate all of the teams that were a part of this one. It's so nice, you know, taking a bit of a step away from, you know, the top four that we witness so regularly in these invitationals and actually get to go back and move through, see who came out of those open qualifiers unscathed and who moved in to try their best to contest among the top. Dion, we've got a break now. We can sit back, we can watch some of the amazing stuff. We've got Reykjavik coming up in the May 24th. And then, of course, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, I think, or no, sorry, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th of June. We're going to be moving back with the Stage 2 regional finals. I cannot wait to see who's going to be farming up those points again. But Dion, before we close up, man, any final words?
Just to everybody out there that's watching on in this one as well, you know, speak up, become, you know, a little bit of a voice known, you know, back ourselves here in OCE. You've seen what our players and what our talent has to offer here, you know, really follow on through. If you guys liked what you did here, you know, look towards the socials for all of these teams. Look to continue on to follow us here as well. If you liked what me and Mitch were doing here, we go back on Komodo, you can see our little handles just here. Give us a follow, see how we are faring as well. We're, you know, in touching a lot of things throughout the region. So if you like it, you know, continue on with us as well. Continue on with Let's Play Live, a big one out them, you know, allowing us to do this. And a big up shout out to Riot as well for putting us on these channels, you know, allowing us to showcase our region and what they have to offer.
Absolutely. And I think, you know, there's certainly been a few impressed faces, but once again, guys, that is going to be all from us. Thank you so much for watching. A huge shout out to obviously everyone in the studio and of course LG and Vodafone for allowing us this to put forward this event. You guys are all incredible. We love you all. Konkmodo out. We'll see you all next time. Peace.